try to silence the truth we shout, but we're still here, we're still calling out. Corruption hides behind a badge and name. We light the fire, expose the shame. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. The stories echo, the pain runs deep. For stolen lives we can't just weep. Elected power, but their hearts are cold. We'll bring the truth, let it be told. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they try to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight. The heroes undo the harm, calling out corruption, we'll stand tall for justice and truth, we'll risk it all. My life mattered is the cry we sing. Together we rise, let freedom ring.
Hello, welcome everyone to Friday Night Lies, the Social Change Warriors episodes for covering trials, specifically right now focusing in on the Karen Read Trial 2.0 for Justice for John O'Keefe. Welcome again, everyone that comes to our live shows on Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. I truly appreciate it. You're just wonderful people. I appreciate that you care about justice and that you care about putting the right person in jail versus the wrong person in jail or nobody in jail. We have so many unsolved cases right now in America. It's stunning. And many of them involve corruption at many levels involving police and government, which is, it's sad to see, it's shocking. And we are witnessing it play out in this Karen Read debacle. From trial 1.0 last year in April, and now this year starting in April, and now we're into May already with the trial. So I am really happy to be here tonight. As you can tell by my background, those of you that are my regular followers and friends of Social Change Warriors and Justice Seekers, I'm in Wisconsin. So it's been an interesting traveling week for me. It's the first time I've tried to make that long of a drive by myself with just my service animal Tanner, but we did really good. We saw some interesting weather, some tornadoes. We had a 90-degree day in in Tennessee and Kentucky, which is very bizarre for the weather. You guys know I love weather. I talk about weather a lot. So that was weird. It was 75 at the beach when I left, and sunny and not much humidity yet down in Florida. And then I get up there into Tennessee and Kentucky and I'm breaking heat records. So it was very strange. I was listening to the trial on my phone over my Bluetooth. And I have to tell you, there were moments where I was white knuckling it, and not because of bad drivers, but because of this testimony and the amount of lies that we've already seen that we can uncover tonight in Friday Night Lies. I was getting irritated, and I noticed a couple of times I was speeding, and I don't typically speed. I don't like driving fast anymore. That was for the squad car days. So I'm like, oh shoot, I'm going to get a freaking speeding ticket because I'm getting so irritated with Jen McCabe. And I definitely don't need that. So I had to really pay better attention to what I was doing, listening to that first day of her on direct and then on cross. So I got a little behind because of my travels. So I had some lidocaine in my neck today. And so I didn't get to see the last hour of today, but Julie, craziest person on earth, my friend Kathy, my friend Shauna, many of you that follow me and we've become friends, follow the channel, Social Change Warriors, were sending me text messages throughout the day while I was at different doctor appointments. So I appreciate all of you for keeping me in the loop. So let me just, come here, Tanner. Let me remind you all that Social Change Warriors, we are a movement with a loud dog right now. Come here, come here. And we are a movement supporting victims of homicide and supporting their families to get justice. Like I said a few seconds ago, we have way too many unsolved homicides in this country right now where families are crying out for justice. Many of them know, they think they know who hurt their person, but there's not enough evidence to arrest them and to bring them to trial. So a lot of people continue to help them work on their cases, like Ellen Greenberg's case, for instance. They hired a private investigator. Many families never give up in the quest for justice. And so Social Change Warriors is here to help those families by supporting them in different ways, by helping them go over police reports. Sometimes I go and meet with the actual detectives and the captains and lieutenants and help the family ask the right questions to try to get answers. I've been doing that a lot in Florida with the Jason Veach, Justice for Jason Veach, and Where is Sarah Ebersol, the two cases that are closest to my house. I'm able to actually go and participate in meetings with law enforcement and offer my help, which I really love to do that because I love to be able to use my past job experiences to help families get justice for their loved ones. So thank you again to all of you that support justice for everyone that's had their life taken by someone else. Come here, Tanner. We're not at home, so he's been traveling too for 3 days, but overall he's doing really good. He'll settle down eventually. So I want to bring Julie up on the stage, our resident Bostonian and craziest person on earth with the best reconstruction experiments in America, way better than all of the experts that the CW decides to put up in front of us, right? Hey, Julie.
Hey, hang on. Let me turn you down. Hang on.
Let me turn you down.
There we go. Let me turn this down. We don't need boss gags at the moment. Even though
I don't know. We could always use them, Julie. I don't know. This trial has been so banana boats already in so many different ways.
What a batshit crazy banana shit fest this was this week. Holy fuck. Ugh.
I know. You kept sending me those text messages, and Shauna and Kathy were all texting me while I'm driving, and I'm in, like I said, Tennessee for a while. I was in Atlanta. Atlanta takes a good while to get through at the beginning of my trip, and then the last part of my trip is rough. It's 7 hours through Southern Illinois, so I just listened to a lot of trial as much as I could, and I'll tell you, I don't even know where to start. There's so much that we can rant about, that we can just feel something horrible about. The corruption is just simmering on the top of the boiling pot of witnesses so far, and we haven't even seen that many yet, right?
Nope. I think last checked it was up to witness number 13. I think that's it. That's including all the qualifying witnesses.
Right.
But witness number 13 still not Canton PD, so they're missing suspiciously.
Right. Hey, we are glad to have back with us the happily angry lawyer. How you doing tonight?
I'm good. Yeah.
Friend.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's been a while since I've done any streaming stuff. So
yeah,
happy to be back on. Yeah, nice to see you.
Yes, we love having you. It's super great to see you. So the background I have is the old courthouse. It's a picture from like the 20s. I'd have to look at the exact date, but it's the old courthouse in Massachusetts. And right now your background blends right in so well that it just looks it looks like you're streaming from the steps of the courthouse. How fitting for our resident attorney.
Yeah. Let me see. I don't know. Is it in Boston? Is it still there, or is it a museum or something, or is it?
I think this is. I think this
is still the courthouse.
I think it is, isn't it, Julie?
Is that the one in Dedham?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, then it's the same one. I know the one in Denham is the same one where they had Sacco and Vanzetti. So it's if it's the same one,
No.
it's gonna be I think it's 120 years old at least. So
Yeah. A lot of the courthouses in the cities around our country are they're beautiful ancient historical landmarks, so it's really cool to see that. But well, it's been a week, I'll tell you that. I know you're a little behind, but you're going to catch up with us tonight.
Okay.
Our angry lawyer.
That way.
Yeah, exactly. So what's your overall opinion of this case now? Now, when we first met you, you were just getting new to it and you were just starting to learn. And I've seen a lot of your tweets. They're excellent, by the way. You really keep up trying to keep up with the naysayers out there. There's so many people that want to bring us down every day on Twitter and Facebook. It's just unreal.
Yeah, the last one was the Turtle Boy, the revocation thing. So that's what I've been working on for like the past 6 months. Is revocate. Well, at least 2 revocations now. And I didn't win as much. I think I'd mentioned this to you. We had the partial win. We got 10 years off the sentence. I won the whole thing, but I just won. And then people were arguing with me. The anti-Canby people were arguing that I had no idea what I was talking about probation, I guess it would be bond revocation in Turtle Boy's case.
Right.
Come on, guys. I have a court order. I can show you. But reality doesn't matter. So
wait, what's this for?
Oh, is that? Can you hear me okay?
This is for Turtle, or is this for somebody else?
Oh, no, it's for somebody else entirely.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
It's a case that he's been working on, that he's poured a lot of time into.
All right. Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. People are giving you a hard time saying, like, oh, you're not a lawyer, this is that. Like, I'm sure that's coming too, but like, you're not a blobologist. But like, I beg to differ. Here's my blob right here. So yeah, people are ridiculous. I'm waiting for it.
I didn't even see that. I saw the pink, but I didn't see the rest of it.
It's Julie Nagel. It's the Nagel blob that she supposedly saw in the front yard when she was talking about peanut butter and jelly sandwiches with Jen.
Yeah.
But didn't bother to mention it, but didn't seem to think it was important enough to tell Matt McCabe, hey, maybe you should stop the car. I think I see a blob in the front yard.
Yeah.
I mean, it has about as much personality as a lot of this.
Yeah, who Jen McCabe is actively pushing away from. Like, ooh, Julie Nagel. I'm sorry, did you say bagel? I'll go get you a bagel. Like, no, Julie Nagel, the person who supposedly saw the blob. Remember her, your best friend who watches your dog and you love so much?
Exactly.
I'm so behind. That's all this.
Oh, it's wild. It's wild.
It's wild because she's backing off on testimony that she's already, testimony she made to the grand jury she can't remember, and she's adding new bits now to her repertoire and taking some out, and it's utterly unbelievable that the people can't see what this is. Like, how do you watch this trial, even if you're new to this case, and not see the manipulation that's going on? It's just pretty stunning.
Yeah. If there are like 1 or 2 things that changed here and there, that'd be fine. You'd expect that, but
sure.
When you're just remembering stuff. Yeah.
But the thing that for me too, though, is that because they did have to testify to the grand jury and they did already have a trial that they testified in, how do you not know the story? I mean, how do you not know your truth? Like, your truth is your truth. You don't have to remember the truth, because unless you are having major memory issues or early Alzheimer's, you don't have to remember the truth. And her piece in it was so small in all reality, even though it seems like it's Jen's everywhere, but her piece in it is really very small. So how she doesn't remember and changes, now she's changing her tune quite a bit this time around the last 3 days. That should be very suspect to people. That should be very concerning to people, that she's able to do that, and that she can never remember what she said. Your truth is your truth. You're going to always remember that. You're not going to forget your truth of what you witnessed. So I think that's what gets me really worked up. And before you came on, I was telling Julie, I drove from Florida to Wisconsin, and I was literally white knuckled for a while because she was giving me anxiety so bad. I had to pull off at one point because I was speeding too much, because I realized every time she'd start to do her little manipulation,
go faster.
My foot would go down. So I finally had to switch over to the cruise control because I was going to get a Jen McCabe speeding ticket at any minute. It was
Yeah.
it was coming.
It's funny you said my truth. That was my clients. He kept saying, I'm telling my truth. And they were kind of mocking him for saying that. And it, like the concept of my truth versus the truth. And
Yeah.
it was the truth. It's the
So
difference.
he ended up getting 10 years off his sentence then. So you did help him.
Oh, we're going to win. It's just going to take another couple weeks.
Okay. Well, good for you. You're sounds like you're doing good work. Good work for this person to get some justice.
Yeah, the first time I told him, I forgot to tell him that we won anything. It's like, oh man, we lost. I didn't tell him about the 10 years, so I forgot.
Right. Well, guys, let's just dig into Friday Night Lives. We've got big competition right now because, of course, Aiden is streaming tonight, and he didn't stream last night, so I'm sure he's going over his court hearing. And the Young Jerks with Mike Crawford, award-winning journalist, he was streaming earlier. So it seems like it's a very busy Friday night. So I welcome all of you that come on replay. We appreciate you. We're always glad to have you. Please feel free to put comments on the replay. It really helps our algorithm. And if you can subscribe and follow us, that would be great. We are getting close to 1,000 subscribers, which we started this live streaming venture in August. So I'm pretty pleased with that. And we're almost up to 100 videos. I think it'll be interesting to see if we hit 1,000 subscribers about the same time I hit 100 videos. So we'll see how that goes. But our rise is going up. And again, we're not monetized, and we don't accept any money to do this work. I'm a volunteer. Julie's a volunteer. We come on and live stream. My guests come on as volunteers because this is a non-monetized channel right now. So we're just grateful for everyone that wants to follow the plight of our victims that we've been able to contact the families and advocate for. I try to always have a connection with either the family member or the lead advocate for that person. Like in Sandra Birchmore's case, I don't know the family yet, but I do know Mizzy. So she's been on and live streamed with us. I was able to connect with Ellen Greenberg's parents via email. So I really like to try to make a connection to the family and the advocates before I actually start live streaming about their cases. But I do have a few cases that I've already streamed about that I don't have family contacts with that I'm still working on, which is Suzanne Morphew and Suzanne Clark Simpson. They were both murdered by their husbands, and one of them is receiving no justice. Suzanne, her husband, is not arrested again. He was arrested once and let go for lack of evidence, and the other man is in jail. But they have it's a weak case right now because sadly they don't have her, and he won't admit to anything he's done. I don't even know if he's had a court date yet. Kind of like what's happened with Sandra Birchmore. Matthew Farwell's in jail, but it keeps getting pushed and pushed. So now he's supposed to be coming to a hearing in, I think, July. So now they pushed it from May to July. So, and I'll talk a little bit about Sandra Birchmore at the end of the night because her birthday's coming up and Mizzy's doing a standout for her. So I want to tell you guys a little bit about that. So as far as what we're doing here on Friday nights right now, as you guys know, we're covering just the Karen Reed case right now. We may cover some more cases as the summer goes by, but it's not just about freeing Karen Reed. This is about getting justice for a man who had his life taken by the hands of someone else. So there can't be justice for him if what I believe is the wrong person was currently arrested in a standing trial, not once, but twice. And how is that justice for John if you have arrested the wrong person? It's not. So in my opinion, Karen Reed did not hit him with her car. There's way too much science, way too much medical evidence along with the science, and such ridiculous behavior just seems so corrupt from every level, to the original police investigation, which was completely mishandled and botched, to all of these witnesses being just bizarre. Like, you can't make this stuff up. These are like characters in books and movies, the way they testify, and you can just tell by the way they testify that something's not right, that they're trying to cover for something, cover for each other, whatever the case may be. And it's just so clear. You don't really need much rocket science to figure this out. So we're going to keep live streaming on Friday nights for Free Karen Reed, for justice for John O'Keefe. As long as he is not getting justice, he'll be represented as well. Even if Karen is acquitted, we will continue to represent John O'Keefe and hopefully find justice for him and his family. So I'm Catherine. Yeah. Go ahead, Julie.
God willing.
Yeah, I hope so. It's rough. And I mentioned on a Thursday night when I introduced my new case in South Carolina, justice for the new gentleman that we're standing for, Mr. Reed Smith, Daniel Reed Smith, that there are currently, it's a 50% clearance rate right now, basically. So of all the homicides, they're only able to arrest 50%. That's 50% that do not have justice for their loved one that was unalived by the hands of someone else. And that's a terrible statistic. And we have to work on that. We really have to work on that. So I hope you'll share out our channel, like I said, and please subscribe. And welcome to Friday Night Lives, where we discuss a little bit of the Karen Reed Trial 1.0. We'll do some comparing and some contrasting as we go forward in these weeks. And we're looking for witnesses review. Did they lie? Were they evasive? Did they tell the truth? Or was it a combination of all three of these things? And that's what we're doing here on Friday night. So I think we should jump right into it and talk a little bit. Let's talk a little bit about, well, I'm going to get the slide deck forwarded because I have 131 slides of information now that I keep adding to this deck case file for John O'Keefe every week. So now I'm up to like 130. So I'm going to flash forward here to get us to where we need to be to start out the night. But let's start out the night talking about Jen McCabe's makeover transformation. I mean, it was obviously noticeable right out of the gate, right, guys?
I can't help you with that one.
Right, you're still catching up, but we'll get you caught up. I think based on social media posts that I've read and that Julie and I and Sean and Kathy have all been talking about, I think most people saw it like right away. Like, wow, what happened? And then you have to take a minute and realize she has a spray tan. Absolutely. It's April. You don't get that tan in April, or she's been in a tanning bed, one or the other. She got highlights. She's wearing softer clothing. Those suit jackets, I think, made her look a little businesslike. And she's coming across this time as the stay-at-home mom from a small town and a sports mom. And so they're dressing her differently. And she had suits on all 3 days last year, which I personally love suit jackets. And even if I'm not working that type of job, I wore a suit jacket a lot. I liked them, but I find that interesting that they softened her up that much to be even to the level of her clothing. And then when she started speaking in this soft, almost pussy cat-like voice and constantly, looking at the jury and speaking softly and constantly thanking and apologizing and I'm sorry, I don't remember that, and thank you for the papers. I mean, it's so sugarly sweet. It's overkill. But unless you really studied her right the first time, this jury supposedly are on the jury because they don't know this case, and so they don't have the benefit of seeing what we saw last year, right, Julie?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like she took the advice that a lot of lawyers, and I don't know if Jim, you think this as well, but one of the lawyers in particular, her name's Catherine Loftus. She's on YouTube. Note My Objection. She does TikToks and stuff like that. And I mean, people say she's anti-free Karen Reed, but I mean, I think she calls it pretty straight. Like she's not gonna kiss anybody's ass, but like she.
Who are you talking about, Julie?
There's a woman. She's a Boston attorney. Her name is Catherine Loftus. She's
okay.
She's on a YouTube channel and TikTok, I guess. It's called Note My Objection. And she does local media. She does commentary with, I think, Channel 4, Channel 5, one of the local ones around. And she grew up in South Boston. She's local. And she said the last whenever they talked about Karen Reed, basically was like, she has to stop making the faces. She has to stop gesturing. She has to stop with like the posture of the faces and the scoffing and stuff like that. But then she also said, when it comes to clothes, she said, stop wearing suits because you look, like one of your lawyers. Wear a sweater, wear something softer to soften your appearance and look sad. And she got flack from it. And I'm like, well, I like every single time I've had to go to court, I put on a suit, and like I prefer suits to that's just how I am. But it seems like Jen McCabe took those exact same notes that she had that Catherine took for Karen Reed and took them and applied them to herself. Like she's the defendant on the stand going like, I'm soft. I have, my appearance is softened.
Right.
Hair's lighter. I'm very, like, oh, thank you. I apologize. No, I'm not the one who's no, not me. It's Carrie. Carrie's the one. Carrie was the talker last year. Now this year, she's the one who takes charge. She takes charge. And whenever the pressure gets on, Carrie goes right under the bus. It was Carrie that did it. Carrie's the one who talked to Poopa Tractor. Carrie was the one who did this. Carrie was the one who did that. So yeah, so it's just very different. Now, is she less combative?
I mean, somewhat. I think so.
her level of combativeness last year, like again, I didn't see the complete piece. Like we saw the piece last week last week that we did.
Yeah.
I didn't see the complete piece, but like like her level of combatantness, like she wanted to fight everything. This one, it's like if you're fighting at like a level 10, she's
Yeah.
at like a level like 7.5, 8. But when she gets into it, and it's like, why are you fighting on these? Like, why are you fighting every
Right.
little thing? Like, I don't get it. But
Go ahead, Jim.
she's still there, but
So yeah, that's. I mean, I think we've all done that in some things, but not witness stand in a murder trial. Like, don't pick fights, even just for your own mental well-being. Just let it go.
Yeah.
The battle is lost. But yeah, I was gonna say the thing with Karen's reaction. She should react less and all that. I get the point, but also if you go the other way too far, it's they don't look remorseful, or they don't look serious, or they don't look concerned. It's
Right.
you can always read anything either way, but
Oh, sure. And there's people on the other side, that are reading it the way they want to read it because that's how they feel. That their opinion is Karen hit him with the car. So they're going to look at all these witnesses in a different light, more favorable, and feel like Jackson is attacking her. I went through social media today after I got back from the doctor. I had to lay low for a little while. I got some lidocaine in the old neck and in the L4-5. And I saw so many comments by anti-free Karen Reed spinning what we feel about her testimony into something positive. And it's hard for me to like mentally grasp that. Like, how are you possibly taking this and spinning it into anything positive? But they're so focused on Karen having hit John with the car. For whatever reason, these people that are on social media, whether they truly do believe this or they're actually, plants, a lot of these social media accounts, it's hard to know if they're real people or not,
Yeah. That kind of makes me think about the first topic, the how she was appearing. I think you said sugary sweet.
Yeah.
That just hurts even more now by contrast. If she ends up, aggressively contesting everything by the end of her testimony, because her personality is just going to the jury's going to watch her personality completely change. And
right
now you're just worse off than if you would just been that way from the start.
Right. Exactly. So, I'm just going to fly through here to get to, that was the old one I had up from trial number 1, the many faces of Jen McCabe. So I just added her two new faces. I didn't get up the one from today yet, or do I have them all? I think I'm missing the one from today, but, Jen is really a study. I really think that, and you went to law school, so you can probably help me with that. And hi, I'm Kat. Welcome. Thanks for being here. Good to see you again. I think she's going to be studied for years and years to come, comparing how her demeanor was last year comparing to what we saw so far. Obviously she's done. So what we saw this year is to me just a complete different feel, constantly throughout all 3 of her days. I got a totally different vibe. And I can actually see where if I'm on a jury and I don't know the Jen from last year that was so much more aggressive, so much more animated, and not being at all nice to Jackson, no thank yous, no pleases, no you're welcomes. They don't know any of that. So they're only seeing who she's portraying now. So let's watch a little bit of her opening. And I'm curious what you guys have to say. I was driving when this was happening, and when I stopped for my first gas station break, my phone is blowing up from notifications that she literally took the stand at 2:27. Is that true?
Oh, that's what a lot of people said. Yeah, that she got sworn in 2:27, I guess. Okay.
I mean, that is eerily creepy if that is exactly right. I mean, I'm going to have to go back and see if I can pinpoint that somehow in one of the live streams to figure out what time it was, because a lot of people put it out there and I don't know if it's accurate for sure, but I know that it was after lunch, right? That she took the stand. Yep. So, I mean, this would be crazy, you guys, if this really is true and not just somebody putting out there on the social medias and then it spread like wildfire before anybody confirmed it. So I'm just saying, I don't have this confirmed yet, but if she literally took the stand and took this oath at 2:27 p.m., that is freaking crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's a kind of a funny coincidence, but I'm not going to.
What are the odds, though?
Yeah.
I mean, really, what
Yeah.
I mean,
for
there's
those
a
of
lot
us
of
that,
crazy shit that happened that beside the 227 that we can get into.
Julie, you're a science person though. This is pretty nuts, right?
Oh, numerology. I mean, you could do numerology with anything. Like one of my professors in college did that. Like, oh, the number 23 because 2 divided by 3 is 666. It's supposed to be the devil's number, and it's like, oh, but the number 20. And they made it a movie. Oh, the number 23. But what about the number 24? And they did the same thing. And it's like, no, you could find anything for it. But I mean,
Right.
yeah, is it exciting? Okay, but
Well,
Let's
what
see.
about this, guys?
oh, yeah,
MCAT just
that's
put up
MCAT. Yeah.
that her grand jury testimony was 227 pages.
Yep.
You just can't make this shit up, guys. I mean, come on.
You couldn't write a script like this that would get accepted. They'd be
I
like,
don't-
no, it's too corny.
I don't think so either. I just, wow, this
Crazy.
is crazy, crazy. All right. Well, let's watch a little bit of the direct, just to get a feel for her demeanor and how much she changed. And we'll chat about it a little bit. And then we've already got some clips pulled up of some highlight moments that we wanted to go over today.
Yep.
We can't possibly go over all 3 days
Nope.
of Jen McCabe's testimony tonight. We'd be here live streaming for 6 hours. We'd break our own record. We've already had a long record with this case. Like a couple of weeks ago, Julie and I streamed for like 4 hours and 40 minutes or something. We just had so much to talk about, and neither one of us were tired, and it's Friday night, so why not, right? But tonight we're going to have to. We're never going to get it all in. So we've picked and choosed a few key spots that we want to talk to our angry lawyer about. And we know that we're not going to try to wear him out either, even though he's on Pacific time. And it's you're on Pacific, or are you on Eastern?
Pacific.
You're on Pacific.
I grew up in Eastern.
Yes, that's what I thought. You used to be on Eastern, but now you're Pacific. Okay. So let me share my screen with you guys, and let's pull up let's start with the beginning here. Let's start with the beginning and see how that goes for us. And you guys just let me know that you can hear it okay. It didn't pop up. Hang on a second.
When you're talking about the many faces of Jen McCabe, I had the video popped up on my other monitor, and it was just Jen McCabe's face just staring right at me.
Oh, really?
She's everywhere. Yeah. It kind of freaked me out. It's like, how'd you get over there?
Could you imagine being on the jury, and then when she faces to address the jury, when she gets angry, just that face? I mean, I was watching through the television, and a couple of times it shocked me with the eyes. Like,
I would be scared of her if I was her friend and I ever pissed her off and she got mad at me. I think she would be someone to be scared of. Not violent as far as physical, but she has a very like a slicey tongue, and I think she could do some damage behind your back for sure. Yeah. All right, so let me get that. There we go. And let me know that you can hear it. MCAT says, I wouldn't be her friend. Yeah. But a lot of people, you don't know who they really are. They have a mask on, and they're nice to you in the beginning, and you think they're nice and you like them and you want to be friends with them, and then their real personality comes out later. It sure would be interesting to know how many of their friends are friends anymore.
You could probably speed this up a little. I mean, it's like 15 minutes of just like, oh, what do you do? You talk to mom, wonderful. Oh, aren't you so sympathetic?
Yes, I will do that.
That you pull the microphone close.
Okay, thank you.
That bookcase was driving me
Thank you,
crazy.
Your Honor.
She just
Ready?
3 books
Good afternoon.
on both
Good
counts.
afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the
Remember,
jury?
she has a curtain to
Hi,
join the
I'm
book
Jennifer
now, so-
McCabe, MCCABE.
I dropped from 198
got a
to 147 in just a few weeks.
Got it.
And all
I
I
need
did
these
was make the
commercials
real
are
pink
so
salt
annoying.
recipe. I started
Ms. McCabe, how old are you?
I'm 49 years old.
Are you married?
Yes, I am married with 4 daughters.
Without detailing your children's names, can you tell us a little bit about your family?
Sure, I have 4 daughters that are 16, 17, 19, and 21. 2 are in high school and 2 are in college.
In raising your children, was your family active in local sports?
Yes, all 4 of my daughters played multiple sports from when they were young. 2 now are playing in college. My husband and I both coached them. My husband coached them from when they were young up through 8th grade in soccer, and I coached them in basketball.
Without telling me your address, what town are you from?
I'm from Canton.
How long have you lived in Canton with your family for?
I was born and raised in Canton, and now I'm raising my family there.
So your family, their whole life, you've raised them in Canton?
Sounds like
1
a
year,
good person.
we lived in Stoughton with my daughter.
Good person.
Who do you live with now?
I live with my husband and my 4 daughters.
Can you briefly give me a little bit more background on your children's school?
No!
participation in
No!
children raising them?
Yeah, so I was a teacher, and then once I had children, I stayed at home with them, and basically was just kind of like your typical, I don't know,
Your
small town
coach?
mom. I was the room
Like a mom,
parent.
like a
I
mom.
coached them.
There we go.
So I love that, Ingrid and Julie. So here's the thing: right out of the gate, they're trying to paint her as this very homo, very, like, what's the word I want to use? Very
Monotone.
Homely.
clean, right? Very homey woman who lives in Canton and was born and raised there, and now she's raising her kids there, and her husband coaches and she coaches, and we're just the all-American family. That's what they're trying to portray to the jury, that this is an all-American family, that they would never be involved in anything nefarious. Save that word for later. Right. And so this was so rehearsed. This explains why she was in so many meetings with him, right?
You could have done a few more.
Yeah.
I like the part where he said, without telling your address, what town are you from? Like, you don't need to tell your address. You can just say, what town are you from? Those are just two different questions. That was funny.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, because he's not going to dox her, and he doesn't want her to dox herself to give out her address. So that was kind of a poorly worded question set there.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll just watch a little bit of this, and I'm going to fast forward to.
Actually, I think about it. It's kind of improper. It's like an implication that if you said your address, you'd be harmed. It's kind of sneaky in a threat against the witness implicitly.
Oh, good one. I didn't pick up on that. Yeah. All right, let me take us back. That was a good catch.
Thank you.
Let's see here, where are we? Whoops.
And
Would have been funny if she said she's from Seattle.
Yeah, so I was a teacher, and then once I had children, I stayed at home with them, and basically was just kind of like your typical, I don't know, small town mom. I was the room parent. I coached
what's
them.
A small town mom compared to a large town mom?
Yes.
When I coached, I drove the kids back and forth on my team, would take them places, etc.
That's not what a coach does.
The growth of your family and raising your children, at some point did you meet a gentleman by the name of John O'Keefe?
Yes.
Share with us meeting John O'Keefe.
Good friend.
Sure. When my third daughter was in kindergarten, she became friends with John's niece. And during that kindergarten school year, unfortunately, Kaylee's mother and father both passed away, and John moved in the house and became Mr. Mom.
When John took over guardianship of the children, did you assist in an active role in helping him?
Yes. Kaylee and my daughter were very close. So she would come over and play. My daughter would go over there. Kaylee would come and have sleepovers. A lot of times it would be on Friday nights. I would have Kaylee, and then another individual would have Patrick.
Had you known John O'Keefe well before he took over guardianship of the children?
No.
During the time when he was the guardian of the children, did your relationship, not just with his niece and nephew, but with him, grow any closer?
Yes, we became very good friends.
How close of friends did you become over the years?
Well, throughout the years, obviously, when they were younger, we talked more, just about the logistics of CCD, pickup, drop off, basketball, sports. But then he would also call me, about, as the girls got older, the girl drama, or, the hormones and things like that. He would also come over, and hang out and have a beer and, just talk about whatever was new in his life or going on, or, just the day in and day out struggles of his, life and raising the kids now and figuring it all out with, work and family and all that.
Leading into January 28th of 2022, so the jury understands, how close is your friendship with John O'Keefe at that time?
He was a very good friend of mine that I knew I could call for anything.
I want you to take us forward to January 28th, 2022. Do you remember that day?
That was the
Yes,
day
I
you
do.
were already on.
Do you remember it well?
Mhm.
Yes.
Take us to the early morning hours, January 28th, 2022. Did you learn there may be weather or a storm coming?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about that.
We all saw the report that there was going to be a big storm and nor'easter. So we all knew that basically all the Saturday activities were going to be canceled.
That includes sports?
Yes.
Was and is the sporting events for the children a big part of your life?
Yes. Back then I had, two in high school that played 3 sports, and they played club sports as well. And then the 2 middle school played club sports and town sports. So most of our weekends were taken up by.
If your neck looks like this, you need to watch this video. When you sit at your desk or use your phone, your head protrudes forward.
Kind of running from one sporting event to the next.
When you learned about the weather and the changing schedule, did it change your plans for that day?
No, not particularly. I had my day was pretty set out. I had my niece, and then I had sporting events. It was kind of my plans for the next day that obviously got changed.
Take us through the afternoon of the 28th. What's happening?
Well, I had my niece for the week, and she was picked up. My oldest was on the hockey team, and she was having a team dinner at the house. So I picked up pizza, got desserts, set it up for them. And then I left with my daughters and my husband, Matt, and we met some of the parents from the high school basketball team at a local pub to grab a bite and a drink before the basketball game, because my other daughter played on the high school girls basketball team.
What time was the basketball game set for that
Oh
night?
my God,
I
no.
believe it was 6 or 6:30.
Stop. I
Stop.
don't care. That's so much about sports.
Well,
But this is the
the thing
softer
is
side
that
of Jen.
this is what they did last year, Jim, but they went into it way more in depth with some of the other parents that they had on the stand that showed up at the waterfall that night, and where they were sitting in the bleachers and who won the game. And so they've obviously taken that out. I don't believe they're calling really any of those people. So now Jen has to continue to portray this. I want to know, everybody, if on replay, if you could let me know in the chat, or anybody live tonight. Hi, Kathy. Hi, Kim. Nice to see you. I want to know. I just want to know so much. It's all so mind-boggling, isn't it? With Jennifer McCabe, it's almost so much that my head feels like it's going to explode most of the days. But what is the difference between a city stay-at-home mom and a small town stay-at-home mom? Can someone help me with that one?
Texas.
Right. When she said that, I was like, you're a small town stay-at-home mom versus what? Moms that stay at home that live in New York or Boston, the city of Boston or LA, or, what are you getting at there, Jen? But this whole first part is so performative, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think anyone would just describes themselves that way when they're being genuine. It didn't even sound like, I'm from not a small town, but smaller than Boston. So I mean, I don't think I've ever heard anyone just refer to themselves as typical. I'm just typical. I'm a typical small town stay-at-home mom. It doesn't sound. People don't talk like that.
Right. No, they just don't. It's just so bizarre.
It
Like,
sounds like
juries.
she's auditioning.
Yeah, I like what MCAT said here. I gotta go down so I can see it. What if one of her daughters didn't like sports? This is her mom of the year identity. So affected. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I feel
Exactly.
try to take it back. Like, juries aren't stupid. They can tell when you're trying to paint a picture.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. All right. Let's listen to a little bit more of this pumping her up for the jury to be this awesome, perfect Canton stay-at-home mom who just all she does is make food for the kids and help them with sports. And I can relate to this a little bit though, about some of what she's saying, because I got to be a stay-at-home mom for a little bit when I was young. I worked out of my home for Special Olympics. But then as my kids got older, I got divorced and I had to work full time. And then the police officer gig was obviously full time. So, but I was very involved in my kids' school. I mean, I was volunteered for everything and anything because that's just my nature and my personality. I was the cheerleading coach at their school, the track. I mean, and when I talk about it, it's because I have such fond memories. So whenever I get with people and we talk about, how'd you raise your kids? Where'd they go to school? What did you do with your kids? I think most of us parents are proud to say what we did as parents. I was on the PTA. I was this, because that makes us feel good. But she's in a court of law. She's testifying in a murder trial. So the pumping of her up is not appropriate because she's supposed to be just a witness who saw what she saw, and she's supposed to be telling us about what she saw. Why does the jury need to have her peacock feathers brushed, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you made a good point too. I don't know if it reminded me if you made the point, but she didn't really talk about, she mentioned being the coach, I don't know how many times, but she never actually said anything, like had any fond memory. If you're going to do that, at least get something out of her that makes you like her. Not
right.
This is their first time meeting her, but you don't look at her and be like, oh, well, she had this thing happen and now I like her. It's just, I coached my kids. I drove them there and I drove them back. She didn't even reference coaching them.
Right, exactly. Because it's really like it's a stay-at-home mom resume is what she's throwing out at the jury right now. This is my stay-at-home resume of being this idyllic figure in Canton. All right, let's go back and watch a little bit of this so we get a more feel for that beginning, and then we'll dive into a couple of what we consider the early controversies. MCAT says let's see, what do you got for us then, Kat? I was an at-home mom for 10 years and I loved it, but I didn't align myself with the competition of the moms. It was too gross for me. And I had first child at 38, so I was told for that crap. Oh yeah, I remember that too, Kat. Yeah, that's insane what happens. Like it's the whole dance moms, ice skating club moms, gymnastic moms. I mean, they live through their children's accomplishments and everything is 100% about that child and that sport and whatever it is they're excelling in. You see it all the time and it's very disturbing.
So that's, how real is that? Like what you see on TV versus reality?
Right.
No, none of it's real. I mean, right off the bat, you could tell like, oh, this is somebody who everything is appearance and whatever she says goes. And if I say this, it happened exactly like this. Don't look at everything else. And like, I have to be the best. And, you know, I got to keep up with the Joneses because I am the Joneses. So,
yeah.
It's very
but
much
I'll
that.
tell you guys though, from raising two boys in sports, parents can be cutthroat. They can be freaking nasty. Like they will get on your case if you don't play their kid a certain amount of minutes. If your kid is benched for something they don't agree with, or if your kid does this, that, and the other.
She's that woman. She is 100% that woman who will come in and get in your face and be like, "Why didn't you play my daughter that shift?" And be like, "Well, because your daughter was dragging ass and she needs to get off the ice." Like she's that woman, in my opinion.
I think it's very possible. Yeah, I think it is. All right, I'll take us back here for a little bit. Let's see here.
Your kid's terrible.
Yeah, exactly.
I cut them, but I'm not allowed.
Oh, I got to go back. I don't want that one. StreamYard always gives me trouble sometimes with putting us back where I want us to go. There we go. Okay. Go back and start her up again.
Did you and your family go to the game?
Yes, we did.
After the game, what happened?
After the game, I drove my daughter home. My sister, Nicole, sent me a text and said that she was going to be at the waterfall. And it was my nephew's birthday. He was going to meet up. And did I want to come by for a drink?
What is your nephew's name?
Brian Jr.
It was his birthday that night?
Yes, it was.
When you received the call to meet with friends and family at the waterfall, do you remember what time that plan was made?
I don't. My sister sent me a text at some point letting me know she was going to be there. So I don't know what time.
After the game and after some time, did you go to the waterfall to meet your friends and family?
Yes, I did.
Describe very briefly, what's the waterfall?
It's just a local town bar.
Do you remember about what time you got to the waterfall?
About 9 o'clock.
When you got there, was there anybody there that you knew?
Yes.
Okay, now take us inside the waterfall. When you get there, who do you see?
I walk in and I see Julie and Chris Albert, my niece Caitlin, my sister Nicole, and my niece's boyfriend Tristan.
You said you saw Julie and Nicole Albert in the waterfall?
Yes.
Were you related to either of them?
Nicole is my sister.
This is the quickest way to pee out fat.
Good.
All these
God,
commercials have
man.
to do with
Stop
diet,
eating those. You're gonna blow
diet
up.
and
So
exercise.
Brian Sr. would be your brother-in-law?
Yes.
Also, you mentioned there was a niece.
Yes, Caitlin.
Is that Brian and Nicole's daughter?
Yes.
You mentioned the name Tristan.
She's so intense in these
Relationship
questions.
To your niece, to
Yeah.
Brian Albert's niece.
He's now her fiance.
Watch her
Was there anybody else
rapid
I missed?
blinking, guys.
That's all who was there. I'm not sure
When
if
she
Nick
gets
Kolakides
stressed,
was
she
already
does
in there when I
very
got there, if he
rapidly.
arrived right after. And then his wife joined us.
So when you're in the bar and you see your friends, what do you do next?
I immediately just, join them and sit down.
Were you eating, drinking?
I know I ordered a beer. They had appetizers on the table. I'm not sure whether I had any or not.
Were you drinking alcohol that night?
Yes.
As you're spending time with your family, did the night grow?
Yes.
Did you stay at the table where everybody was eating, or did you move inside the?
Oh my
We
God.
were pretty much right around the table.
Did anybody you knew join you or join the group at some point?
Yes. A little while later, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins joined us at the waterfall.
So when you first got there, was Brian Albert already there?
No, he wasn't.
Is that your brother-in-law, Brian Albert?
Yes.
And you said Mr. Higgins. Did you know Mr. Higgins?
I had met him a few times when he was out with Brian.
You had met him a few times
Brian's
before that
friend.
night?
Yes.
Were you friendly with him?
He was a friend of Brian's.
Was he your friend?
No, he's Brian's friend.
You knew who he was?
Brian's
Yes.
friend.
So when Mr. Albert and Mr. Higgins joined the group later, did they come directly to you, or did they stay somewhere else inside the bar?
No, they came over to our table, I believe.
How long were you in the waterfall for that night?
Approximately 9 to.
Remember the terminology friendly, because when we watched Colin Albert's testimony way back 2 months ago already, he uses the word friendly, and I've never heard of a high school kid or a kid of his at the time, of a kid of his age, I guess college now, but to use that word. And I'm wondering if they call him, I still don't recall it. Are they calling him again? Is he on the list?
So he's not third party. He's on the list though. But I mean, at this rate, who knows who the hell they're gonna call?
Right. So it'll be interesting to see. I think he got that he got coach to say that, yes. This was when he was talking about if he knew the Proctors and he said, yes, my mother is friendly with
Yep.
them.
Yeah,
And,
she's
and,
friendly
and
with
a
my
college
dog.
kid is, that's such a weird thing for a college kid to say, but now we just heard Brennan use it with Jen just now. That's his term. That's what makes me think that there was a lot of coaching going on with these witnesses then and now.
Ooh, little around midnight-ish.
About 3 hours?
Yes.
Do you have an estimate how many drinks you had, alcoholic drinks you might have had?
I don't. I don't know, maybe 2, 3.
Throughout the night, were you feeling any effects of the alcohol?
Not that I recall, no.
When the group was together, you mentioned a number of people have joined. Were you joined by other people later?
Yes.
Who were you joined by later?
John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
And you talked about your relationship with John O'Keefe?
Yes, earlier, yes.
Did you make plans with him, or did he just show up?
I believe he had started the conversation about the night with Chris Albert.
Chris Albert is a different Albert than Brian Albert?
Yes.
How was the relationship between them?
Brian Albert and Chris Albert are brothers.
Was Chris Albert there when Mr. Higgins and Brian Albert arrived?
Yes. Actually, Chris, did I miss him? Because Chris was there with Julie. Did I? I'm not sure if I said that when I was naming everyone at the table. I apologize.
You may have.
Okay.
So when you first got there, he was at the table with your
Yes.
sister?
Yes, he was.
When moments before John O'Keefe arrived with the defendant, what was the mood in the group?
Cheerful. Good mood. Everybody was just out having a drink. We all knew the storm was coming tomorrow, and just a typical average night.
Celebratory?
Yeah.
You said you were going to see Brian Albert Jr. for
Yes.
his birthday. Was Brian Albert Jr. at the waterfall when you got there?
No, he was not.
Was Brian Albert Jr. there anytime when you were at the waterfall?
No, he was not.
Without relating a conversation with some other person, did you have an understanding where Brian Albert Jr. was?
He was at home.
Did you historically or typically see Brian Albert Jr., your nephew, on his birthday?
Yeah, typically we always, get together. We try to and do a cake for whoever's birthday it is, and then whatever aunts or cousins are around come over.
When
Just grab a
John
birthday
O'Keefe
party.
arrived at the waterfall with the defendant, do you have a general estimate or guess, not guess, but a general estimate of what time they arrived?
Approximately 11.
When they first arrived, did you see them?
Yes.
Where did you see them coming from?
I saw them walk in.
When they walked in, did you react in any way?
Yes, I was happy to see them
Why were you happy to see them?
because I love John and I liked Karen.
So you were happy to see John?
Yes, very.
You were happy to see the defendant?
Yes.
Down.
Do you remember your first interaction with either John or the defendant that night inside the waterfall?
I believe John walked over to where I was, kind of to my end of the table, and then maybe Karen had walked to the other end of the table. But I would assume I probably hugged both of them when I saw them.
Worst breakfast for your waistline.
Oatmeal's healthy, right?
There's nothing good in oatmeal. Most oats cross react.
I like the.
I'm going to ask you not to
So-
if you don't know. That's
Okay.
okay.
Sorry.
You said that you had known the defendant as well.
Yes.
Do you remember how long she had been dating John O'Keefe up until that point?
I know I met her in July of 2020.
Had you had a chance to spend time or interact with her over that time before that night at the waterfall?
Yes, I had.
And share with us some of the moments or some of the reasons that you would interact.
The first time I met Karen, John had reached out. We would do pool days with him and his niece and his nephew. So he had told me he was dating a new girl and he wanted to bring her over. He said that she had multiple sclerosis. I also have multiple sclerosis. So he thought that would be something we could, we would talk and bond over. I said, yeah, great, bring her over. So her and John and Kaylee and Patrick came over. We had a pool day. I liked Miss Reed immediately. I thought we hit it off. It was really great, talking to someone my age that also had MS, because I didn't really know a lot of people who have it. So it was really nice to have somebody to relate to. Then moving forward, we would see them, it was my daughter's birthday party. When it was time for pickup, they would come in, have a couple drinks. Same thing for like a Halloween party, after basketball games.
So you spent time both with John and Miss Reed?
Yes.
Did you spend time with the defendant separately without John around?
No.
Did you become friendly with her?
Yes.
And were you friendly that night?
Yes.
After John and the defendant entered the bar and you agreed, did you interact or spend time with Miss Reed at the waterfall?
Yes, I did.
And speaking of the defendant, do you recognize her here in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Could you kindly point to her and describe an article of clothing she's wearing?
She's
Yeah,
sitting
you
right over
forgot
there
to
with
do
a
that.
black shirt or blue.
Right.
By the way,
Between
who
Attorney
talked
Jackson and
about
Attorney
this
United?
guy? Okay,
Yes, she
cool.
is.
What'd you say, Jules?
Like we're what 15 minutes into this, and he's like, "Oh, by the way, can you describe who this person that we're talking about?" And he's in the
Right.
courtroom. Oh yeah,
Right,
right over
right.
here. Oh yeah, that's who we're talking about. Okay.
So let's go back for a second. Where do we know the timestamp for the Julie Nagel thing?
Oh yeah, 5:55.
5:55.
Yep. Hang
Let's
on.
go take a look at that, because that's interesting. Julie pointed this out to me because I missed some of this when
Oh,
I was
sorry,
driving.
5:59.
Okay, I'll go to that. Let's take a look at that. Well, first of all, let me remind you of the of our Julie has been doing experiments like reconstruction experiments that are even more technical than what they're doing. The CW.
Well, then
So,
Ian Whitman, let me just throw my phone in the fridge and see what happens. And who knows if it's cold or not? Yeah,
I
that guy.
couldn't even believe that. I'm like, that is. I mean, it's one thing if we do it as a little experiment, but he's
Oh no. Wait a second. Disclaimer. Let me clarify that. It's one thing if we do if you want to take a phone and just throw it willy nilly in a fridge or a freezer, like that's fine. All that's going to do is that you threw a phone into something that's called a freezer and assume that it's cold, assume that it's frozen, assume that it's going to do whatever.
Right.
Like, if you want to, like what I've been doing, like we talked about, monitoring a freezer and monitoring, like I have a deep freezer and a freezer that's atop my refrigerator, and I actually went out and got digital thermometers to monitor to make sure that I could keep a consistent range of temperature because it varies somewhat, so that I could do a similar test. And I also got a heating pad at one of those cooking thermometers, again digital temperatures, so I could determine what the body heat is when I sit on something. I sat on it like an egg for 5 minutes to get temperature. I monitored the temperature. I monitored a heating pad to see if I can get it consistently at, I think it was 92 degrees that I ended up sitting on. See if I can monitor it. I didn't know that in the middle of a murder trial, some asshole from Canada was going to come down and go, "Hey, let me just take my phone and throw it in the freezer." And who knows what happened? I'm sure it got cold, but who knows? And then I'm not even going to convert from Celsius to Fahrenheit or in meters to feet. Yeah, who cares? I don't even know if it was cold in Canada in January. Who knows? Who knows? So it's one thing with doing experiments, but there's another thing to do them unqualified and just like willy nilly on a whim. So
right, exactly.
And moment.
Yeah, and we'll chat a little bit more about Whitman's testimony in a few minutes. Once we'll take a short stretch break in a little bit, and then we'll kind of go over him, because I really think that the winner chicken dinner was getting him to say yes, the phone could have been in the house, and he actually got him to say it.
Yeah.
All right, let me go back to.
I like the question. I like the part when you asked her if she saw Karen walk in. She said yes. It says, "Where did she come in? Where did you see her coming from?" She said, "The door." That was fun. I like that.
And why? What is the method to his madness? Like, why does it matter what door she came in? Right? There's no reason to ask her that. It is so many of Lally's questions were like that too. What if any door did she walk into?
Yeah.
I do miss Lally a little bit, though. I can't lie. I actually kind of became a little fond of him.
Come on.
All right, let's go up to the Nagel thing here. It's going to be at, you said 5.
5:59, 6 hours. Yeah, it's 5:59. It's a short clip, and then there's like 3 or 4 minutes afterwards, and then it gets good at the other times I sent you.
I'm actually going to play this part first, because before we get to that, because this is a little interesting here. Let's listen to this part a little bit. Then we'll get to the Nagel.
In that conversation, how long did that conversation take?
It was quick.
Was there any other conversation that you had with him other than that one conversation?
Yes, he called me back, and he was trying to find it.
Trying to find the address?
Try to find the house on Fairview.
Did he ask you for help trying to find the address?
I'm not sure his exact words, but yes, he needed help. And so I just said, I told him, just go down the street, go by Bella's house. It's at the bottom of the street.
So you used Bella's house as a point of designation to try to guide him to get to your sister's house?
Yes.
Tell us who Bella was to John.
Bella is my daughter and John's niece friend. So Bella is friends with my daughter, John's niece.
Okay. And was there any relationship between Bella's mother and John that you knew of?
So there was an objection there. I'm assuming because he doesn't want them to get into this whole Bella story, because it's hearsay about who John dated in the past, right?
Yep.
Would that make sense?
Yeah, I think so. I didn't quite hear part, but I think that's right. Yeah. It seemed like the sort of thing they would have talked about in advance, but
right. And it's not a super long sidebar, and the ticker is so touchy to move. So I'm just gonna let it roll, and we can chat a little bit. But
Yeah.
This is the section where she's talking about how they were on the phone together because John couldn't find the house because he'd never been to Brian Elber's house. And this is kind of an interesting section here about the timing.
Do you guys ever watch the Three Stooges?
What?
Do you guys ever watch the Three Stooges?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay. You know, in the Three Stooges, whenever it was a skit with Curly, whenever they mentioned Niagara Falls, when they would go Niagara Falls, inch by inch, step
Oh
by
yeah.
step, it would be
Yeah.
like a triggering event, and Curly would get all like, like hot and bothered and get all like, animated and start to get heated and flip out and turn into a, like raging lunatic. I think Bella's mom is the Niagara Falls of this, where it's like whenever you mention Bella's mom, it's like Bella's mom, slowly but slowly, inch by inch.
That's a
Ridiculous.
good analogy.
This is like a comic. This is like a cartoon.
Yeah, that's a good analogy, Julie. So MCAT says John was a player and a bad boyfriend. And I have to agree with her. I mean, if he wants to, I mean, the thing about John O'Keefe is that he chose, I think he had reasons not to get married. Either he never met the right person for him, or he enjoyed dating and he just liked meeting new people and always had some new thrill. There's a lot of people that just have no desire to get married, and there's nothing wrong with that. If you're not stepping out on anyone, if you're not cheating on anyone behind their back, you're just playing the field and everyone knows that you played the field. That's your choice, right? I just don't see, I don't really know. I mean, had he lived, he might not have ever gotten married. He might have been a perpetual bachelor, forever. So I think when it came to like stressful situations with his girlfriends where maybe they needed more or wanted more than he could really give, then you're going to have arguments. I've had that happen to me after my divorce with various people that I've dated, where I wanted more from the relationship than they did. And that's going to cause tension and that's going to cause hurt feelings. But it's really no one's fault. It's just that you're not meant to be together. You're not meant to be with that person because they don't want the things that you want out of a relationship.
That guy's good.
What does Kathy say? Kathy says, Paul in red. This is before he was ousted from this seat Wednesday morning. Ah, yes. Thank you, Kathy, for reminding me about that. I missed this part because I was driving in where I didn't have some service. I was in the mountains of Tennessee and I lost service for a while trying to play it on my Bluetooth. So yeah, I actually, we're going to get to that. Thanks for reminding me. I made Paul his own slide in my little slide deck. So Paul has his own slide now. So thanks, Kath. I appreciate that. And MCAT says it's okay not to be married, but he could have been a better boyfriend.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely.
That second phone conversation you had with John, do you know about what time that was?
I don't, it would be after 12:15, but before 12:30, approximately between that.
Were you still driving when you had that conversation?
Yes.
And at some point you told us you arrived at your sister's home and went in.
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to move forward now to when you were inside the house. Tell us generally when you first got there and saw everybody, what were you doing?
I just sat down at the table. I started talking to them. We were listening to music. Typical night.
Okay. Anything stand out as far as music or interaction with the group?
No, we were just laughing, telling stories. At one point, I'm not sure if it was at some point, my other nephew had been over my house and had shown me this video on his phone. And it was a family inside joke. The video was a music video from a long time ago. And so I was telling my other niece and nephew, oh my gosh, you have to see this video. It's hysterical. And then we started playing it and watching it.
What was the video?
It's Raining Men.
Did that get a lot of playtime during that get together?
Well, I have one sister who sometimes has a little too much to drink, takes out an umbrella and will dance. So it's a family joke.
While you were at your sister's house, what area of the house were you spending time in?
Yeah, I was in the kitchen.
What was the mood of everybody in the house as far as you remember?
Everybody was in a great mood.
Was there any fighting?
No.
Any arguing?
No.
Any violence?
Umbrella.
Was it a celebratory mood?
Yes.
As you were in the house, were you waiting for anybody else that you expected to come?
Yes, I was expecting John and Karen to come.
At some point when you're in the kitchen, let me ask you a little background. As you're in the kitchen of that house, can you see outside from the kitchen area?
They had blinds or something down, but if the blinds were up, you could see out.
Were the blinds up?
No.
At any point, were you able to see outside from inside the house?
From the front door, yes.
Is the front door, is it glass?
But
Yes.
Brian Albert
At some
Jr.
point
said
when you
he
were
was
with
looking
everybody
out the
in
window.
celebration, did you have a chance to look outside?
Yes.
And when you looked outside, what did you see?
I saw a dark SUV out front.
Did you know whose SUV that was?
I believed it was Karen's.
Could you see who was in it?
No,
At that point of night, what does the weather look like from the front door?
it's dark and it's snowing, and I could see, brake lights.
Did you see
dark.
if that SUV moved at all?
I didn't see the SUV actually move, but I saw
Oh,
it
you
in
hear
a few
that?
different locations.
How many times did you look out?
Can't give you an exact number of how many times I looked out. I can tell you
Okay, so that's a problem, right?
Yep.
That's a problem. She said in her testimony that we just listened to last week from trial 1, she was very clear about looking out the window, Matt was looking out the window. Brian Jr. testified that he was looking out the window for Julie Nagel's brother to come. So they must have had the blinds up or in a fashion that they could see out. And then her testimony was so clear cut that she saw Karen Reed move up. Do you guys remember all that?
Yep. Sure do.
So now all of a sudden she didn't see her move up, but the next time she looks, it's in a different position. No, Jenny. I'm gonna have to go clip that for next week so we can like run them like right next to each other, because this is a problem. I didn't catch this when I was listening to this part. I listened to this part back, but I did not catch that. And so there it is. There's lie number 1 for, well, who knows how many lies we're up to with her right now. We should have been keeping track. Hard to say.
I saw the vehicle first straight out from the front door. Then I saw it up at the flagpole, and then I saw it further up from the flagpole.
Were you studying the car at all?
No, it was quick glances.
Did you have any reason to study it?
No,
What were you expecting was going to happen?
I was expecting John and Karen to come into the house.
Did they ever make it in the house?
No, they did not.
As you were waiting,
Aaron
were you
didn't.
doing anything else in addition to waiting for them to come in?
Well, we don't
Yeah,
know.
so I was sitting at the table. Someone made mention of a car out front. So I got up, went to the door, looked out, and then I would go back to the table, and where we were just all laughing, talking, playing music, just hanging out, not really thinking much about anything.
Did you ever reach out to John when you thought the car out front was the defendant's car with John in it? Did you ever reach out to him?
Yes, I did.
How did you reach out to him?
I texted him
Do you know if there was a phone call that was made to you before 12:30? A 7-second phone call?
from John.
Yes.
I don't.
You mentioned you had spoken to him about directions. Is that the last time you heard his voice?
Yes,
When the car was out front, did you exchange
That's
text messages, or were
misleading.
you simply texting him?
I was texting him.
Do you remember what you were texting him?
The first time I said here,
What do you mean by here? Was that
like
exclamation point?
hair question mark, because that's when I saw the car.
You were wondering whether that was him?
Yes.
Did you send any other text messages that you can remember?
After I saw the car move locations, when I saw it go up to the flagpole, I said, pull behind me.
And do you remember any other communications you had with him? Was he texting you anything?
No,
Did he ever text you again that night?
he never texted me again.
Never called again?
No.
Did you continue to text him over the next 15, 20 minutes?
I did, yes.
And so at some point, did you realize that John O'Keefe and the defendant weren't coming in the house?
Yes, when the car was gone.
Did you ever go outside through the storm down to the flagpole to speak to them?
No.
Why not?
Why would I?
I was just asking.
I had no reason to.
Why would I?
When you were in the house, at some point, did you notice that the car was gone?
Yes.
Were you marking?
I find that so incredibly strange. So you invited 2 of your friends back to the house for an after bar party. That's what we call it here in Wisconsin, an after bar party, where you go hang out with friends after bar. And you are so concerned about if they're coming in or not that you just keep going to the door. And you even knew what time you were going to the door, and have a clear memory of Karen moving her SUV up closer to that flagpole where they need it to be to fit their narrative. But yet you never thought to just go outside and walk up to the car and say, hey, guys, what's going on? You're coming in. We're having a great time in here. That's a 1 + 1 = 2. I bet you 99 out of 100 people would have walked. It wasn't snowing that hard yet at that time. We're talking 12:15, 12:20. It wasn't that bad. She could have easily just ran outside really quick, tapped on the window. Hey, you guys coming in? That's what a normal person would have done. I think 99. That's just my guess. What do you guys think?
Yep.
Yeah, probably. Unless you think it's like a fight or something like that, and you don't want to.
But why would
You
you?
wanna
Why
stay
would
away
you
from
though. See, here's the thing. That whole fight thing is a bunch of crap because John and Karen were not fighting. There's no way they got into a fight in 6 minutes. They were hugging on each other and lovey-dovey in the bar. And everybody that testified in trial 1 said there was no problems with them. They were happy. I don't believe for a second that they got in a fight like the level that they're saying. If they got in a fight, it was because Karen knew the vibe was off. Karen's a smart woman. I think she knew the vibe was off with Higgins and Albert and what was going on with that dancey dance that we showed from Microdots, a couple weeks ago with the grab ass and that weird behavior by Albert and Higgins. If they got in a fight, it would have been something to the effect of, I really don't want you going in there, John. I don't think you should go in there. And he's like, I'm going in with you or without you. So that maybe they had that, but they certainly didn't have a fight. When you use the word fight, that automatically puts in people's brains like screaming and yelling at each other. And with some people, an altercation of punching, slapping, hitting. It's a terrible word to use when you talk about two people having a disagreement about something. And of course, they're going to push that. They're going to push that in some, she says it multiple times in the 3 days. Karen and John were probably in a fight. Why would we assume that, right? Why would anybody assume that unless it was already, the seed was planted by someone nefarious like Jen, right?
Nefarious.
I mean, I wasn't saying that they actually got into a fight. I'm saying if I saw my friends like moving up and outside the house and they're not coming in their relationship.
When she come out,
they're arguing or something.
But how would you know they were arguing? You'd have no clue.
I don't know. I mean, they're shooting those coming. I'm not trying to apply to this situation. I'm just saying that I probably give them space.
I'm giving you pushback, right? I'm just giving you pushback because the men are from Mars, women are from Venus, men are from Mars thing. I think maybe a guy wouldn't go out to the car and say, hey, aren't you guys coming in? But I can guarantee you a woman would. So women in the chat and women in replay, please let me know in our friend zone, your take on this, because I find it absurd that she didn't just walk out to the car and say, hey, what's going on? You guys coming in or not?
Yeah. Okay. We'll go the other way. Like they're making out or something. You don't want to disturb them. Could be. It was love, not war.
There you go. I like that, Jim. I prefer that. That's better. Okay. But the thing is that she was getting herself, the way she presents it is that she was getting herself worked up about why they weren't coming in.
Yeah.
Right? Because if you don't give a shit if they come into your party or not, then you're not going to keep getting up, looking out the fucking window all the time. You're just going to party and you're going to do what you're doing. And if they come in, they come in. If they don't, they don't. So what is this obsession with her constantly going to look out to see what they're doing?
Yeah. You actually reminded me of something. She said she recognized the car as Karen's, but I think she said she texted John because she saw the car and like didn't know whose car it was later on. I think she said something like that.
She's claiming is she claiming now she's not sure that was Karen's SUV?
I don't think so.
I don't buy it because guess what? She just got done telling us how often they get together after basketball games and they hang out and they come over and they're at pickup. They pick up the kids together. She knows what Karen's SUV looked like.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not 100% sure I heard it right.
We all know what our friends' cars looks like. I mean, people that we spend a significant amount of time with, we remember what their car looks like. Right?
Yeah, I think so.
I think so. So I think she's just full of crap. Let me quick check the chat box here. Shauna's with us. Hey, Shauna, girl. I hope you're feeling better. She's having allergy issues. Kathy's been having allergy issues. It's a terrible allergy time. Everybody, hi, Shauna. And welcome, Kim, one of our newest subscribers. She's good friends with my friend Kathy, and I've met Kim many times. Thank you for your service as a nurse, Kim. And Kathy both were in the medical field. I think Kim still is, actually. So she says, yes, most people would walk out and welcome them in. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. See, I just think that's exactly what would have happened if all was normal. Shauna says, I'm so confused with the times. Oh yeah. Karen, MCAT says Karen didn't like the vibe and didn't want to poop there, which is understandable.
Totally fair.
That is totally fair. I mean, when you have IBS issues and you're having a bad day, or in her case, she has a lot of bad moments. I totally get it. And that's why she wanted to have her own bathroom when they stayed at the hotel in Aruba, because she didn't want to have to worry about the kids, taking up the bathroom and then her suddenly needing to have that rush to go like you do when you have that type of disorder. It's not pleasant. And it's not, most people just want their own space with bathroom space as we get older, or if we're suffering from an autoimmune or any type of issues. So, yes, Shauna says the blob is here. Yes, the blob is here, Shauna. The blob will be making another appearance soon. Yeah, you're right. She totally knew Karen's Lexus. Absolutely. They spent enough time together picking up kids and dropping off Kim. Shauna says, hi, Kim. Welcome to the team. And Julie says, exactly, Shauna. I've been to places here in Mass with teammates and people to check if things are okay. Yep. And you're still in the medical field. Great. As a receptionist. Oh, good for you. I hope you get to retire soon though, Kim, but I know you're younger than all of us. So I know you have more time to put in, but thank you for what you do for people. People work in the medical field are so important and so necessary. Shauna says, of course she knew her car. She just was with her at the waterfall. And MCAT says, I'll tell anyone who enters my house, I'll pooping in the basement, not my powder room.
That's a good rule.
That's a good rule to have.
I was picturing like somebody you've never met walk into the door, like, hello, nice to meet you. Poop in the powder.
Right. Hi.
The powder room.
All right, I'm going to put this back on. I've got to run the puppy out, so I'll be gone for just a little bit. So Julie will interact with you all, but I'm just going to let this roll for a little bit more where we're at right here.
The time or keeping track of it?
No.
After you didn't see the defendant's car anymore, did you stay?
Yes.
How long do you think you stayed for at the house?
I stayed till about around 1:30, 1:45-ish.
Did anybody else come in the house up until 1:45?
No.
Did people leave at certain times?
Yes, people did leave.
Who was the first to leave?
Brian Higgins.
Do you remember about what time he left?
I don't.
And after Mr. Higgins left, do you know who left?
I'm not sure. I believe it was us, and then my niece Caitlin was also like at the door. It was kind of in a row. Brian left, and then a little bit later, I think it was, myself, Matt, Julie, and Sarah left. But Caitlin was at the door. I believe she was waiting for her ride.
How much longer after Mr. Higgins left did you leave?
Maybe a half. I honestly can't say. I think he was there for a while I was there. So maybe he left anywhere from 15 minutes, approximately 15, 20 minutes before I did, or maybe a little more.
You mentioned that you had left the waterfall after midnight.
Yes.
And you had phone calls with Mr. O'Keefe along the way.
Yes.
Do you know that there are phone records with your text messages and phone calls in them?
Yes.
And do you know whether your phone records reflect the time of your calls with Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And your text messages?
Yes.
When you were texting and Mr.
Wait, that's not possible.
O'Keefe, when the Lexus or the car was in front of the house, rather, was Mr. Higgins still there?
What time?
Yes.
What are some of the things that everybody did along that night before you left?
She didn't know what time she did stuff.
What happened inside the house?
Yeah.
Nothing. We basically just sat around the table, talked, laughed, listened to music, chit-chatted.
Celebratory?
Yes.
Was there ever any fighting?
No, none at all.
Any arguing?
None at all.
Any physical interaction?
No, none.
When you decided to leave that night, did you say around 1:45-ish?
Yes.
When you left around 1:45, was there any events that happened that night that would cause you unrest or excitement or your heartbeat to raise?
No.
When you decided to leave, you and your husband, where were you going to go?
We were dropping off Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, and then we were going home.
Had you planned on dropping them off earlier in the night?
No, when we got there, Julie's brother had pulled up to pick them up, and
I won't ask you what was said because you weren't there.
Oh,
but
okay.
At some point, did you come to an understanding that you would give them a ride home?
Yes.
Did you offer?
Yes.
Who was going to drive home between you and your husband?
Matt drove home.
When you left, I want you to describe as you step out into the driveway or the
Everybody
walkway.
listen.
Was it the front door or side door, if you remember?
I walked out the front door.
Is the weather like it was when you first got there?
No, it's picked up.
Tell us what you mean by it's picked up.
So as I walk out, you kind of go, the walkway is to the left. So I walk down the steps, I go to the left. The snow was coming, it was cold, the wind was picking up. So I kind of just like curled up and ran to my car quick to get in.
What part of the car did you get into?
Front passenger,
Who was driving?
Matt.
And where were the other two people?
Sarah and Julie were in the back seat.
Who was in what slot?
I'm not exactly sure.
So both of the young women were in the back seat?
Yes.
Was there any conversation when you got into the car?
We got in the car and they were teasing me
Why were they teasing you?
because I had like bread and maybe peanut butter in my car.
Why did you have bread and peanut butter in your car?
I had my niece for the week, and I was
Say it.
dragging her like to all my kids'
Peanut
sporting
butter
events. So we
jelly
go from
time.
like one game
knew
to
it.
another game to a practice. So sometimes instead of always giving her McDonald's or Dunkin' Donuts, I'd try to throw her a peanut butter sandwich.
And they were making fun of you?
Yeah.
There are other options.
As the car backs out of the driveway, tell us what you're doing.
I'm talking to the girls.
You just moved your head.
Yes.
Does that mean anything?
Yes.
How?
They were both sitting behind me. So I was like
I
turning
looked
and,
away from the shock and
chatting and
horror.
talking.
After your husband pulls out of the driveway, do you start to drive home?
Yes.
If the
Yes.
house is on my right and you're driving, are you in the passenger seat closest to the house or furthest away?
Passenger seat closest.
So you're driving, if you look at a picture of the house,
Mhm.
you would be driving from right to left?
Yes.
So as you start to drive or your husband starts to drive the car, what direction are you looking in if you remember?
The back seat.
Did you drive by the front of the house, do you know?
We pulled out of the driveway and went up Chapman.
And your husband and you passed by the front of the house?
Yes.
Did you pass by the flagpole?
Yes.
Were you looking at the flagpole?
No.
And how dark was it at that point?
It was dark.
Snow?
Yes.
It's black, right?
As you're passing the flagpole, do you hear or see anything remarkable?
She didn't see the
No, I'm not
flagpole,
really
so she
paying
didn't know when that
attention.
happened.
Just chatting to the girls, and Matt's just focusing on driving.
When you're talking to the girls and they're making fun of you, what's the mood in the car?
We're all laughing and joking.
Where do you go next?
That was
We
fun.
drive Julie Nagel home.
Peanut
After you drop off the
butter
Snaggle, where do you go?
jelly.
We drop off Sarah Levinson.
Is the weather constant?
Yes.
After you drop off the young woman in separate spots, where do you go?
We went home.
Can you tell us when you get home what happens next?
We go in the house. I go up to bed. Matt makes himself a snack and then joins me upstairs.
Do you have a telephone?
A snack.
Yes.
An iPhone?
Yes.
When you go to bed, do you stay up at all?
Yes.
Do you use your iPhone?
Yes, I do.
What were you doing?
I texted a few people and then I did a couple of Google searches.
And what were the searches for?
One, my daughter had played in a basketball game earlier in the night and it was a very good game. So I went and I read the report on it. And then my other daughter had an offer to play on a basketball team. So we had to make a decision about whether or not we were going to accept the spot. So I was just looking up that basketball club.
Other than those regular searches that one would do, was there anything remarkable about what you were searching at 2:27 that time frame?
No.
Testify.
Yes.
After
Absolutely,
you were
yes.
looking at websites for
Absolutely.
your child sports, what did you do?
I put my phone down and went to sleep.
And up to that point, had there been any discord or fighting or arguments in your world?
No.
Peaceful
Have
night?
there been any fighting in your
Did you go to
world?
sleep, Mr. Cade?
Yes.
Did you sleep through the night?
I know. What
I
kind
typically
of a
get up to go to the
choice word
bathroom.
is that?
So that I could have gotten up possibly to go to the bathroom.
Did anything
look at this,
remarkable happen in
qualifying
the early
it.
morning hours of January 29, 2022 that changed that peaceful mood into something else?
Yes.
I want you
The
to share with
shock
the
and
jury
horror.
the first thing that happens that changes everything.
At 4:53, my phone rings
God,
and I
here
look
we
at my
go.
caller ID. I look at the phone and it's Kaylee,
who's
John's
Kaylee?
niece. John's niece. And I say hello. And she said, well, basically she relayed to me that
When you pick up the phone, could you hear a voice on the other end?
I heard a voice and a lot of screaming.
And the voice you heard, is that Kaylee, John's niece?
Yes,
And the screaming, was it a man or a woman screaming?
it was a woman,
How loud was that person screaming?
very loud.
Could you make out anything that
Here it
person was
comes.
saying as they were screaming?
My name was screamed a lot. And then the other individual ended up getting on the phone with me.
And who's that person that was screaming in the background?
Miss Reed.
How long was she screaming for while you were speaking to your niece before you spoke to her?
The entire time I was speaking to Kaylee, she was screaming.
Describe her demeanor.
Miss Reed's.
Yes.
Jen.
That's not
And then she's
demeanor.
screaming that
That's not
John
demeanor.
didn't come home.
Yeah.
She left him at the waterfall. She was hysterical. I was very hard to follow what she was saying.
How long did that first call last for?
I'm not sure how long, maybe possibly a few minutes, but it was loud enough and long enough that my husband shot up in bed thinking one of my kids had come in the room screaming.
Without saying what your niece said, could you describe your niece's demeanor when you first spoke to her? I mean, John's niece's demeanor.
I would say Kaylee sounded concerned, uneasy.
During that phone call, other than the screaming and the screaming of your name, did the defendant give you any information other than she had dropped John off at the waterfall?
They'd gotten into a fight. She had left him there and he didn't come home.
And when you were woken up, were you in a sleep when you were woken up?
Yes, I was sound asleep.
What was your mental state like when you first woke up and got that call?
Well, I had been up late. I had taken my medication that I take for my MS. So I was definitely a bit groggy when I first woke up. So immediately I just wanted to help her. She was hysterical. Kaylee was upset. So I went
And her
into
tail light
that
was
kind of
cracked
mom
when she
mode
said,
of
"I
what can
did
I
it."
do? How can I help? So I immediately was like thinking, okay, well, if you left him at the waterfall, let me think who was still there, or, how can I help you? How can we find John?
Did you have a plan when you ended that first call?
I did. I knew Chris Albert had still been at the waterfall when I left. So I thought if Karen and John had gotten into a fight, maybe Chris had walked out of the bar and Chris lived local to the bar. I thought maybe they walked back to Chris's together.
So what did you do?
So I called Chris Albert's wife, Julie.
Did you speak to her?
No, she never answered.
After you had a moment to make a phone call and think
Never
about things, did your
answered.
head become any more clear?
Interesting.
It did. And I was, reminded by my husband that
So let's take a look at something here. we're going to hear a lot more about this. And by the way, my mom and Wendy got pizza. I like to do pizza on Fridays. It's a kind of a family tradition from when I was a kid. We always did pizza after Friday Night Lights. And so I started doing my pizza thing on Friday Night Lives, but I haven't done that in a while. So I just walked out to take Tanner to the bathroom and there's pizza in there. Hey, who knew? Yeah, nice, right? And happily angry Jim. I just do the pushback because it makes for good banter.
Oh yeah. Well,
I totally appreciate your opinion, 100%. And having been in relationships throughout my life, I do know how quick you can get in an argument with your significant other. If one person's just off or crabby, or if just one thing is said and you get that worm in your brain. And if Jen, if she was on speaker when she said "Turn by Bella's house," and Karen knew about Bella's mom and knew that she was a former girlfriend, and she's drinking, and that could have tweaked her. And so they might have gotten into a little squabble over that, right?
Yeah, I mean, it could. I just meant more the hypothetical, not like whether they were.
Yeah. So
But-
I'm just gonna flash forward here. Hey, no, you ate all your dinner, mister.
Did I hear something? I think Brennan asked her, "Did you track or mark time or write down the time or anything like that?" And she said no. And then he asked her, "Have you seen your phone record?" Or, "Hey, buddy, have you seen your phone records and your text records? And are the times of those records accurate?" And she said yes. So she couldn't have known. She can't have known about those records, right? I mean, she doesn't know what time it is.
Right,
reality.
exactly.
Oh. Now my dog just looked at me like I did that.
I just want to read you guys something. So give me 2 seconds. I guess I don't have to put it up because I'm just going to read it to you. So let me put her back up here. So I'm just going to my deck for a second, and I'm just going to read to you something that I found that I had from trial 1. You're okay, Tanner. You're okay. Eat your dinner. Eat your dinner. He woke up from his little mini nap that he was having, and I put this somewhere to save it. Here we go. So Julie told me today when we were talking and prepping for this to decide what clips we wanted to show, and I wanted to make some new memes. So I found this. So Julie told us, now this is Officer Yuri Buchanek's report. So this was respectfully submitted. Come here, buddy. Come here. You're okay. You still have food right there. Respectfully submitted, Sergeant Yuri Buchanek, badge number 3543, Massachusetts State Police, Norfolk District Attorney's Office. Julie told us, come here, buddy. Enough barking. He doesn't usually bark, does he, Julie? We usually get through our entire live streams. He usually just sleeps. But he did not get to do a lot of walking today because my back is out. So I couldn't walk him like we usually walk a lot every day. So sorry for the barking, guys, but he's still in training. All right, let me read this to you. You'll remember this from trial 1. Julie told us that she was asleep at 4:55 a.m. on January 29th, 2022, when her phone woke her up and it was Jen's missed call. And that is how she found out about John dying. 4:55 a.m. That's impossible, right? Because nobody knows John is dying at 4:55 a.m.
Did he say the missed call let her know that he was dying? Did I hear that wrong?
Yeah, he wrote in his report that Julie Albert told him that we were sleeping she was sleeping at 4:55 a.m. when her phone woke her up and it was Jen's missed call. And that is how she found out about John dying.
I mean, that could just be Yuri not knowing how to write.
Well, it's possible, or but it's very possible. I don't know. He's got the point that this is point number 5. Yeah. So it's quite a long report. I like to give the police the benefit of the doubt, most of them, because you do take report writing classes and you learn how to write a police report, and police reports are then passed over to the lieutenant above you to be approved. So there's lieutenants that approve the police reports. You don't just get to write your police report and submit it. It has to be approved. Come here, buddy. By someone above you. So I think that this is going to be very interesting when Jackson crosses Julie about it. All right, let's go back.
We had seen Karen in John's car outside of Fairview.
When he reminded you, did you independently remember the text messages that you sent to John earlier that evening?
Immediately, I was like, "Oh my God, you're right."
Did you remember that you had seen?
Oh my God, you're right.
You're right. Car in front of the house and near the flagpole. Okay. What did you remember? What came to mind after you spoke to your husband about your memory from earlier that evening?
The minute he said it, I remember seeing the SUV and then all the text messages that I had and the phone conversation with John.
So after the defendant spoke to you and said she had left the defendant at the waterfall, and you had time to think about your memories, did you react or do anything with that?
Yes, I believe I called Kaylee back.
Why did you call Kaylee?
I didn't have Miss Reed's phone number.
When you called Kaylee back, did you speak to anybody?
Yes, I believe Kaylee and then Miss Reed.
When you first spoke to Kaylee, could you hear anything other than Kaylee?
The screaming.
Was it any different, or was it similar to the first time you spoke by phone?
Similar to the first time.
Regarding the demeanor or intensity, had it changed at all?
Not at all.
You mentioned the first time that you had that phone call, the defendant was screaming your name. Jen,
Yes.
Jen, Jen. Was she saying your name in the second call, or was it just general screaming?
My name. And then when she got on the phone, I had told her, Karen, I saw you guys outside of my sister's house. And then she told me she didn't remember being there. And then she went on to say, she started saying, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? I don't. And then she just was just all over the place, like screaming my name, screaming so many different things. She was hard to follow or understand.
When she was saying to you, did I hit him? Could have I hit him? Was that before or after you informed her that you had seen her out front of your sister's house?
It was after I told her that. She also informed me that she had cracked her taillight.
In that conversation, she told you that?
In one of the
Remember that?
conversations I had with her in my bedroom, yes.
When you
At
told
5
her
o'clock
that
in the
you had
morning.
seen her out front, she had said that she didn't.
Mr. Lawyer.
Did she say? I'm pretty sure she said she wasn't sure about the car at one point.
Right. But here's
No,
the
she's-
thing, guys. She's now claiming that Karen told her over the phone in her hysteria that she had a cracked taillight and that she's at that time saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him?
Yeah.
I don't remember that from the first trial, that she was claiming that on that first phone call that Karen said that. And she couldn't have cracked her taillight yet because she hadn't left.
Jen
Or
didn't say it. Matt McCabe said it. Remember, because that's what I think it was MCAT brought it up last week, saying that. No, I'm sorry, not last week. When we watched Matt McCabe was the one who said, "Oh, she was screaming and she said that Karen cracked the taillight." Well, how do you know that at 5 o'clock in the morning? You don't, because it didn't happen yet. At least when she drove it into the Traverse.
Right. Because and if Karen let's just say she did hit him, she obviously didn't remember that she hit him. And would she would have had to have gone back outside and checked her car for damage in order to know that she had a broken cracked taillight at 5 a.m.?
To me, it's just, so she's testifying that she was just screaming unintelligibly,
Right.
except for two critical admissions that are just
Right,
great for the
exactly.
prosecution. Like,
Right. Exactly, Jim. That's a great point, that she's hysterical. She doesn't know where John is. She thinks he might have been killed, or, he didn't come home. Like she's saying, he would never leave Kaylee home alone because Patrick was at a slumber party, and that he assumed that Karen was going back home to her own home, and that he would never leave Kaylee by herself. So she's hysterical and upset and scared because John never came home. But like you just said, she's going to be very cognitive the next second and say, oh, I think did I hit him? Could I have hit him? I think I cracked my taillight at 5 a.m.
yeah, I don't know.
It just doesn't line up. But if this true, let's just play devil's advocate here. Let's go to the anti-Karen Reed side. If she did hit John with her car, and if she did have a memory of it when she woke up at 4:30, 5 a.m., she could have gone out to check to see if she had any damage to her car. That's the first thing most people would do if they drink too much and they don't really remember their drive home, and then they wake up and they're suddenly like, holy crap, did I get in an accident? And the first thing you're going to do is go out and check your car. Then she's going to, for whatever reason, she picked two of the worst people to call for help. I still am flabbergasted by this, that why didn't she call one of their other friends for help, right? They had other friends. John had other friends. I mean, I just still can't believe that those are the two people she called for help that turned out to be, not on her team. So I don't know, like, this is so weird because there's no way that she could have known she had a cracked taillight, because she didn't crack the taillight till she backed into John's Traverse when she left to go to Jen's house, right? unless was Karen in the car already driving to Jen's house when she was talking to her?
No.
She wasn't.
backed out. She backed out on the ring cam at 5:08.
That's right, 5:08. And plus she was talking on Kaylee's phone. So she had to be home.
Yeah, that's right.
Right,
Yep.
right. She didn't have Jen's phone number. So that's why she had Kaylee call Jen. So
Yep.
she had not left the house yet. So she could not have backed into John's Traverse yet. Come here, buddy. So that's exactly right. So this is problematic. If you're anti-Karen Reed, it's good news for you that Jen is once now testifying that Karen told her she had a cracked tail light on the phone at 5 whatever a.m. 4:59 or whatever time this is. If you're on the other side, you're like, she has to be lying. She's lying to make her story work to fit the narrative. Right. Thank you, Kat. She was Kaylee's phone. And it's interesting you would say that, evil and eviler, because I made a post today or yesterday on Twitter that for the minute that John O'Keefe passed away in that house in what we believe to be was a fight, all of these people ceased to be good citizens. They ceased to be good people. They became evil people because they wanted to cover their own asses and they didn't want anybody in their family to get in trouble for this accidental manslaughter. And they stopped giving a crap about John O'Keefe, which is why she yelled out, "There's a man laying in the snow," not "my friend, my dear friend who I love is laying in the snow," or not "John O'Keefe, Boston police officer, is laying in the snow." She simply told the 911 operator, "A guy is laying in the snow." That's distancing yourself, not giving the person a name. And then same thing with her husband. Tell them the guy didn't come into the house. Who would say that about someone they're friends with or someone they know? Who would ever say that? That makes no sense, right?
Oh, but don't worry, she fixes it. I think in the next day in her testimony, explaining why she said there's a man passed out in the snow.
Oh, right. I think
it was helpful.
Oh, yes, that's right. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. Yeah. So MCAT says they got lawyers too. Is that what innocent people do? Yeah. Why do innocent party goers who were at an after bar party need lawyers? Right. All of them got lawyers. They even got Colin had a lawyer, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So people are
lawyers in court.
Yep. And people who are covering their asses will say and do anything. Right. If you go into desperation mode, you will do and say anything to protect you and your family from having anything bad happen to you. And then, like I said, John became a nothing to them. He just became a dead guy. I know that sounds harsh, but that's exactly what happened. That's why they referred to him as the guy and the man. Yep. All right, let's go back to hear a little more of this, and then we'll forward. We'll get to the cross.
Remember that night. Is that before or after she was saying, "Did I hit him? Could have I hit him?"
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
So she was telling you about that she didn't remember that night.
Mm-hmm.
Is that before or after you had told her about seeing her car?
When I said I saw her at Fairview, then her response was she didn't even remember going there.
Did she ever deny that she came to Mr. O'Keefe's house? I mean, to your sister's house?
No.
When she told you or said to you, "Did I hit him or could have I hit him?" or something like that, did you have any idea what she was talking about?
No, I didn't pay attention to it.
When she told you that she had cracked her taillight the night before, did that have any significance at that time to you?
No.
So in telling you these different things, did you ever piece them together at that time?
No.
What was your primary motivation at that point?
I just wanted to help her because she was hysterical. Kaylee was very upset, so I wanted to help her, and I wanted to find John.
So after she told you these things about whether she could or did hit her in the light and not remembering, did the conversation end or did it progress?
At some point, I was then going into like, okay, well, if she brought him there and left him there, where was he? Because he never came in the house and she doesn't know where he is. So now where could he be? So I started thinking there was another gentleman that was supposed to meet us out at the bar who John was friends with. So
I don't remember this from trial one.
Maybe they got into a fight. John got out of the car and he connected with this guy because he was at a party on the street.
What was that person's name?
His name is Tom Beatty.
Did you call him?
Yes.
Did you get a chance to speak to him that night?
That morning?
Yes.
No.
Did you call around anywhere else?
I believe I called my sister. I called John. I called Tom Beatty. I called his daughter.
You called John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes.
Did he answer?
No.
Did it go right to voicemail?
I don't remember.
So riddle me this, guys. Tell me what you think. If she's that concerned about John, and they don't know where John is, but she's thinking that he could have gone to Tom Beatty's house for a party, decided either left. Well, she claims he never came in the house, but Karen dropped him off and then he never came in the house. He's like, oh, screw this. I'm not going in there after all. I'll walk to Tom Beatty's in the snow. I'll go to that house. I'll go to his party. Then being that Tom Beatty lives so close by, why didn't you keep trying to call them? Or why didn't you swing by that house first before you went to 34 Fairview? Why didn't you have, who was driving? Carrie was driving. Why didn't you have Carrie go swing by the Beattys? So you've got to wake him up. Your friend is missing. It's a snowstorm. You don't know where he is. You knew he was drinking. Why not go there and ring the doorbell and wake their asses up and say, hey, is John inside? Have you seen John? That would be normal, right?
Yeah. I thought that instead of saying I didn't see him that night, she specifically said he didn't come in the house. It's kind of, I mean, I understand why. It's, you know,
Yep.
You've heard it so many times, it's natural to say, but it is funny that it's phrased that way.
I like that, Jim. I'm glad you caught that because that is absolutely true. They're sticking with that little tagline that Matt McCabe told us in trial 1. Tell them the guy never came in the house. So they've all got these rehearsed, canned answers down for all of this. And that's what they were doing. That's why you separate witnesses, guys. They did the same thing to Kara Veach's dear departed husband in this case that you guys know that I'm working here in Florida. Well, when I'm in Florida, I'm working it now remotely, but they did not separate the witnesses. They let people continue to drink and pay their bar tab with Jason lying dead on the cabbage patch floor of the bar. It's a terrible case. I've become friends with his wife now, Kara. We've been live streaming about it for many, many months. And we've been showing and letting you hear the audio of the botched police work. So this isn't just happening in Canton, guys. This is happening all over. Come here, Tanner. This is happening everywhere where police are not doing their jobs properly and they're covering for somebody. There's always a reason why they do this. Police are trained well. You guys have to trust me on that. It is very hard training that you go through, and you continue training in services 3 to 4 times a year. You don't botch things this bad. You don't fuck up this bad. And if you do, you get fired. So I know people have a poor opinion of the Canton and the Stoughton and the Massachusetts police, but I do believe there are still good people working in those departments. But I know for a fact that there's no way the Canton police and the Massachusetts police screwed this case up this bad without having it done. They did it on purpose. There's corruption involved, and the same thing is happening in Volusia County. They did not want to bother to figure out what exactly happened to Jason. They blamed it on his medical condition. They did not separate the witnesses. They let witnesses talk to each other. They let people continue to pay their bar tabs while a man is dead on the floor. It's atrocious what's happened to Kara and her family. So we're actually making a documentary right now, a short documentary about the whole story, because there's so much to it and it's hard to explain it to people. We did a lot of live streams about it, but now we'll have it all in a concise 30-minute documentary. So I will share that all out with you. I'll have Kara back on the show, back on our live stream on a Thursday night, calling out corruption soon, for you guys to hear more about Jason Veach, as well as several other new cases that we've been contacted to advocate for. But this is just a complete example of corruption being poured into this case, because there's no other logical explanations for why things were not done. And Jen's behavior and these canned answers that they're all using about the death of their supposed good friend.
There's something. Cap, before you move on, Shauna had a question for Jim.
Got it. Let me go back up there and grab it. Thank you for helping me with the chat. Shauna, let's see, where is it? Do we know how far? Shauna, can you type your question in again, sweetie, so I don't have to try to go back up to in the box, because I'm not seeing it here.
Hang on, I got it. It
says, thanks, Julie.
Yeah, it says, Shauna, I have a question for Mr. Lawyer. Sorry, I don't see his name. So Jim, Mr. Lawyer, why does the judge let a witness like her run on witness go on and on and on? Why did it take 3 days for the judge to tell her to answer?
I mean, I'd probably wait until there was an objection. I don't know if there had been one at this point. Sometimes maybe the defense thinks that her rambling helps their case because it makes her look, disjointed or out of sorts or unreliable. So it could have been just strategy on part of defense at that point. I probably would have wanted to just stop a little sooner, but yeah, it's her discretion.
That's a good question, Shauna, and thanks for that answer, Jim. That sounds, that does make sense. I was getting annoyed by it too. That was one of my white knuckle moments when they were just letting her go on and literally like reading. It's like she was reciting a novel, you know. It's supposed to be a lot of yes or no questions and very little, drama involved, but they just really let her roll with a lot of her answers. So thanks, Jim. Appreciate that. Great question, Shauna.
I just noticed I gotta run in. I can stay a little bit longer, but just give you a heads up. I gotta run soonish.
Okay. Thank you, Jim. We appreciate you being here. We'll definitely look forward to you coming back, hopefully soon, so you can. We're going to finish up the testimony. We may add a day next week just to finish, just to go over the direct. We'll do a little bit of the direct here in a minute. I mean, a little bit of the cross here in a minute. We'll just finish this part up, and then we'll go to the start of the cross.
Remember?
Okay. Did you text anybody?
I honestly don't remember if I texted. I primarily think I was just trying to call as many people as I could and try to figure out what happened.
So you had 2 conversations at this point with the defendant while you were still home.
Yes.
Was there any further phone calls that you had before you did something?
I'm not sure if I went downstairs to make coffee because my plan was to go with my husband. I said, come on, let's just go over to Tom Beatty's. Let's see. Maybe John's there. He passed it on the couch. I'm not sure if Karen called me again or not. It's a little foggy because there was so many calls and everything.
And so that morning when you're receiving calls, did something happen?
Karen showed up at my house.
There weren't that many calls.
I could hear her screaming out front.
And about what time is this?
Approximately 5:20, 5:30. I can't be sure.
Were you worried for John at this point?
Not particularly, no.
Were you screaming?
No.
Now, at this point, at this moment, when you hear her outside of your house yelling early morning hours, did you know a person by the name of Kerry Roberts?
I knew of her. I'd met her once.
Were you friends with her at that time?
No.
Had you socialized with her at that time?
No.
Had you ever seen her before with John?
Once.
Tell me about that.
Years earlier, as I said earlier, I used to take Kaylee on Friday nights, and Kerry was the one who would take Patrick on Friday night. So we would each have the kids. And to thank us, one day John told us how he got a discount at Reebok and to get our kids shoe sizes, and he was going to buy us all sneakers, just as a way to say thank you for helping. So we all went to the store together, and then John took Kerry and myself to the hillside for lunch.
How many years before this moment was that?
Oh, gosh. Well, I think that's when my daughter was in kindergarten or first grade, and at this point she was in 8th grade. So like 7 years.
Had you ever spent any other time with Kerry Roberts before this morning?
No.
Were you friends at that point?
No.
How would you consider your relationship with Miss Roberts on that morning when Miss Reed arrived to your home?
I had met her once, and that was the extent of it. I wouldn't say I knew her at all beyond that one time I went out with her.
I want you to take us back now to when you first hear the defendant in your driveway yelling. When you hear that, do you hear any words, or is it general yelling?
So I hear yelling. So I was downstairs making coffee. I go to my front door and I open it, and she's screaming, Jen, Jen. She's screaming that 3 times. And she was saying, we have to go to Fairview. A lot of the, could I have hit him?
What'd you say, Jim?
It's not a funny situation. I'm not laughing.
Right.
But the way she's really committing to the gens.
What'd you say? I couldn't hear you.
I'm just amused by the gens.
Yeah.
I didn't want to detract from the seriousness of the situation, but
But I think everybody questions that too, because she has like disdain for Karen. So she's just be quiet. Come here, buddy. She has disdain for Karen. Anybody's going to be somewhat, I mean, not everybody, but there are people that don't handle stress in the same way as others. Some people handle stress very calmly, take charge, make a list. Let me fix this. Let me find it. Other people are crying, screaming, shouting. I've seen it all in my years as a police officer and social work, that everybody has a different reaction to stress. And for her to make fun of basically what she does throughout her testimony, and especially in trial 1, she was like degrading her because she was hysterical. And why would you even need to use the word hysterical? She was in trauma. You're a school teacher, Jen. You went to college. You know how to use the correct words to describe a situation. Calling someone hysterical is not cool. It makes them like it sounds like they're having crazy episode, but you're not crazy or hysterical when you're in trauma. you're in trauma, and that's what it is. And anybody who has a friendship with someone and they supposedly had somewhat of a friendship, why would you want to degrade that person like that? That's always bothered me with her ever since she first did trial one, how nasty she was about Karen's reaction to John not coming home, and her reaction to when they first arrived at the scene and found John. And she continued to be like, it's putting her out that Carrie and Jen are upset and screaming and yelling, which would be a natural reaction for a lot of people.
Yeah. I think, to me, what really got, I think it's the first thing we talked about, the way she was combative about things that weren't even worthy of combat. It was things that were just so tangential. That was, I mean, it's not more important or anything like that, but it was definitely a red flag.
You're right. Why be combative over like really just simple details, you know, or what, you know, your memory. If you can't remember, then okay, you can't remember. But she's like I said before, though, her involvement wasn't that long. If you really look at it in minutes, how long she was involved. And so why can't she remember? This was supposed to be she makes it sound like it's an impactful night that she'll never forget. Karen Reed saying, I hit him, but yet she can't remember the other stuff. So that's what's always really bothered me about her. Okay, great. Thanks, Jim. All right, we're almost done with this section, and then we're going to jump into a little bit of her direct, because I want to hear your thoughts about that before you leave us for the night, Mr. Pacific.
Oops. Did I hit him? Just she was on repeat.
What did you do?
My husband came running down the hall and was like, tell her to shut up. She's going to wake up the neighbors. And then I said, I'm just going to go with her. I'm going to go look for John. And then he yelled down saying something like, you can't be driving around in this weather, you know, with a broken taillight.
When you saw the defendant at your front door, had the weather changed overnight?
Yes.
Was it different?
Yes. Now the snow had intensified. It was almost like, it was dark outside, but it was like whiteout conditions.
How dark?
Dark. I mean, it was dark. It was like 5:30 in the morning.
What was the visibility like?
Not good.
After you meet the defendant at your door, do you let her in or does she stay outside?
I'm not sure if I just grabbed my coffee and ran out. Or whether she came in. So we went down my walkway. She was just kind of running all around. The driver's door was open. So I told her I was going to drive because I thought she was too hysterical to drive. In the meantime, all of a sudden there was a car at the end of my street and there was a plow behind it.
The car that came to the end of your street, do you know where it went?
I meant the end of my driveway. I'm sorry.
When you say at the end of your driveway, did it pull into your driveway?
No, it just kind of stopped right at the base of my driveway.
Okay. How far behind your car was that car?
Not far, because not too far.
Okay. Did you know who was in that car?
No.
Did you learn who was in that car?
Yes.
How did you learn who was in the car?
Because I said, who is that?
Did you ask the defendant or did you walk up?
I asked the defendant and she told me it was Carrie Roberts.
Did you meet Carrie Roberts face to face in your driveway that morning?
Yes, I wouldn't say we met. It was more of a, the plow was coming, so then she was having to like move down the street. And then either Karen called her or she called Karen, but they were on the phone, Karen's phone over the car. So they started talking.
Did you get into the defendant's car?
Yes, we did. I got in the car with Miss Reed.
When you got in the car, you were in the driver's seat. Was Miss Reed in the passenger front?
Yes.
You said there was an open call. Is there something you could hear on a speaker?
Yes.
At that point, had you had a chance to go and look at the taillight of that car?
No.
Did you have any interest in the taillight at that point?
No.
There was an open call between who?
Karen and Carrie Roberts.
Can you describe what you heard in that call?
Karen was saying that she wanted to go to Fairview, and Carrie Roberts was instructing her that no, we weren't going to be going to Fairview, and she kept saying we got to go to your sister's house. And Carrie Roberts said, no, we're not going to be driving around in this weather in 2 cars. Let's go back to John's. Let's go to Meadows. Let's go see if he's there. That was kind of the conversation. And then Karen was doing a lot of screaming, and Carrie was kind of yelling back at her to shut up.
Who was taking charge of the situation that morning?
Carrie Roberts.
Were you in charge of it?
There it is.
Did you weigh in or make any decisions on where you were going to go next, or were you just a listener?
I just listened. Carrie said that Carrie's kind of a take charge person. She said, we're going to Meadows. So I said, okay, I drove to Meadows.
Now, at this point, you didn't know Carrie Roberts other than that meeting?
Yes, correct.
And you agreed to follow her?
Yes.
So tell us what happened. Take us through the drive.
She might have followed me. I'm not sure, but we drove back to Meadows, pulled into the driveway.
So you knew where Meadows was? You had been there many times for the kids?
Yes.
You think Miss Roberts may have followed you?
Yes.
What was the weather conditions as you were driving?
They were awful. It was, I was driving very slow, cautiously. It was dark. It was hard to see. It was that type where the snow is like coming at your window.
How long of a ride was it from your home?
It always comes in your window when you're driving.
Approximately 5-6 minutes.
Was there any other phone calls while you were in the car with Miss Roberts, or did the phone calls end?
I believe that was it.
Can you describe the defendant's demeanor on the trip from your house to John's house?
She was just screaming, yelling things. It was almost like everything she said 3 times. And she just went from one thing to the next. She was quite hysterical.
Do you remember what she was yelling
absolutely.
About going to Fairview, asking, could she have hit him? Did I hit him?
How many times did she raise the question, did I hit him? Could have I hit him?
If you say more than 3,
Did you ever speak to her about that?
Yeah.
No.
At some point, did you finally get to John's home?
Yes,
When you got to John's home, who pulled in the driveway first?
I did.
Where did you pull in respect to the driveway?
I just pulled straight in next to the garage.
Did you see where Miss Roberts went?
I believe she pulled in behind me.
After you pulled into Meadows, John's home, and you stopped, what happened next?
We go into John's house.
When you went to John's house, did you all go in the same way?
Yes, we went through the garage.
And before going into John's home, did you do anything?
Before entering into the house,
Yes.
I took off my shoes.
You took off your shoes?
Yes,
Why did you do that?
Well, this is the best.
because you always had to take your shoes off at John's. He didn't want you to track. He would have yelled at me for tracking snow in his house.
Did you see if Carrie took her shoes off or not?
I believe she did.
Did you see whether the defendant took her shoes off or not?
She just walked right in
How would you remember that?
So
because I thought it was strange.
because he
What
murdered
was the
him.
purpose
Yep.
when you went into the house? What was the number one thing that you were worried about?
We were looking for John.
Anything else on your mind when you went into his house?
Also, I knew Kaylee was there.
Now, at this point, did you have a close relationship with Kaylee?
Yes,
Do you still?
yes.
What did you do when you went in the house? Where did you go?
I walked through the kitchen and then I kind of peeked into the TV room. I walked through the dining room. And then before I went up the stairs, I kind of peeked into a living room. I went up to the top of the stairs. I peeked into John's room. And then I went into Kaylee's room.
Did you ever see John?
No,
Why did you go to Kaylee's room?
because I wanted to go check on Kaylee.
Did you have a chance to speak to her?
I did, yes.
What was her demeanor at that point?
She was very, she was in the bed. She was holding on to her phone. She was terrified.
Was she screaming?
No.
Did you provide her any comfort?
Yes. I told her that I was going to go out. I told Kaylee that I was going to go out with them and I was going to find John. And I promised her that everything would be okay.
Yep. Saint Jen.
At some point, you left Kaylee?
Yes.
Where did you go?
I went back downstairs and then we went out to look for John.
Before you left John's house that morning, did the defendant show you anything?
Yes. When we were out in the driveway, I had thought it was when we went in, but I think it might have been when we came out. But regardless, at one point when we were in the driveway at Meadows, Karen showed myself and Kerry Roberts the cracked taillight.
Yeah.
Did
He
you
said,
and Miss
"Look at this,
Roberts
I used
get
this to
close
kill
the
him."
taillight at that point?
Right.
Yes, we walked over and the taillight was missing pieces.
Did Miss Roberts have any comment about it?
Yes, Miss Rob.
So she got a comment next question.
What was Miss Roberts' demeanor at that point?
She was frustrated with Karen. Had said that
that wasn't hearsay. That's weird.
had said that Karen basically was telling her to shut up. You were so drunk, you could have hit anything last night. And then Kerry, I remember just thinking, all right, let's go. And I remember Kerry thinking, oh,
Well,
someone's
let me
going to
not ask
get.
you what Kerry-
Oh, sorry.
You could have
You
hit
don't wanna
anything.
Think what somebody thought.
Okay.
I want to know what you heard and what you saw.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
You
At some point when you were looking at the taillight with missing pieces with
You're
the
being
defendant and Miss
dramatic.
Roberts, did you see Miss Roberts point anything out?
Yes.
Share that with us.
She pointed a piece that was sticking out and was concerned that someone was going to catch their coat or something on it.
And during that time when the defendant is showing you the taillight with missing pieces, was she saying anything about it?
No, I don't.
She said, "Look
Not
what
that
I
I can
used to kill
recall right
John."
now.
You mentioned at some point she was saying, could I have hit him
Christ.
after you left John's house? Was that in the car or before you got in the car?
I know for a fact it was definitely in the car. Was one of.
So it's very possible that their dear friend John is injured somewhere and something's happened to him. He's technically missing right now. And they're going to be concerned about somebody catching their coat on her broken taillight. That's what's foremost on Carrie Roberts' mind at that moment.
According to Jen McCabe.
According to the life, I don't buy that either. I think that's absolute crap.
No.
There's so many things that, and then she allowed it. I mean, Jackson objected to it and she allowed the hearsay. So what do you think of that, lawyer, dear?
I didn't hear exactly what the question was. I was writing down the other things that bothered me.
Oh, I think the question was about what did Carrie Roberts, what was she saying, or how did she feel, or something that would be.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah. The what did you feel thing. And then you said you can't testify as that was what I was writing down. Testify to what others think. But then Brennan, he asked the question, did you provide Kaylee any comfort? Which requires the witness to speculate as to whether Kaylee was comforted or not.
Right.
And that's like a state of mind. It's the same thing. What was she thinking? And
Oh.
did
Would he have
Did
been in
Brennan-
the right to object to that then?
probably, but I can see maybe how you could, in some, like, just as a figure of speech, like, did you do anything to give her comfort?
Right.
But the contrast definitely caught my attention. Then he kind of slipped in the question, do you still have a good relationship with Kaylee? Kind of hinting at the fact that the family's taking Jen's side. That's what he's trying to get at,
Right. Right.
which was kind of underhanded, I thought. But
Thank you. I appreciate your take on that. Shauna said, I really hope something breaks wide open during this trial, something big. Yeah, we all do, right? I think we absolutely all do. But yeah, MCAT says ridiculous hearsay. Absolutely. All right. We're almost done with this little piece, and then we'll go right into the first cross.
At the times, yes.
Now, Ms. Roberts' car is parked behind the defendant's car in John's driveway.
Yes.
Was there a decision made to take one or two cars?
One car.
What was the plan?
The plan was to get into Carrie's car and to go and look for John. I wanted to go thinking, let's go to Tom Beatty's, but Miss Reed was pretty adamant that we go to Fairview first.
You said that at times there was some arguing or bickering, or Ms. Roberts was raising her voice to the defendant.
Yes.
Who made the decision to go to Fairview?
Ultimately, Carrie said, all right, we'll go there, almost like to shut her up.
When you got in the car, where was everybody? When you got into
it's also
Carrie
state of
Roberts'
mind.
car, where was everybody sitting?
Carrie was driving. I was in the front and passenger. Karen was in the back, in the middle, kind of peeking her head through between us.
I want you to take us through the ride from John's house at Meadows until you first get to Fairview. So as you pull out of, or Carrie Roberts pulls out of John's driveway, what is the mood inside that car?
I'd say it was starting to get tense because Karen was just continuously screaming. Carrie was
starting
trying
to get
focus
tense?
on driving, and
Okay.
Karen's behavior in the back of the car was a bit erratic.
When you say erratic, just give some detail. What do you mean by that?
Yes, she would go from sitting back to leaning up in between us, and she would yell
Oh,
Carrie's name
Tom,
3
I've
times.
been-
Then she would yell my name's three times, and then she would yell, "Could I hit him? Did I hit him?"
That did happen.
Over and over again.
When she was
All the three
repeating these
times,
questions
three
or phrases
times,
that
three
she was
times, three
yelling,
times.
Did you respond in any way?
I don't believe I did. No,
How about Carrie?
Yep, he just
Carrie
sat
was
there.
telling her
Great.
to shut up and to buckle up.
Was she
Yeah.
buckled?
I don't believe so.
You began your drive from Mr. O'Keefe's home at Meadows to Fairview. Is the weather getting better?
No, it's getting worse.
Is the visibility still difficult?
It was terrible.
Is
When you began
visibility
that drive
difficult?
to Fairview, was there anything that you were doing on the way?
Yes, I was just kind of looking out the window intently to see if I saw anything.
What were you looking for?
I guess John, which I know it sounds crazy, but I didn't know where the hell he was.
Did you have any difficulty seeing from
That
the car
sounds
or the side of the
crazy.
road?
Well, that sounds
Did you
crazy.
see what direction Miss Roberts was looking when she was driving?
Well, she, it was hard because she needed to focus on driving because the conditions were that bad.
Did you have a chance to see the defendant on that drive at all?
Yes.
Was she looking out the windows with you?
No, she was popping back and forth and screaming.
Was it constant screaming or did it change at all?
So much
She would
screaming.
scream
I
and
don't
then kind of
believe
sit
it.
back and she'd almost be like quiet for a minute. It was like, okay, good. And then she'd start again.
She already
In the
said
quiet times, do you know what, if anything, she was doing?
I didn't know what she was doing that morning. No.
How long did it take to get to
That's not the
Fairview?
question.
Right.
I don't know. I'm going to assume maybe 10 minutes, like with the weather, maybe 10 minutes. I'm not, give or take approximately.
As you're approaching 34 Fairview Road, before you get there, is Fairview going
That's
to be
what
on the left
approaching
side, driver's side, or on the right side?
As we're pulling up, it's on the driver's side. Carrie's going to take a left down Fairview off of Chapman.
I want you to take us back to that morning, about 20 or 30 yards before you get to Fairview.
Mhm.
You're in the car with Miss Roberts and the defendant?
Yes.
What's happening in the car?
Karen's is screaming. And at that point, she had asked if
That's
John
like
could
the
be cheating
fifth
on
time
her
she said
and if
Karen
John could be
screamed.
with Bella's mom.
And then what happened?
I
She
didn't know what the hell she
continuously
was talking
screaming. She
about.
said
I was
yes.
like, what are you
That's
talking
kind
about?
of
Why would he be
interesting.
with Bella's mom? And then Carrie said, well, do you think he could have walked to, there was another woman years before that John had lived on the next street over
Carrie
to
brought
her
it up.
house.
Carrie did all the
And
bad
as
stuff.
you approach that
Yeah.
road before you get to the flagpole, does anything remarkable happen?
No.
Okay. What happens next?
As we're driving down the street, I just say to Carrie, because she doesn't know where my sister lives, oh, her house is just at the bottom of the street.
Visibility still difficult?
Yes, awful.
What happens next?
We continue.
The weather
you know,
hasn't
driving,
changed in the
kind
past
of
2 minutes.
Driving slowly
No.
past, the line of, I guess, bushes and the flagpole area. And all of a sudden, Karen's screaming from the back, there he is, or something to the effect of, there he is, let me out.
Did you know what she was talking about?
I had no idea.
When she was yelling that, did you look out the window?
Yeah, we had our eyes peeled out the window.
Did you see anything?
Nothing but snow.
How long was she yelling about whatever it is she was saying?
Carrie, I mean, she screamed, stop. So Carrie stopped pretty quickly. There he is, there he is. She could have kicked the door, like, let me out of here.
When she was kicking the door, what were you doing?
I was just like, what the heck? What is going on?
What happens next?
She gets out. Carrie looks at me and said something. I said, like, she's batshit crazy.
Then what happens?
Then Carrie got out. Then I got out of the car, walked around the back of the car, and was walking like over to where I could see the girls were.
Now, at that point, you were in Kerry Roberts' car.
Yes.
It had its headlights on.
Yes.
Was it facing up the street of Fairview?
Well, we had come down the hill, so yes, up the street.
There was no other lighting in that area?
I do not believe so.
No fire engines or ambulances at that point?
No.
No police cars?
No.
Any street lights?
It was dark.
When you got out of the car,
No, there were street lights.
did you look towards the area of the
Okay.
flagpole?
Yes.
Could you see anything at that point?
No.
How close did you get to the area of the flagpole before you could first actually see something?
Well, I saw the shadowy figures of Carrie and Karen, and it wasn't until I got very close over to them that I saw Carrie removing the snow from John's face.
Shadowy
Is that the
figures.
first moment you realized that was John O'Keefe on the ground?
Yes, it was.
Right. Those shadowy figures. I don't
When
buy
you see
it.
Kerry
The yard's
removing
not
snow
that
from
big.
John's face, what do you do?
I was frozen. I was shocked. I
Not
couldn't
that
believe that was him just lying there.
Tell us what you're seeing.
What do I see? I see Carrie just wiping the snow off. Karen had straddled him and had lifted her shirt and his shirt and was laying on him, and Carrie was screaming at her to get off of him. And I was literally just stunned, and there he was.
Yeah,
What
the
did John
man
look like
passed out in
when
the snow.
I couldn't see much but his face because the rest was snow, and Karen was moving over him, but he just looked like just him, but just like frozen.
What did you do?
At first, I just stood there for a minute because I couldn't believe it was him. And then Kerry Roberts and I made eye contact, and I knew. I was like, all right, I'm going to call 911. But I think I knew in that moment that John, was dead.
Did you call 911?
Yeah, I started to call 911, and Kerry and Karen were just screaming. And so I walked back towards Kerry's car, and then Kerry was also yelling at me to go to the back of the car to look for blankets and towels. So as I was calling 911, I was at the back of the car looking for the towels and the blankets to bring over to Kerry. And while I was doing that, I believe 911 answered.
Did you speak to 911?
I did, yes.
Did you get the
What'd
towels
you
and
say?
blankets that Kerry had requested?
I did, yes.
After your phone calls 911 and you had the towels and blankets, tell us what happens next.
So after I called 911, I went back over to Kerry, Karen, and John. And at that point, Kerry asked if I would take over compressions. So she got up and I started doing compressions, and Karen was doing mouth to mouth.
When you started doing compressions, were you touching John over his clothes or touching his skin?
I don't remember.
Did you at that point get a chance to touch John's body and see how it felt temperature-wise?
I just remember when I was doing the compressions, I don't really know how to explain it. It just felt very funny.
I'm sorry, very
It just wasn't like normal.
well.
I can't think of how to describe the way it felt when I was trying to press down, but it was like resistance.
How long did you try to give compressions and give aid to John for?
Until the police came.
Mr. Brennan, why don't we end here?
All right, that's the end of it.
Anyone who's had cortisone injections for more than 3 months needs to see this.
Watch what's
Yeah. Seemed like he was trying to get her to say that he was cold or something like that. Get into
Yep,
his health
exactly.
at that point. It's completely inappropriate. He has so many little things that he says that annoy me. I'm sorry. He just annoys me so much. I didn't mean to interrupt, but he's like, take us back to the morning. Like, that's where we are. We're already at the morning. That's what we've been talking about the whole time. Is the car facing down the street? That's where every car faces. Like, I can't stand this guy.
It's okay,
Yeah,
Karen.
he's selectively all over the place too. He's like,
Yeah.
oh, did you talk to 911? Okay. And after you talked to 911, did you get the blankets? Like, oh, see,
Yeah.
I see how you glossed over the 911 call. That's interesting.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. And Shauna said earlier, never once did they attempt to be kind to her. They obviously hate her. Like, if they were really saying those things, if they were really telling her to shut up, and then when they both testify, you can just hear disdain for her in their voices. And, you know, who would treat someone like that when their boyfriend is missing in a snowstorm? It's horrible, right? And then Shauna says, and how convenient, she forgot to mention she called the sister at 5:07 a.m. before they attempted 34 Fairview.
Yep. Yeah,
Yep.
exactly. And they
And
spoke.
we'll get into that. Shauna says he annoys me. She says he annoys me too, Jim. Okay, so I'm going to pull up this part here for us to move on to. So let me remove
All right,
that.
I guess I gotta head up then.
All right.
Sorry.
Well, thank you so much for joining us tonight. We really appreciate
Yeah,
you.
of course. Nice seeing you again.
I love getting the guys' take on things, and I just love your legal, your attorney take on things, and we really appreciate having you. So I hope you have time in the next few days to finish watching to watch the cross, because it's pretty ridiculous. We're gonna watch a little bit of the cross tonight, so you can always hop on the replay.
Well, I probably will.
Yeah, it's good. It's very good.
And if you have any comments, put them in the chat on the replay.
I will.
Okay, appreciate you. We hope to see you again soon.
Yeah, of course. If you do that thing this week, let me know. I'll try to.
Yeah, we may do an extra episode this week so we can finish getting through the rest of Jen's cross. So Julie and I have to work out our schedule, but I think we're going to have to add an extra night. And we will let you know. We appreciate having you, Jen. Thank you so much. And great job standing for, people that need your help in court and help. I'm glad. I know you didn't win, but it's definitely more of a win than what he had.
Yeah, I'm so excited. I get to finally use all the stuff I have and be mean to the prosecutors.
We'll look forward to an update the next time you join us.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Thanks, bud. Take care.
Bye.
Bye, Jim.
All right, guys, we're going to take a 5-minute break. I'm going to let the puppy out. I have to stretch my bad back. My knee's actually doing great, but now my back's not doing so great. I'm just a walking 62-year-old with all kinds of arthritis, tendonitis. So I need a stretch break before we go into the rest of the clips that we have to show you tonight. So we'll take a 5-minute stretch break and be right back. Thanks, everyone. I'll put up the note so everyone knows.
Here, put the blob up. There's the blob.
Okay, guys, we're back from the stretch. So let's watch a little bit of the beginning of his direct. And actually, first, let's see here. Where did that go? Okay, I'll just start the beginning of his direct and we'll kind of talk through that. Then I'll show you my outline of the other things that we want to cover tonight, and definitely at some point we're going to wear out. So then we'll pick another day next week to do a special edition so that we can finish dissecting her testimony so we don't get too far behind. And we're going to hear from Miss Emily for a little bit with fair use, and we appreciate Miss Emily very much. If you don't watch Emily D. Baker, give her a shot. Her audience watches it like they are in the jury, and she has quite a few new watchers that didn't watch the first trial. So it's very interesting to see some of the comments in the chat. MCAT says, I had tears today for Karen. It's so sad how she has been treated. Yeah, it is. It's terrible. I mean, a frame job of epic proportions, and it's criminality, at the highest level. So we'll just watch the end of her direct, and then that'll take us into the cross.
Responders, firefighters. I don't know any of them that sleep with the door unlocked. Chad, how about you?
Are any lights on?
No.
Was it dark?
Yes.
Any sign of any movement inside the house before you went in?
No.
Take us through walking through the front door. What happens?
So I went in the front door. I opened the door. I walked up the stairs into their hallway, and then I think I knocked on their door.
Bedroom door?
Their bedroom door. And then I opened the door. I went in, and I walked over to the bed, and I was like, Brian, Nicole.
Okay, so this is different because in trial number one, she actually says, I burst into the room. And that's why a lot of us were kind of like, what do you mean you burst into the room? Because of the German Shepherd. I mean, this dog isn't friendly. This is your sister's dog. You know everything there is to know about this dog. So you're not going to be bursting in a room. I also think it's sort of ridiculous that she's stating and expects us to believe that she just walked into that house, walked upstairs. They still didn't wake up. They still didn't hear any commotion down her coming in. And why wouldn't you just start yelling? Like a normal person, when they're entering someone's house unexpectedly, even if it's a family member, they're going to start yelling right away. Hey, Nicole, sister, brother-in-law, Brian Albert Jr., I need you to all wake up. There's ambulances in the front yard. You're not just going to casually walk up the stairs and then walk right up to the bed of he was a current police officer and had a German Shepherd that she knew slept in that room. None of it makes a damn bit of sense to me at all, her behavior. And especially when they first arrived on the scene, and they know now that John is mortally wounded, possibly, that's when she should have run up to the house and started ringing the damn doorbell and pounding on the door. And if it was unlocked, like they say they leave their house unlocked, then when you first get in there, you're going to start yelling, hey, everybody wake up. John's in the front yard. He's in trouble. The way she explains how she entered the house is utter crap, and it makes no freaking sense to me. Shauna says, EDB, Emily D. Baker is great. I love her summaries at the end. I have to watch on regular court channel without commentary. Then I watch the commentary of the law tubers after. Yeah, I tend to do that sometimes too, Shauna, because the stopping and the starting, it gets to just be so long for me. But I do love her commentary a lot. And it's everybody is different, how we watch trials or how we want to watch anything to do with true crime. So, all right. So let me go back. I just had to comment on that because I just find it absurd that she's not the first thing she didn't think to do in a normal situation where you're not at fault and you had no idea that John was laying dead in the yard of your brother's and sister's house, that Carrie and Jen are on it. So, I mean, Carrie and Karen were on it. So you could have ran up to the house, woke everybody in that damn house up. Brian Albert is a fucking first responder. Sorry to swear, but that's what he is. He's a current police officer, detective, special agent, practically with the Boston police, all the stuff he worked on. And then your sister too could have come out to help. It's just absurd what they expect us to believe. And it just makes me frustrated and mad.
Because I was in a position where I felt like the world was going on around me. So much was happening, but I also was aware that I was just about to wake up two people that are sound asleep, and they're going to see me standing over their bed and be startled, wondering, what am I doing here?
So what happens?
So
That's a lot of exposition.
It took a minute or two, and then Brian woke up and he immediately was like startled and was like, Jennifer, what's going on? What are you doing? And then I believe I tried the best I could to say what was going on. I think I said, we found John.
You don't need to describe again, but I want to know.
That's a lot of
your interaction
explaining.
With your sister and Brian Albert.
They woke up startled and confused.
Did you have a conversation with them?
Did you get a gun pulled on you?
How long was that conversation?
Exactly, Emily. Did you get a gun pulled on you?
Got up, got dressed.
The dog tried to bite you?
I spoke to them.
Or
a
dog?
Did you go and where did they go?
There she goes.
Then all three of us went down the stairs.
The upstairs to the downstairs?
Upstairs to downstairs,
And
yes.
upstairs is the second level, is downstairs the first level?
Yes.
As you come down the stairs, can you see the front door?
Yes.
You're not
Is there anybody in
concerned
the
about
house at
dog?
that point?
I saw Officer Lank.
In the house?
Yes.
Do you know if he had been invited in?
I have no idea.
When you came down the stairs and saw Officer Lank, where was your sister and Brian Albert?
They were walking with me down the stairs.
So you had no
Did you see
concern.
whether or not-
You had no concern that you were going to wake up a cop out of a dead sleep.
Exactly.
And there's a lot of exposition, and none of the exposition is, I'm real worried about startling him awake.
Which is why you would start yelling when you first leave the house.
The officer spoke with your sister and your brother?
He did.
Brother-in-law? I'm sorry.
He did, yes.
Were you there during that conversation?
No.
How long was that conversation? Do you know?
Where'd you go?
Not sure.
Where did you go when the officer was speaking to your sister and your brother-in-law?
So someone else in uniform walks into the house. You're coming downstairs. I don't know if Albert and your sister ever got dressed, but there is so much exposition about the world happening around me and so much explaining, but there's no explaining about, and I asked, and I needed someone to wrangle the dog.
Exactly.
I am not a dog owner, but I don't think German Shepherds are super chill with people just coming into their house. And all of the sirens outside and the screaming, and we're just wouldn't it be a discussion of, hold on, let me get my dog, or can you get the dog, or hey, we have to close the door because of no discussion about the dog. None.
She doesn't even remember seeing the dog.
None. What of all of the exposition, none of the exposition of and now we need to do XYZ with the dog. I grabbed a leash. I asked them to grab a leash. I grabbed the dog's collar. I was scared of nothing.
Something. Exactly. Nothing, Emily.
Okay.
Inside their home.
I was standing at the front doorway, and then
back up. I don't think the jury knows that there's a dog yet.
No.
I don't think the jury knows that there's a dog yet. I don't think the jury's heard anything about the dog.
Aside from opening.
Right.
I know Jackson mentioned a dog in opening.
Right. There you go, Julie.
But
we're
we've
right on
heard
it.
nothing else about it. And after the last few days, opening feels like a long time ago.
Tell me about it.
The dog owners might remember. I would have
Said
forgotten.
downstairs,
And
yes.
upstairs is the second level, is downstairs the first level?
Yes.
As you come down the stairs, can you see the front door?
Yes.
Is there anybody in the house at that point?
I saw Officer Lank.
In the house?
Yes.
Do you
Just
know if you had
standing
been
there?
invited in?
Exactly.
I have no idea.
When you came down the stairs and saw Officer Lank, where was your sister and Brian Albert?
They were
And who would he have been
walking with me
invited
down the
in by
stairs.
whom?
When did they
you see
get
whether or
dressed?
not the
So
Apparently in front of her.
right, so she just says, "I came down and I see Officer Link standing there in the hallway," and then Hank says, "Somebody invited them in." Well, who would have invited them in? She just woke up, Brian and Nicole. They supposedly were sleeping through this whole event. So that's just weird, right?
officer spoke with your
Did
sister?
you
I'm
leave
gonna sign like Bev.
Mother-in-law? I'm
He
sorry.
did.
Are we just like, what? Did anyone get dressed?
Exactly.
Because if you wake me up out of a dead sleep, assuming it was a dead sleep, clothes and bras need to happen. We're not, especially if it's like shit's going crazy.
I don't know about bras. I think you can get away without a bra in an emergent situation, but definitely
No?
throw some
He did,
clothes on.
yes.
Were you there during that conversation?
No,
How long was that conversation? Do you know?
not sure.
Where did you go when the officer was
That's at
speaking
my
to
house,
your
sorry.
sister and your brother-in-law inside their
It's
home?
spring.
I was standing at the front doorway, and then my husband, Matt, had just arrived.
What happened next?
How'd Matt get there?
I started talking to Matt, and almost immediately, Officer Lang came, got Matt, and asked if he could talk to him outside.
At this point, I want
That's
to go
new.
you some video. Have you seen video
Who called Matt?
Exactly. She had to have placed another phone
in this
call.
case before?
Yes.
I'd like to ask the court's permission to display Exhibit 4, and I would like to walk through some of the video.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman,
Yeah,
if you
this is old stuff. I mean, we could talk about this and
Like, how did Matt
would like to start
know
at 6:09:57.
that you went to 34 Fairview? You told Matt you were taking the car back to John's house. Well, this video is easier to see than last time. All of you are saying, a lot of you are saying, right? I would grab something. And we've watched other videos in other cases where people are like, can you just let me grab a pair of pants? Like, can you just let me grab a rope? Like, can you just let me grab something? Like, especially in this weather, grabbing clothes seems important. Honestly, whenever we have like severe weather watches, because
Gilman, if you can take us to the arrival. If
no one wants to end up on the news in their
I don't know what you guys think, but
I'm-
I don't
I'm-
think
I'm
visibility is that terrible. It's,
I was just
it's
about
not-
to say that. You see how
Right?
white out conditions it is?
Yeah,
and see
it's
how dark
not
it is?
it's not great. I mean, it's dark out, it's snowing, but I don't consider that.
But
I've
the
been
weather
in
is
white out
blizzarding.
in Madison.
She said they got dressed. I mean, the time. All of you are saying, did no one need to pee? This is Seraph's dash cam. That was zooming, apparently. And again, I would understand
Can
it
you
if
stop
she
there,
said,
please?
I don't really remember what happened. Everything happened kind of fast, and
Ms.
I don't
McCabe,
even
do you
know.
recognize
That
this
would make
scene?
more sense.
Yes.
Is that morning?
Yes.
The car directly in front of this dash cam, do you know whose vehicle that is?
Kerry Roberts.
On the left, we see somebody with a blue Parker
I'm not
or
on 125.
jacket. Do you know who that is?
I believe that's me.
We are on
Can
playback
you
speed
continue to
normal.
play, please?
We are not sped up.
Exactly, MCAT. Matt knew exactly where to go. No phone call needed.
And he showed up early, according to the video, at like I think 7 o'clock.
The trunk's open because they were getting blankets out
Right.
and they left it.
Yeah, this is just a whole bunch of like, okay, you were on scene. The end.
Like, people's memory of traumatic events isn't always linear. It's just much easier to understand when those witnesses say, I don't know how I got here. I don't know why this was in my hands. I don't know what I did. I don't know why I did it.
That can happen in a trauma response. We're all different how we process trauma.
Can you stop there, please? Does that fairly depict your first interaction with law enforcement?
Yes.
Do you see the flagpole in that video?
Yes.
And is that the area where you found John?
Yes.
I'd like to move forward in the video. If we can move forward to 6:14:45, please.
Yep, looks like Jen's talking a whole bunch
You
to the
stop there?
officer.
Can you identify people on that video from right to left, if you can?
Y'all, the
I
grass
don't
is
know
not
the
green.
officer.
There are some bushes, but the spotlight is off the side of the cop car. It reads a little green because this video has been digitally enhanced, but it's the spotlight off the side.
That's myself.
It's covered in snow.
I believe behind me, that's Miss Reed.
And this is about, let me get the time correctly. 6:14:47. And do you know where John is at this point?
Lovely said, how can you see anything?
Are
Because
they
we've seen this
lifting him
video.
to the left?
No, you're guessing because we've seen it a
Can you
lot.
please, Ms. Gilman?
That's the more I've watched it, the easier it is for me. B2, thank you for the gifted memberships.
Yep,
Sorry
Jen's
about the mower.
talking to the cop.
The person all the way to the left near the flagpole. Do you know who that is?
I believe Carrie Roberts.
And is that the area where John was found?
Yes.
And that's at 6:15 a.m.?
That I don't see.
If you don't know, that's okay. Do you know what Ms. Roberts was doing at 6:15
I
a.m.?
can barely read the timestamp.
My guess is
I
that
don't want you to guess. Just if you
I don't know.
Okay. Now,
Yeah, don't guess.
you're over to the right. Is that you?
Yes.
Continue, please.
Yeah, she's doing the most.
I
with the
do
cop.
appreciate Brennan's witness control and
Right.
his style of questioning with her. It has made her testimony, I think, easier to understand. I can see Carrie now with the blankets,
Is that Kerry on the left?
Yes.
the fur on her hood, not the boots with the fur.
It's definitely
Stop, please.
miserable
On the
weather.
right, do you see yourself?
Yes.
She
I
puts
think the blankets
in
went
the
right back
car.
into the.
I'm the one next to the one with the fluorescent yellow.
Is your back to us?
Yes.
To the right in yellow. Do you know who that is?
I don't.
Continue, please.
See this Carrie folding
Blankets
the
go right back in the car.
putting them in the car.
Continue.
Mm-hmm.
Again, it's on law enforcement to collect those. They weren't treating this as a crime at this time. So, chat, you ask wonderful questions. You're like, why didn't they? They weren't treating this as a crime at this time. Why weren't they doing this? Because they weren't treating it as a crime at this time. They should have been. It's real
Everything-
suspicious circumstances,
Everything should be
but they weren't treating it as a crime.
everything should be treated as a crime when it comes to finding a body in someone's
Stop,
lawn.
please.
And I
Referring
think
to-
part of
The
that's,
defendant moved from the right.
and this is my speculation, I think part of that's the 911 call.
any scene that involves a person being mortally wounded or possibly in serious condition, ICU condition, and they're laying there either in the roadway or they're by the roadway, you have to treat everything like it could have been a crime. You don't assume anything. It's just like the Sandra Birchmore case, Ellen Greenberg case, where they assumed that these two beautiful women unalived themselves and never did a proper police investigation, never did a proper securing of the scene, collecting all the evidence that should have been collected. That's why Sandra Birchmore's, killer went unarrested for so long. And that's why Ellen Greenberg's killer is still not arrested, because the police effed up bad. And whether it was effed up on purpose because of corruption or it was just effed up because they did a horrible job, I personally think all three of them were effed up because of corruption in police and government. Julie, anything?
Yeah, that's, I mean, there's a lot going on. I mean, as far as like what's going on here, aside from the Jen McCabe talking to the officers, you don't know what's going on. And I have I have issues with how Canton police dealt with the scene. And again, like I said earlier, we're at witness number, I believe, 13.
Right.
And we haven't heard from any of Canton police, even though we've seen their videos how many times?
Right.
From the dash cam. So
not a word yet from any of them. This is going to be very interesting, but there should have been backup en route already for a potential mortally wounded current police officer with the Boston Police Department on top of it. In the front yard of another police officer, there should have been backup involved right away. The securing of the scene with whatever they could have used, regardless of the conditions, should have been implemented. They could have asked for outside help from other agencies. Police do that all the time when they have a scene that they can't handle if their town is too small, if they don't have enough people on duty. They can call for outside help and assistance from other municipalities. None of that was done. So it's just still unbelievable to me.
Part of that being the call, there's a guy passed out in the snow, non-responsive. They thought this was a medical or alcohol related. They weren't treating this as anything else. We don't see any of the, he didn't come home. There's no statements like about how afraid Karen Reed is. He didn't come home. It's unusual. They don't tell 911 any of that. So 911 is going off of there's a guy unresponsive in the snow.
Yeah.
Right.
Because
so Jen,
the concern of Karen Reed is not passed along to 911. So they are treating it strictly as a medical.
Yep. Agree.
Yeah.
Marie Wall, I don't even know what this is, but this might not be the chat for you. Because I give you how I see the case as it comes in.
Yeah.
And right now we are before cross-examination.
Right.
So we're going to get it as we see it. And right now her testimony has been much better than last time.
To the left,
Yes.
you see the yellow jacket.
But I'm not
Yes.
going to sit
You know
here and
whether or
shit
not
on
that's the woman
witnesses
first responder?
just because people think that
I
that's what
believe
should
so,
happen.
yes.
That's
you
not
know
happening.
Agreed.
why the officer moved the
Don't
defendant
worry,
over
it's coming.
from
It's
right
coming.
to left?
I don't.
Continue, please. Stop. At that part, is there a conversation between the defendant and the first responder?
Yes.
Are you listening?
Yes.
Continue.
Helena B, slow mode is on, that's why.
Do you see the officer that was with you in that group?
Yes,
Do you see him now turned away from the group speaking to somebody else?
I do.
Continue, please.
Gringa Ninja in the chat said, but she told 911 she thought he was passed away. She did say that, but she also said there's a guy in the snow. She didn't say he didn't come home last night. He was out. Nobody knows where he was. They treated it like a medical. So, and everything they do indicates they are treating it like a medical.
For now.
Is that you, Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Roxy, yep. That's not what we do. We take the cases as they come in. I don't know why she didn't say he was law enforcement. No idea. None of them did. I think Carrie might have in one call.
Is that Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Stop for a moment. Do you know at which point you went to the officer's car and sat in the back with Ms. Reed?
I believe it's right after this.
Can you continue, please?
She's probably seen this quite a bit at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed.
Yeah, she has. MCAT says Keller across the street didn't want to be involved in anything with
The Mind of a
Roy
Free
Albert.
Bird. I don't remember if they didn't have body cams yet or they didn't turn them on because they thought it was a medical. Either way, there's no body cam
No
footage.
body
I just
cams
don't
at this
remember the
point.
explanation for why.
For Canton PD.
Right.
And if this car had just been backed up a little bit more, the dash cam would have caught more. There was so much in this case that just should have been better.
Yeah.
And should have been different.
If they would have called
And
more backup, they could have had a squad.
They
that
didn't
backed
really
up
take crime scene photos either. They didn't treat this like a crime
yard.
scene. Chad is reminding me that they don't think they had body cams at this point and might still not. I need to go through that Canton police report again and look.
Yeah, so they didn't have crime
It's
scene.
just-
they didn't have body cams at this point. And one of
I
the
get that
things
Canton
that
was doing the best they
pushback
can, but
is
they
that Canton
this is an
because they had to
unknown
pay
in
for the
odd
audit and
circumstances.
they had to pay for all sorts of stuff that they couldn't get money for body cams. Well, that's crap because Commonwealth of Massachusetts has a program where they have grants where each because people keep saying like, what about body cam? What about body cam? We're behind this time, and so with Commonwealth of Massachusetts, the government gave grants. And I believe that there are grants given through the federal government as well, but they gave grants to local police to say, hey, we want you guys to have body cam. Here's money for body cam. And
they've been around for so long. I mean, it's sort of it's
And-
just inexcusable that every department doesn't have them by now.
Yeah, and so a lot of police, like I know around here where I am, push back, and I think it's because again they just don't want to be seen, accountability, whatever the case may be. They push back and push back and push back, and they waited until the very last second that they could. I think where I am got them in, I think June of 2021, and they still have issues with them. But yeah, so it's not a money thing, and like they say, like, oh well, we had to pay for the audit, and people want body cam. Well, it's not, it's not up to the towns and the local municipalities to pay. It's grants, so that argument goes out the window. They just don't want them. And the unions push back for them too. Like, well, what if they have to pee and, what are you going to record them peeing? No. But the other time that you're not peeing, they shouldn't be on. So that's
exactly
all politicking.
Yes, exactly. Politicking at its finest.
Circumstances, and they treated it like a medical.
Is that Miss Roberts?
Yes.
Desiree, there's a hum when I speak because there's a lawnmower outside.
Stop, please.
Sometimes you'll hear it more than other.
Was it before or
It's the
after that
lawnmowers.
moment that you sat with the defendant and Miss Roberts stood outside the car and you prayed?
I'm not exactly sure from that video.
That's fine.
That
If we
was
could move forward to 623.
Don't flatter yourself. It was a butt dial said if a woman is screaming, I hit him, why didn't they treat it like a crime scene?
exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Why isn't it in any of the reports? Why didn't EMS say to anyone at the hospital he may have been hit by a car?
Exactly.
Why didn't EMS ask? Hit him with what? It's almost like it's
At
because
this
she
time,
was
are you
saying,
still with the defendant?
could I have hit him? Did I hit him? What could have happened? It's almost as if those statements were repetitive questions and everyone was like, she is clearly upset.
That's
Yeah.
what
It's
that's what
almost
the
like
MC said the first time too.
Right.
Like, well, she was saying a whole bunch of crazy
Some
shit, but
Yes, I
she
am.
had trauma. So
Right.
And we still haven't had any of the law enforcement officers really on the stand yet.
thank
No.
you, Emily.
And we're still
Was it
just
during
like,
this time, 623 and
What?
624, you tried
Mm-hmm.
to make those searches at the defendant's request?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you can move forward to 620, 615.
Holly Keller said as many times as Karen said, I hit him. Why isn't any of it recorded? all we can hear in these dash cams when Karen is in the background is her screaming people's names.
Right.
For me, there is the one video that the defense was playing. I think they'll play it again, where Seraph is asking Karen questions, and I could hear the word home. It was hard to hear anything else, but it's bits and pieces.
Pause,
and
please.
then screaming.
Ms. McCabe, do you see anybody returning to Ms. Roberts' car in that area?
Yes.
And who did you see?
What she was talking about there is when Karen said that I left John at the party and he never came home. And somebody, it was either Joe Flipperhead or Microdots cleaned that up, and it's clear as a bell. I'll try to find that for y'all for our next episode, because you can hear it. I mean, it's not clear as a bell. It's definitely off in the distance, but you can hear Karen say, I dropped him off at the party and he never came home. And that it was cleaned up, and I'll find it and I'll play it next time we're together.
I saw myself, and I'm standing outside of the car speaking to Officer Lank. I saw Kerry go up and near her car. I'm not sure if she went into it. And I saw someone walk Miss Reed into the car.
Is it around this time you have a conversation with Mr. Lank?
Yes.
And what does he tell you again around this time?
He's at this point, I think, asking me questions about what had happened. And then soon after, he asks me to go into my sister's house.
Ms. Gilman, if you can fast forward to 6:34:15, please.
So she had to be asked to go into her sister's house. She didn't think to run in there on her own and wake up her sister.
Natalie said so.
No, that's what she said.
No one thought to pull Karen aside and ask her, how did she hit him? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Rocky said, EDB, wouldn't they put her in handcuffs if she really said, I hit him? There would be a lot more questions. And they probably wouldn't have let her just drive away with Carrie Roberts, would be my guess. They would be like, we got some more questions for you. They would have likely taken, well, I can't say what Canton would do, because every time I'm like, you should have, the opposite happens. But one would think they would have taken her to the station to then have her calm down and ask questions.
You described that the house
They wouldn't let her
had the
leave with
lights on. Is
Carrie.
that a fair depiction of,
Yes.
of the view?
Yes.
Do you see a figure walking up the driveway?
Not on this pause clip, but I
No.
did see it. Yes.
Let's play it and see if you can identify.
He's getting ahead of
Yes, I can see myself
Right.
walking up.
Where are you now?
I'm walking up the path to go up to the stairs into the house.
And this is at the request of Officer Lank?
Yes.
And you described first you went in and woke up your sister.
The
and
alarm or whatever going
Yes.
on is in the video.
Could we move forward to 6:39, please?
My speculation on that is that it's likely the officer's personal phone left in the car, and it's an alarm or something going on.
Right.
Yeah, somebody else brought that up
Stop.
too. I'm not sure.
There's a light.
Did you see
Said
something
that,
happen with the house
it's
at
an
that point?
internal
Yes.
on the car.
What
I thought it was a
light
phone
went on.
39.
I'll note it's 6:39. But wait.
I don't know.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
I was thinking the same thing.
After first responders took John and you had gone in your sister's house, what did you do next?
Next, after Officer Lank spoke to my husband, Kerry Roberts, her and I had a conversation. She was going to go pick up John's parents in Braintree. At first, I had told her I would go with her, but then Officer Lank said that
When did, because Carrie left and came back with
Yep.
Karen
Yep.
before she went to pick up John's parents.
Yep.
Where in time are we?
I
think
needed to,
6:30.
one of us had to stay at Fairview to speak to the, I believe it was the state troopers that would be coming.
Did you stay at Fairview?
I did, yes.
What was your mental state at that point?
Again, I was in shock. The best way I can describe it is the feeling of I'm present and everything's going on around me, and I'm just trying to process and make sense of everything.
Did you speak to your sister about what happened?
Yes.
Did you speak to your brother-in-law about what happened?
Yes.
And were they giving you any comfort or support?
Yes. They were being very comforting and supportive.
As you were waiting at Fairview, did anybody else come to the house?
Well, my husband, Matt, had arrived. A little while later, Julie Albert had arrived. She was dropping something off, and then
When?
Brian Senior called her in.
Is Julie Albert the wife of Chris Albert?
Yes, she is.
We talked
Brian
about the
Albert and Chris
donuts
Albert are
last
brothers.
time.
Correct.
When she arrived, did you talk to her?
Yes.
Were you in a group? Were you talking to people privately?
No, we were all sitting around the kitchen table.
And why were you talking to everybody?
We were trying to figure out what had happened. They were trying to be supportive, trying to help me.
What was your mood?
I was extremely concerned. I was calling Kerry, trying.
I don't know who we all are sitting around the kitchen table is. I don't know who is part of the we all. But it strikes me as odd that before they've had interviews with law enforcement,
Correct.
that Brian Albert wouldn't say to everyone, we all need to give statements to law enforcement so they can figure out who did.
Exactly. And I don't remember too many people pointing this out in the other, like in the chats, but he's a law enforcement officer. He knows that they shouldn't all be sitting there talking amongst one another. He knows that witnesses are supposed to be separated and that they all need to be interviewed. So for him to allow that to go on makes no sense to me at all either. He knows protocol, and for him to allow all those family members, and then Brian Higgins comes over as well. What's he doing there, right? Why would he need to be there? He barely knew John, as far as we know, right?
Exactly.
So why is Brian Higgins coming to the house to hang around and talk about what happened to John? That doesn't make a lot of sense either. He's not family. He's not related to any of them. So there's a lot of questions, and because Shauna says, because they don't look of this like a typical crime, right? Exactly. And then MCAT says, Jen wanted to stay, right? Of course she did. So MCAT and Shauna were talking about that they have different things on their cars. Shauna says, I have a free Karen Reed bumper sticker on mine, spelled out. And MCAT was talking about how she has the frame sticker, and that the cops love me. Haha. They're nice to me because I work at the fire department. Yeah, exactly. You have to be careful what bumper stickers you put on your car. That's for sure. Shauna says, Rescue Me was about the NYFD after 9/11. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That was a good show. That was a good show. And it's local too. I mean, it's based in New York City, but I mean, basically all the people are in it are all local, Boston comedians, Boston, Worcester comedians.
Right. All right. Well, we're almost done with his direct, and then we'll see what happens.
This to our friend John. We need to make sure that there are no problems. We can't talk about this until everyone sits down and gives a statement.
Get the video.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Hey. No. Everybody's sitting down going, what's tea? Okay.
To get updates about John. I was worried about John, his family, about Kaylee.
At that point, did you know whether John was going to live?
Did you wonder who was with Kaylee? Because y'all left and she was by herself.
Right.
At Meadows.
Exactly.
Clutching her phone. The last time you saw Kaylee, she was sitting in her bedroom clutching her phone.
Right.
Yep.
And you told her, I'm going to find your uncle. It's going to be okay.
Yep. Saint Jen.
And nobody's wondering where Kaylee is and who's with her.
Right.
Sorry, Chad. I'm not doing a good job at no spoilers today. I'm just mad.
Supportive, trying to help me.
We're all mad, Emily.
I was
trying to help her.
Extremely concerned. I was calling Kerry, trying to get updates about John. I was worried about John, his family, about Kaylee.
At that point, did you know whether John was going to live?
I had a very strong, I think deep down I knew that John was gone. But you know, there's, until you hear it, I think there was that little bit of hope maybe.
Did you speak to anybody but Kerry, who was not at the home that morning?
I believe I spoke, yeah, Miss Reed.
You had a conversation?
Yep, to get Carrie's number.
Yes, I spoke to her when she was in the ambulance.
Yep, to get
Did you
Carrie's
speak to
number.
her again later that day?
No, I think I texted her asking her for Kerry's number because I didn't have it.
Did you hear back?
No,
Did you ever speak to Miss Reed again?
no, I've never spoken to her again.
When you were trying to get information from Kerry and you were in Fairview, did anybody else other than the people you've described arrive at Fairview?
Chris Albert, Brian Higgins showed up, and Chris Albert.
Did you know Brian Higgins?
I knew him as a friend of Brian's.
Did you see him at the waterfall that night before?
Yes, I did.
And after you arrived at Fairview that night, after leaving the waterfall, was Brian Higgins one of the people there?
Yes.
And did you talk about what had happened in front of Brian Higgins as well?
Yes.
Was there a group discussion?
Yup.
Yes.
I wouldn't say discussion. I would just say,
Yep.
for instance, someone would ask me a question because everybody this didn't make sense to anybody. No one knew what had happened.
Agreed.
He agreed with his own
Alan says
objection.
objection. Hank says agreed.
Did you
The court, I imagine, just looked at him and went,
did you catch that, Shauna? I mean, did you guys catch that, Julie?
Yeah, I got that.
I laughed my
Agreed.
ass off when I heard that. When I watched it back on replay, I caught it too, and I was like, he just agreed that he screwed up. That was pretty cool, actually. I think that was pretty interesting of him. Okay.
okay.
And so was there a lot of questions about what you
Agreed.
saw and heard?
It's like, I also like her to stop talking.
You mentioned earlier that you felt like you were in a state of shock. Did you feel like you were still in that state, or were things changing mentally?
Little by little, as I sat there, I started things started coming back to me that had been said to me earlier.
Did something significant come back to you about what happened earlier, what you heard?
Yes.
And what is that?
When Miss Reed stated to
It's all coming back to me now.
myself and the female, I hit him.
And
And
did
the
anything
female.
else over the course of that morning come back to you about that moment?
Throughout when I was still at Fairview or throughout the day?
Still at Fairview.
I believe that was maybe the main thing. I can't be sure what memories came back.
Jesus.
When you remembered the defendant's statements to the first responder, did you decide to do something
What did you
with that
do?
information?
Yes, Officer Lang had said if I, remembered anything or needed anything before the state, the state police came to give him a call.
Did you?
I did, yes.
And you knew Officer Lang?
I did, yes.
Were you comfortable calling him?
Yes, I was.
Did you tell him the information that you had remembered?
Me too, Shauna.
I just asked him to come back to Fairview.
Did he?
He did, yes.
When he came back, did you speak to him?
Yes, I did.
Were you with the group or were you alone?
No, I was with the group.
And did you tell him what you had remembered?
I did, yes.
Mm-hmm.
How long did you stay at Fairview for?
I believe somewhere between 11:30. I'm being approximate with my times. Officer Proctor called me from the.
Lank
Officer
comes
Proctor.
back.
Mhm.
They're all still sitting around the table. And she tells Lank, I heard Karen tell the female EMT, I hit him. Not, and she was screaming, could I have hit him all morning?
Mhm.
No. Just the one part. She doesn't know what to call Proctor since he's been fired. That's why she said officer.
Exactly.
Trooper.
Where between 11:30, I'm being approximate with my times. Officer Proctor called me from the state police.
Do you know how he got your number?
No.
Did you have a discussion with him?
He said he would like to come by and question me. And I'm not sure if he said at your house or if I said I need to go home because I had 4 kids at home that was still sleeping. And, I knew that I had to go home to them.
I mean,
and
it's
eventually
11:30. Probably
break
half the
this,
kids are still asleep.
news to them and comfort them. And I knew that was going to be a whole nother
The
situation to
teens
deal
are
with.
asleep.
Did you speak
The
to him
others
on the
might not
phone
be.
before you went home or
A
after?
quick phone call. I'll see you at my house.
Did you tell
At
him where
that
you
point, did you
lived,
share any
or did he
information
know?
with him?
Emily, too snarky.
No, not on the phone.
Did you return home?
I did, yes.
Do you remember about what time that was?
I'm going to say 11:30 or after. It's
Is that a
approximate.
general?
General, yeah.
When you got back home,
I mean,
did
Chad,
you,
I totally let my
have a
team sleep
meeting
until
or speak
11:30.
with Mr.
When he
Proctor?
needs to on the
I did,
weekends.
yes.
Was it a phone call or an in-person conversation?
He came into my house with Officer Buchanan.
Okay, him and Trooper Buchanan came
Yes.
in? Was there anybody else at your home?
My husband was home and my brother-in-law, Brian Albert, came over.
Did you speak to them?
Yes.
Did you tell them any additional information at that point?
When did you sit down and talk to Carrie? Because we've missed a whole bunch from Carrie's testimony.
Right.
Like, there are gaps of time.
Yep.
Yep.
The thing that stands out to me about her testimony, first, it is less dramatic than last time,
Yep.
which I very much appreciate.
She's
I
in a
think it is
row.
coming in much smoother than it did before. By the time she gets to, and Karen said, I hit him. And then I was like, oh my God, that in this testimony, not bringing in anything from the last trial, in this testimony, for me, that is a moment where you go, that's not congruent with yesterday's testimony. And there's been
Nope.
some incongruences within her own testimony,
Yep.
to be generous.
From
But
day to
the
day.
thing
Right.
that
exactly.
is different to me from her testimony
When you
vis-a-vis
lie, it
Carrie
gets
Roberts'
confused.
testimony indirect is that in her testimony now, there's a lot of selling and explaining.
Right.
Carrie's testimony didn't come in that way. Mike Camerano's testimony didn't come in that way.
Nope.
Mike Camerano's testimony told you what he remembered. And you could see how he felt as he was trying to tell you what he remembered. There was no explaining. There was just answers. So when you were looking at witness testimony, when I am looking at testimony, I am taking
So I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but when people tell lies, there's a lot more words involved. When someone's just telling you a story and everything in that story is truth, there'll be less words. But people who lie, they exaggerate, they use more words, they use more adjectives. You'll hear that a lot if you notice, like if you're watching politicians and you're like, hey, that man's lying or that woman's lying, because the more adjectives a person uses, the more words they have to use to describe what they're telling you, the more likely it's going to be a lie. Yeah, MCAT said groupthink, not okay. Yes, exactly. And thank you, Shauna. I'll get a chance to hear your messages. Thank you so much for sending them. And MCAT says, this is the woman who said he was gone on call with 911. Right. She told that the 911 and she had barely even done anything at that point. How would she even have any clue that he's already gone? Right. And exactly, when did they do that timeline with Dee Dee? When did they sit down?
Yep, I was just writing back to MCAT. Yeah, they did it with so they did it over so this was the 29th. They did it over the course of I think like 3 days because Carrie got called to testify or not testify, have the meeting with the troopers on the was it the first? I think it was the first. Yeah, because that's when that's what's going to come up next. All the messages going back with that the FBI found about the group conversations that they had, and how there was one group with just the 4 of them, and how there was another group with Carrie and some other people. And they're talking about like, oh, we have to make sure that nobody sees this because somebody's gonna look at these, and so it's like, well, Carrie's saying this, and it's like, oh, we're just repeating it. Like, it's just one big cluster. It's crazy.
Right. There's so many like inconsistencies because again, when you tell a lie and you have to concoct a story and everybody's trying to practice their story and how that story is going to come off, you're not always going to remember it right. And especially if you have to, like, I'm sure when they concocted the story, they never in a million years thought they were going to have to say it to a grand jury, to a trial, and another trial. That they never thought that was going to be the case. So when they concocted this story and everybody needed to memorize it, they weren't too worried because they didn't think they were going to have to repeat it this many times.
Yeah.
And that's what happens with lies. If you have to continually be questioned about something, usually if something happens and you are questioned about it and you tell the truth, you don't have to talk about it again to law enforcement, or maybe you would if you got, if you did get called as a witness in a trial, but the odds are you're not going to have to keep repeating the lies all the time in these different stages of testimony. And that's the reason why she has these problems. She's putting new things in and taking things out, and all of it as part of, her image, of course, that's for sure.
Well, that's not the only reason.
Yeah. All right. Cover up city. Let's finish this off.
Testimony like this. And I've watched a lot of testimony. So I have maybe a different perspective on it. But I look at testimony like Camerano's and even like Carrie's direct examination versus this.
Yeah.
Today's version. Because I think there was much less of this yesterday, but it was much shorter testimony. And it is a very different.
You're good, MCAT. You're good. We like
it's a very different type of testimony as we're getting in today, with explaining or trying to explain behavior instead of just saying, I did this, I did that. And with Carrie, you saw it too when she said, I don't know why I did this. I don't know why I did that. Jen is trying to explain actions. And when we get into the selling of it, it starts to it makes it harder for me to not be hypercritical. That is the thing that
right.
The over explaining is one of those things in witness testimony that just, I'm like, what else do you need me to understand? Because witnesses who aren't selling something to you don't need you to be on their side.
That's right. She's
They
just a
just
witness.
tell you.
She's an innocent witness.
And it is what it is.
She's done nothing wrong.
Even with Whiffen, I felt like he just said, it is what it is. So you left this out. Yeah. You didn't put that in the timeline. No.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
They don't need you to be on their side. It is what it is. I did what I did. I said what I said. It is what it is.
Right.
That's not what we're getting in this testimony.
The troopers or?
The troopers.
Yes. I know I had said what Karen had said to me, and then she had said, I hit him. Could I have hit him? I told them how she showed up at my house. I just basically gave them the events of that morning.
At that point, did you mention anything about
It's hard.
the defendant's broken taillight?
At that conversation, no.
Did they leave?
They did leave, yes.
At some point, did they reach out to you again, or did you reach out to them?
At some point, I had another conversation with them a few hours later. I'm not sure if they called me or if I called them.
Do you know what generally the content of that conversation was?
Yes, I had remembered that Karen had told me about her taillight.
As you're processing that morning, are you trying to think and recreate the event, or are you trying to put it out of your mind?
Don't lead.
I couldn't get it out of my mind.
While you were at home, did you receive any updates from anybody, Terry Roberts or anybody, about John?
Yes, when I was still at the Alberts, Carrie had given me word that John had passed.
She left word.
then once I got home, I know different friends who were starting to hear.
Without saying that, without content, were you receiving contacts, calls, text
Yes.
messages from other people?
Yes.
And were you reaching back out to other people?
Some, yes.
At some point, did you go over to Meadows Road?
On Sunday, I did, yes.
Was Sunday the next day?
Yes, it was.
Why did you go over to Meadows?
No timeline yet.
Carrie and I went over with my daughter and her daughter to see the family and to offer support and
said
our
you-
sympathy.
You said you and Kerry. How did you get there?
Carrie picked me up.
Prior to that evening, you and Kerry, you described, weren't friends or familiar.
Correct.
Were things changing?
Yes, rapidly.
That's awful rapidly,
The thing that's
Jen.
missing about the taillight is that seems to have happened after she and Carrie sat down and made a timeline.
Mhm.
So I don't know if she remembers Karen telling her about the taillight or if she remembers Carrie telling her that Karen told them about the taillight. And that's part of the problem.
Mhm.
And she picked you up. Who else did she pick up with you?
My daughter, who is Kaylee's friend.
And was anybody else, or any of Miss Roberts' family in the car?
Yes, her daughter was in the car as well.
So it was you, Miss Roberts, and your two daughters?
Yes.
You said you went to Meadows.
Yes.
Why did you go there?
To offer our condolences, sympathy, support, to be with the family. I love them.
Were they staying at Meadows?
They were at Meadows, yes.
When you went there that next day, can you describe the traffic and the people that were there?
There was a house full of family, friends, coworkers, loved ones. The car repairman, like,
Yep, the car
Any
repairman.
everyone.
Remember
What?
that?
Did
Yeah.
you ever see the defendant?
no.
While you're at the house, did you have a chance to speak to Miss O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
At some point that day, did you leave the house?
Yes.
Who did you leave with?
Carrie and my daughter stayed
The
to be
car
with
repairman is
Kaylee,
so odd to me.
and
I don't know.
we left
Isn't
with
it,
her
though?
daughter.
Where did
Very
you go?
odd. Yeah.
We were heading home, but then we
know
ended
why
up
that is?
dropping off her daughter at her friend's house.
Now, who's her daughter?
Ca-
Don't give me a name. Kerry's
yeah.
daughter?
Carrie's daughter, yes.
And was Kerry's daughter friends with any of the Lanks?
Yes, Carrie's daughter's good friends with Mike Lank's daughter.
That
When
okay, that's already
Miss
come
Roberts
in, but
drove over to Mr. and Mrs. Lank's house, did you meet anybody?
Yes, her daughter, Carrie's daughter, went in the house, and Mrs. Lank came out. Her and Carrie are very good friends, so she came out to offer support and condolences.
Was it still cold outside?
Yes, it was freezing.
When she was offering her support, was she inside or outside of the car?
She jumped.
Right. So they're such great friends that instead of inviting them in to have a cup of coffee and talk about this horrible thing that had occurred, the death of John O'Keefe, they're just going to sit in a car with the engine running in the freezing cold and not go and not be invited into the house to chit chat. That doesn't make sense to me either.
No, it
I-
doesn't. It doesn't. There's
Yeah,
a reason though.
No, I'm not getting it at all. You would common sense 1 + 1 = 2 that you're going to invite these two ladies to come into your house and have a cup of coffee or something to drink and talk about what happened if this is all innocent and you're just friends, right? So this part was reminded me again that I don't buy this either, this visit with Lank.
Into the back seat.
During that time you spent with Officer Lank's wife,
jumped into
did
the
you
back
ever go
seat.
into the house?
I have a faint memory. I think I went in and used the bathroom at one point.
When you were having the conversation with Mr. Lank's wife, were you talking about what had happened?
Yes, Carrie was just explaining the morning, the phone calls, the scene, things like that.
Were you trying to get any type of inside information or push the investigation in any particular direction?
No, I didn't speak much. It was mostly Carrie and Trish was just being a supportive friend to Carrie.
At some point, did you get together with Miss Roberts and try to memorialize what you had saw or thought that morning?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
We're jumping around in time.
Peg had asked Carrie to do a timeline. So Carrie came over and we were sitting down talking about it. And so my sister was there and she said that she would jot it down for us.
And so when you got together, it was at
She was
the
the scribe.
request of Mrs. O'Keefe?
Yes.
When she made that request of you, asked you to do that, did you question why?
No, she wanted us to do it, so I did it.
Why?
She wanted us to do it, so I did it. She just told you.
She wanted
No,
us to
that's
remember
speculation.
and try to jot down everything we remembered so we wouldn't forget.
Yeah, that's all speculation. You should strike it. They're striking it. It's all speculation
Could
about
you
what
speak to
Peg wanted.
officers further in
Brennan,
the
if you
future?
wanted Miss O'Keefe to explain,
Yes.
you had her on the stand.
Exactly.
You called Mrs. O'Keefe to the stand and you asked her nothing about asking them to write a timeline.
Exactly. That makes no sense.
Not a thing.
That's suspect as hell.
You didn't let her explain. She's a grieving mother. It's not odd to me that she might have said, "Can you tell us everything that happened?" And I imagine if you had asked her when she testified, she would have said, "I can't understand how we ended up here." But we've jumped around in time so much that they're now talking about Sunday.
Right.
And Brennan has jumped back to talking about Saturday before they talked to law enforcement. I think it's confusing.
It is confusing.
But they could have let Peggy O'Keefe explain this when she testified, and they didn't ask. And that was intentional. I do not think that Brennan just forgot. But now we're jumping around in time quite a lot.
Yes.
Can you count how many times you spoke with police at the interviews you had?
There were a lot, or a good amount, I should say.
At some point, did any of the police officers ask if they could take your phone and copy everything on it?
Yes.
Did you have any hesitation about that?
Did you do that? Just did you do that?
cooperative?
Yes.
Why?
I wanted to help in any way I could.
May I approach?
And so I did that by deleting some messages. And then
Right. Exactly.
Yes, we've gone full house of pain. Jump around, jump around,
Can you-
jump up and get down.
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That's my signature.
You know what that document is?
Yes, it's the consent form that I signed from my phone.
I can introduce this as an exhibit.
The objection?
Yes, Your Honor, we can do it sidebar. I have no objection to the identification of it.
Okay, I'll see what's on.
Are we moving it as an exhibit? Are they just trying to put in the consent form? I don't know if they need that. Okay. I don't know what's on the consent form. We haven't seen it. I don't know if they need the consent form into evidence. There's going to be a lot of questions about what she did or did not do with her phone. Let's zoom past the side bar. Gaelic Magic said not one kind word for Karen. I don't think there's a kind feeling there. So at least that is consistent. The username not found said, did she have Carrie's number or not? At some point she got it. I think Carrie testified to it.
After that day when you met with Miss Roberts, and you try to memorialize your memory about what had happened, after that date, have you
100%. Alan Jackson's going to say when you created a timeline, not when you memorialized your joint memories.
Right.
Okay.
discussed what happened that morning with other people?
Yes.
And have you discussed it with police over time?
Yes.
I have no further questions at this time.
What?
I love Emily's reaction here.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Miguelina, will you let the app know that we have moved on to cross-examination? Oh, sir. You have left a lot of ground untread. Emily, hold on. Let's get to a better pause, and we're gonna talk real quick before we get to cross, because we're gonna let the app know.
Gabapentin is bringing you closer to
Commercial break.
amputation. These are 3 symptoms that are signaling that you.
So at the moment, we are at the end of Jen McCabe's direct examination. It was a better direct for me than the first trial. But because I have the benefit of having watched the first trial, I know that there was a lot of ground that was not covered by the prosecution. A very common strategy is to cover the things that sting in your direct so that they don't sting as much when you get to cross-examination. I don't think the prosecution covered a lot of the things that are going to sting with this witness. So there is much.
So this is interesting, what's happening right now over here in our chat. Shauna says, so this is what small town is all about. Let's throw in the mechanic too. I roll. And yes, Shauna, absolutely. And then Shauna says, yes, Agent Sean, you hear me? And he's laughing. And then she says, let's see here. You know what the repairman was doing there. Agent Sean does. I think there's a reason why she brought it up. Well, this ought to be interesting, Julie. Tell me the scuttlebutt. Shauna says, yes, Agent Sean. Yeah, that's what you were saying. Yes, you do hear me. Okay. One of these nights he's going to roll up on us. I hope so. I hope Sean takes the biggest victory lap when this is over. He's so special. Yeah. And I just want to thank Mike Crawford with the Young Jerks. He's a really great live streamer and just has really good interviews and great coverage of this case. And I asked him permission we've used his stream a few times tonight, and I'll plan on using it in the weeks coming. I just wrote him a direct message on Twitter and said, I just want to make sure it's okay that I use your stream, because he streams comment free, which I actually really like, because some days my busy brain just can't handle all the stops and starts with Emily. I think she's awesome and I love her knowledge, but sometimes I just want to watch it and listen. So I use Mike and the Young Jerks live stream for the trial quite a bit. And then I watch Emily's commentating later, which I know a few of you do that as well. So thank you very much, Mike. We appreciate it. Also, that was a great suit you had on at that fundraiser. I sent you a message and said that you look like a character out of a James Bond movie. And he definitely did. If I can pull him, it's on Twitter somewhere of him dancing at the fundraiser with this really cool looking suit on, and he looked really dapper. And so I made that comment about him looking like a character from James Bond. Shauna says, yes, Mike is a nice creator. He's a fantastic host as well. All right. So let's go back and listen to a little more of Emily. Actually, first, let me just show you guys. So Julie wanted to point out that Jen distances herself from Julie this time around, where last time she was much more friendly speaking about her. And if we're going to try to find those clips so we can do a compare and contrast. But for those of you that don't know her or just joining us or are new to Social Change Warriors, Julie's been live streaming with me on Friday nights for quite a few months now, and she's been doing her own at-home experiments. So Julie, just tell everybody a little bit about the experiments you've been doing and how you ended up ordering yourself the blob that's back behind you with the pink T-shirt on.
Oh yeah, so a little bit of background about me. I'm from the area of born and raised, grew up in Boston. I'm still local. I'm on the North Shore of Massachusetts now. I have math and science background. So that's my, I guess, professional background in what I did for work and stuff. But I did math and data and science and basically designing experiments and trying to figure out the best way to capture what it is that you're looking for. Because you can fill out a survey and say, oh yeah, I know this all, but if you don't know how to utilize the data that you collected, or you collected something and you go, this actually doesn't tell me what I'm looking for, then it's bunk. And that comes in handy when we looked at when we talk about Ian Whiffen and his disaster, what he did. So anyway, so going through this trial, there was just a lot. And I mean, you look at a lot of like the YouTube commentators talking about this case, and it's basically like they'll look at testimony kind of like what we're doing now, and go back and forth like, oh, well, you can't believe this one because 7 years ago they had a drug problem, and like who doesn't like this one, who gave dirty looks to this one, who's going to go to jail for this one, like it's just a whole bunch of like stepping back and forth. And so I looked, and I in other people's chats, and so I looked and I said, you know what, a lot of this stuff, maybe it is feasible, maybe it's not feasible, maybe a leaf blower on a crime scene is the greatest thing since sliced bread, who knows? And because I'm curious, and that's just the type of person I am, I said, you know what, if I'm going to comment about this and say I think that's bunk, I go, you know what, if I'm not there, I don't know, so I really can't contribute. So then I said, you know what, I have this space here, I have scientific mind, why don't I do something? And I thought, well, maybe somebody else will do this. I'm like, you know what, let me do this for myself, just because I want to be able to say what's going on. And so what I did was I said, all right, let's test some of these theories. Okay, what's the theory? Number one, this, can you find taillight in over 6 inches of snow? Can you use a leaf blower on a crime scene and find taillight? Can you find pieces of glass or pieces of ice? Can somebody fall and split their head open on quote unquote hard as a rock ground? Is the ground actually hard as a rock up here? And most famously, Julie Nagel, when she testified the first time, said, oh, I saw a 5 to 6 foot long black blob, and I didn't tell anybody about it. We were talking about peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, and I was so enthralled by peanut butter and jelly sandwiches that I failed to mention the 5 to 6 foot blob that I may or may not have seen. So then I thought and said, well, maybe it is feasible. Maybe it's not feasible. Who knows? So I went out and tested these things, and use a scientific method, which is what you're supposed to use. And so I went out with my Nagel blob here in my driveway during times when it snowed, times when it didn't snow, times when there was snow on the ground to do comparison. I went out and dropped coconuts when it was frozen, not frozen. When the ground was at its most firm, I guess you call that, and the temperature was the lowest, check to see if the ground was actually hard as a rock. And that rock thing that happened the other day, I just want to make mention. A lot of people are like, oh, why are you flipping out about a rock? Well, in Hank's opening and in his pretrial testimony, especially with Dr. Marie Russell, he said, oh, well, could the scratches and abrasions on his arm be because there were stumps and roots and rocks in the lawn and in the ground where Officer John O'Keefe is? And I said, oh, I bet he's going to do something. And then he alluded to the person that he talked to, and I said, I bet he's going to talk about like how solid the ground is. Let me, formulate something. And I have to sit on that now because I still don't know where he's going, because it sounds like he's doing something similar, but I don't know. I don't want him to finagle a bagel and fix his testimony or change stuff. But
Exactly.
let's just say that things don't look like they're going to go the way of the Commonwealth with that one. But yes, so I did a little bit of that, and with the blob, one of the big things in trial number one is that, again, Julie Nagel said that she saw a blob and she got pressed on it, and nobody else saw anything. But all of a sudden, 9 months after this all happened, when she gets interviewed, she says, "Yep, I saw a blob." So they said, "You know what? Let's see if we see a blob." And I put a blob here out. It was actually fortuitous that on January 29th, 2025 this year, it actually started snowing at the exact same time that Officer John O'Keefe would have been out in the snow 3 years prior.
That was crazy. That was such a coincidence.
Yeah. And so I took and took the blob and put it out and turned all the lights off, drove in my car back and forth, put the lights on, so you could see what it looks like with a blob actually being covered in the snow. And if you listen to what Jen McCabe said this time, she said that right as they left the bar, it was just starting to accumulate. But then she and who said it the last time? I'm sorry, and Carrie Roberts said it too, that right around midnight, the snow just started to pick up, and Jen McCabe said that it started to come down and accumulate, and it was different the hour and 20 minutes that they were in the house. And so I did the same thing with blob, and we're going to see what it looked like to see if Julie Nagel actually saw 5 to 6 foot black blob after that amount of snow. So,
And if
we'll
you guys
see.
want to see any of these,
Yeah, so
most of Julie's experiments in the last like 6 weeks are at the very end of the Friday Night Lives. So if you just go to our library on Social Change Warriors and fast forward through our witness reviews, if you're interested in seeing her experiments, we've aired quite a few of them and they've all been really fascinating. So thank you so much, Julie. I loved seeing, your take on that. Was fascinating with the different experiments that you tried in your own, at your own home. I loved all of them. So when this all first started, then I saw this hut when I went to look it up and see where I could order myself one. And because Julie told me she got it on Amazon. And then I found this black blow up hut for the Nagel blob to sleep in, right? So we don't want her to be cold. So this slide says Julie who, because basically in this testimony, Jen, it just barely knows her. Like she babysat my dog once because Brian Albert Jr. couldn't do it. Where in the first trial, she seemed much more familiar and much more friendly towards her. And it's just, again, she's been changing so much of her testimony. It's just hard to keep track of it all. It's mind boggling.
Yeah, she said in this one, it was pretty much like she mentioned it, and I thought she was going to mention it a little bit more. Like she mentioned Sarah Levinson, she's like, oh yeah, I've seen Sarah Levinson, places, but with Julie Nagel, she said, I've met her, I've seen her in town, and I've probably seen her at like games or whatever, like just like like passing by. And she said, oh well, she's actually Brian Jr.'s friend. Now, Brian Jr. is her blood nephew, that is her sister's son. So I'm guessing that any friend who's that close to her nephew, she would at least be aware of, like, oh yeah, I know that person, not just like, oh yeah, some lady that I see at Dunkin' Donuts passing by, she's there, and I think her name's Janet or something, and just like to hear her say like, oh yeah, well, I didn't know this person because Brandon says it, and what's his face says it, and Jackson says it too, saying like, oh well, she also watched your dog, right? And your dog's different than Chloe, whatever. I was like, oh, she watched your dog, and it's like, oh yeah, that's Brian's friend, that's Brian Jr.'s friend. I asked her because Brian couldn't do it, so I was like, oh well, you can't do it. His friend did it, and he's trustworthy, and I believe, and she's his friend, so therefore I believe that way, which is completely different from the first trial, which is like, oh yeah, she comes over, she takes care of the dog. I've called her a couple times. I know the dog's name. I forget the dog's name. Like, oh yeah, I know the dog's name. She's very friendly. Like they had this whole entire rapport. Now it's like, who? Sorry, who? Blobby, who? Like
exactly.
I don't know her.
All right. Well, it's getting late. We've been on for quite a long time. So let's watch a little bit of his direct, and then I'll show you guys the outline from the key points that we wanted to show you. And I think we'll have to look at those one night this week, maybe Wednesday night. Well, I'll check with Julie and we'll let you know, and I'll put it in the YouTube as we'll book it, and I'll create the live stream so that you'll know that we're definitely going to want to do an extra night next week on this witness review of Jen McCabe, so we can be completely through it, so we don't fall too far behind with the rest of the witnesses. So let's watch a little bit of the opening with Jackson.
How she remembered Karen telling a female EMT paramedic.
Yeah, I'm going to.
Karen said, I hit him.
Oh, it comes up pretty quick. There we go.
But if he comes in.
Jermaine struggled for years with dental issues before finally finding Nuvia. Listen to what he wanted most after his smile makeover.
In too hot.
Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
It's not going to go well.
When was the last time you spoke with Carrie Roberts before your testimony today?
Hey, boo-boo, you talking to your bestie on the drive over? You talking to your bestie on the drive over? That's a great opening question.
Absolutely. That's the truth.
He checked his time.
Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
When was the last time you spoke with Carrie Roberts before your testimony today?
She called me last night.
What did y'all
When did the
discuss?
timeline call you?
She asked if my daughters were going to be staying home from school today because her daughter would possibly join them.
Did you discuss anything having to do with your testimony?
Not my testimony, no.
Did you discuss anything in that conversation with her prior testimony?
No.
Are you aware that she testified last week?
Yes.
Did you discuss anything after that, after she testified with her about her testimony?
No.
We know that through her testimony that you had a conversation with her the morning that she testified.
Yes.
Right?
I want to know if I want to see if he asked them, did you watch any of her testimony? Did you see any clips of her testimony? I want to hear all about it. Just ask him. You know this trial's being broadcast. Did you watch her testimony? Did you watch your testimony from the last trial? Did you watch her testimony from the last trial? Did you go back and watch? He can't say last trial. Did you go back and watch prior proceedings?
Did you discuss what you anticipated to be her testimony in that conversation before she testified?
No.
Yeah.
Have you and Ms. Roberts ever discussed anything about either one of your testimonies, either in the last proceeding or in anticipation of this proceeding?
I'm sure they
No.
did. I don't believe
So
it.
for the entirety of last year, even though you both went through a proceeding last
believe
year
you.
where you both testified under oath and it was highly, highly publicized,
Good
neither
demeanor
one of you,
exchange. Look at that.
your good friend Carrie Roberts and you, have ever discussed either of your testimonies between that time and this time.
No, we've discussed the case and we've discussed what happened that moment, the moments of the morning, but we have not discussed testimony.
Okay. So
You didn't call her up and say, you didn't get cross-examined last time. You got cross-examined this time. Sure fucking sucks, doesn't it? You and Carrie have never had a conversation where you're like, Jackson's a dick. Like, fuck that guy.
Mm.
None of it? None of it. Being cross-examined sucked. I don't care if you talked about what you said. You're telling me that you didn't talk about whether or not you had pit sweat when you were testifying? Come on.
let's break that down for a second. I'm talking about, because the timing matters. I'm just asking at this point, if you'll bear with me.
You've
just
name
the
called
year
this man.
from
I can't believe you didn't.
last year at a different proceeding to this year. You have discussed this case
Yes,
with Ms. Roberts.
many times, yes.
And you've discussed the specifics of her memory, which would be reflected in her testimony, correct?
We talked about what happened that morning.
So you were talking about what she remembers happening that morning, correct?
No, what happened that morning.
Okay, so not to put too fine a point on it.
Already.
But if you ask me what I had for
Already.
dinner last night, it's my memory of what I had for dinner last night.
Already.
Would you agree with that?
Sustained.
Already.
Did you talk about her perception of what happened that morning during the last year?
We've talked about what has happened, yes.
What does that look to the jury?
So I'm trying to break it down between you and Ms. Roberts. You've discussed her perceptions and her memory of
Her
what
demeanor
happened,
changed.
as well as, and separate and apart from, your memory and your perceptions, correct?
Correct.
So there have been circumstances in which you and Ms. Roberts have compared, by definition, what she remembers versus what you remember, correct?
I wouldn't say compare.
Now let's move to well, what would you say in terms of what you've discussed and why?
I would say that we've both talked about what we've discussed, but it wasn't like a comparison. We weren't comparing anything.
You've talked about what you discussed. What does that mean? Talked about your testimony?
No, we've discussed what happened that moment and in those moments. So, when I got a phone call, and that's my story. I got a phone call in the morning, and then Carrie can say, yeah, I got a phone call as well.
As you said, that's your story, correct?
Not my story.
That's what you
It's the
said.
truth. It's the truth.
Okay.
Well,
so for instance, when you got a phone call at 4:53 in the morning, Carrie Roberts
this is going to go
correct?
well.
Correct.
But you've discussed that with her.
Correct.
And you've told her what your perception
I
of
think
that,
Emily
the memory of
is
that phone call
voicing-
was.
What's interesting about Emily is pretty much when I listen to her after the fact, I usually take notes now because of Friday Night Lies when I listen to it on the Young Jerks. And then when I go back and listen to Emily, it's like her and I are like simpatico, like on everything. It blows my mind sort of. I mean, once in a while, she's a little more fair towards the CW than I think I am because I'm just so over them. Julie, do you kind of feel the same way that you tend to, if you listen to Emily later and you've already had your reaction, that you feel like you have the same reaction as her?
Yeah. I mean, like early on with the Carrie Roberts, like talking about Mrs. O'Keefe. Yeah, like we were basically kind of on like the same page of things. Yeah, and like watching along, like I'll say something and then she'll pause it and she'll basically say the exact same thing. It's like, okay, like at least we're on the same page, and it's not like coming out of left field where it's like, oh, this is wrong. Like, was she doing this? And then she does the opposite. And it's like, yes, I think this is the right thing to do. Like, no, that doesn't happen. So that's a good sign.
Well, what I think is interesting too is when I do go on social media, I haven't been doing it as much because it's so depressing, because there's just so much hate being thrown around back and forth. It's just overwhelming. But when I get the good comments, like happily angry L'Oreal Jim, who was with us earlier tonight, he's really wicked. I love that you guys say that. He's wicked clever. And so his text messages are really good. And when people go back and forth with them, but it's social media has just been a fire over all of this, and going crazy talking about all these inconsistencies. But it seems like the majority of people that do believe that Karen is innocent have the same take on it as Melanie Little and Emily D. Baker and a lot of the other, bigger named law tubers out there. Even the lawyer has come around, and I think he's really leaning that she's guilty. Don't you think? Have you watched him much?
Wait, no, that's the Peter guy.
Yeah, Peter, the lawyer,
yeah, I don't think I've watched any of his stuff aside from like little clips where
I don't watch him. I don't watch him a lot, but he was definitely completely unbiased. Like last year, he kept neutral almost the entire trial, and then you could kind of start to see him coming around. Okay, buddy, we'll go out. You could kind of see him start coming around towards the end, and I think now, from what I've heard, is he's a lot more leaning towards the ridiculousness of what most of us see. Most of us see all of this because a lot of it's so obvious that they're lying and that there's corruption. So that's just what I found interesting. So anyway, I wanted to stop that because usually Emily, I just agree with her all the time, whether I heard it from her or I'd already thought it myself. It's like we're sort of simpatico and everything. So, okay, I'm going to run the puppy out one more time. So I'll put this on for a while, and then we're going to have to close it out for tonight and pick it up hopefully on Wednesday.
Even though she was not recipient to and did not witness that phone call, correct?
I've told her about the phone call, correct.
As well as many others.
Whoops, just a minute, puppy.
Just answer the question. It's going to go so much better if you just answer what you said, did, heard. It makes it look worse when it's evasive.
Details that she was not privy to personally, correct?
Correct.
Conversations that you've had, for instance, conversations that you claim you've had with Miss Reed, correct?
Correct.
And you've told her what your perception is of those conversations, or your memory was or is of those conversations with Miss Reed, correct?
Which conversations with Miss Reed?
Any conversations, just anything that she wasn't privy to. You've discussed that with her.
Some things, yes,
okay.
Absolutely.
And conversely, Ms. McCabe, obviously, she's also discussed certain perceptions and memories that she has about this case, and the facts of this case, as she recalls them, that you were not necessarily privy to.
Yes.
Yes.
Things that may have taken place outside your presence, correct?
Correct.
And you've talked about things, she's talked to you about things, now I'm getting myself confused. Y'all have talked about things that were outside of her perception and outside of your perception. And you've shared those with each other.
We've shared our experiences. We've become very close. We both lived through a traumatic experience.
How many times would you say you and Ms. Roberts have discussed your individual perceptions of what you remember happening on the 28th or the 29th of January 2022? How many times?
It would be hard to put a number on that. We talk about, it's hard. We're bonded. We talk about the trauma that we relive every day. Karen called us for help and we both answered the phone.
And that bonding is the glue that holds you two together. Is this case, correct?
Yes.
So that probably, by definition, is the foundation of many, many, many of your conversations. Agree?
we've grown into friends where we talk about many other things besides the case.
Sure, the movie you saw last weekend and what the kids are doing next week.
Yes, and yes, absolutely. We
Okay,
talk
so-
many different things, just like girlfriends do.
I'm just
girlfriend.
concerned with and asking you about the subject matter of this case and the details and the facts of this case. You two have probably talked hundreds of times, that's fair to say, about your individual perceptions, your respective perceptions of this case, correct?
This happened 3 years ago, and we've talked about it time and time again. This case
So calculated.
traumatized us, so
And
it's a
talking
huge part
about-
of our lives.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yes, I'm sorry.
I think he's going to have to move on because this isn't the biggest point in the world in this. It's clear that they talk a lot. The jury knows they talk a lot. She's now answered the question pretty clearly a couple of times. If he keeps harping on it, he runs the risk of everything being so heavy-handed that it makes her more sympathetic.
Yeah.
Because she hasn't gotten to the point yet where the jury's like, you said what? Really now? We're there. We watched the last trial. I don't think this jury will be there. AJ's probably there. He lived through the last trial. It's really hard to put yourself in the shoes of someone who hasn't seen her testify before. It's going to be hard for him too to separate out and read the room. But you cannot just flame her when she's saying, yes, we've talked a lot. Yes, we've talked consistently.
I believe it just, traumatized our lives.
Okay. It would be impossible for you two to have had so many conversations about your respective perceptions
I think
of
the
the
point's been
details
made.
of that day without that influencing the other person, correct? You've somehow been influenced by Miss Roberts's perceptions and her memories, correct?
I don't think I would say influenced.
Would you say that she's been influenced by your
She said
perceptions
that.
and your memories?
Objection.
Would you say that, Ms.
And
McCabe?
that calls
No,
for
I wouldn't.
speculation. I can't believe it. Okay.
Next question.
How many times have you met with
Memories impacted by things people tell you. I think that point's been made.
anybody from the DA's office? And I'm just going to limit the time frame right now in anticipation of
That it? Oh wait, you muted.
Oops. Yeah, I stand by. I made a tech error.
months.
And maybe I can't give you a time frame. I'm sorry.
Do you think it was last summer?
She
No.
said when he was
You
new to the
think it
case.
was-
No, it was more recent.
Okay.
Yeah,
It
sorry.
wasn't in the fall of last year.
No,
It was in 2025 sometime.
I believe so. Yes.
You think it might have been February, January?
She's like, I don't know.
Again, I can't give you an exact. I'm sorry.
All right. I want to talk about the time frames of those conversations, then I'll ask you a little bit more about those conversations. So that was the first meeting that you had was with Mr. Brennan in anticipation of your testimony. What were the subsequent 4 meetings or so that you've had? With whom at approximately what time?
Okay, so another meeting with Mr. Brennan. Are you looking for who was
Sure.
there?
Who else
I-
was there?
I mean, can I give you a general answer? I didn't write down like every meeting who was there, but
course.
generally, okay.
Was Mr. Lally there?
During 1 or 2 of the meetings, he was. Yes.
Was Ms. McLaughlin there?
Yes.
Was there anybody else from the DA's office there?
The officer or trooper Tully was there at 1. Trooper Buchanan was there at 1. The witness advocates were there. And again, give or take the particular meeting.
Those are 2 meetings that you talked about with Mr. Brennan
You
and
take
others. What about the third meeting?
No, I'm sorry. I was lumping a few of them together.
Sure, understood.
I apologize.
How many meetings would you have? Let's just start there. How many meetings have you had with Mr. Brennan and either staff or colleagues?
So after the first initial meeting, I would say, again, I didn't write them down. Off the top of my head, I can think of 2 or 3 more after that.
Okay.
Excuse me, first initial one.
she took a breath and kind of brought it back
So
down
that's
to
either
just
4 or
answering what I
5
was
meetings
asking,
with Mr. Brennan,
which I
and
think is
some
helpful for
combination
her.
of his colleagues, Mr. Lally, Ms. McLaughlin, perhaps, Mr. Nelson, perhaps,
actually surprised.
the other employee of the DA's office, and Troopers Buchanan and Trooper Tully.
However, this is not a contested point of testimony very much so.
You asked questions
Easier
about
when it's not
any of these meetings. I'm just going to lump them all together. Any of these 5 meetings. By the way, when was most recent?
Last night, I had a Zoom call in regards, I think the court asked them to.
Yes, I'm going to stop you right there.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to ask a different question, and if you don't mind, I'm just going to lead you through this question.
Okay.
You had a conversation last night. I'm not interested in that particular conversation. That was for a very specific purpose. I'm asking you about everything leading up to, but not including last night's conversation, okay?
Okay.
So let's just leave that one out.
I see a lot of you saying after she started to testify, she started to say, I believe the court asked, and the court interrupted, and Jackson said, no, we're moving on. So there was something outside the presence of the jury and outside of our presence at sidebar that the court asked counsel to clarify. So Jackson is saying, no, we're moving on from that. The court said, no, we're moving on from that. So that's not something that they're going to get into in front of the jury. That's not something weird. It could look to the jury like it's odd, but I think the way Jackson said, we're not going to talk about that one, because she very clearly said the court asked. So that's not the, I don't read that as her trying to get into something. I don't read that as the DA like talking to their witnesses. Something happened that the court asked them to talk to her about, and they did. I don't think there's anything weird about that because of the way that Jackson and the court both said we're going to move past that.
You had, I think you mentioned either 4 or 5 other meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues and or law enforcement.
Yeah, and I might have, in the 5, included that one from last night.
Okay, fair enough. Were you asked questions in those?
Oh, I want the T too, but
were you asked questions during
get
those 4 meetings about your testimony at the first proceeding last year?
I reviewed I did review some of my testimony. Yes.
In what format?
I watched
a transcript or?
No, we just watched a little bit of it.
Did you watch your direct examination?
A little bit, yes.
Did you watch your cross-examination?
A little, yes.
Who cross-examined you?
You did.
That was me.
Yes.
And did you watch the redirect or any part of it?
No.
Did you watch any part of any subsequent version of recross or additional questions that you were asked?
I don't believe so, no.
Was there a specific area that Mr. Brennan asked you to look at and review in terms of your direct or your cross-examination?
No.
Did you watch the entirety of the direct examination and the entirety of the cross-examination?
I do not believe so, no.
Were you questioned by Mr. Brennan following your review?
I wish you'd asked, did you ever?
That direct and cross-examination?
No.
So he didn't ask you any questions about any of your answers?
He showed me a dash cam and would ask me to point out who's this, who's that, a waterfall video, is this you, is this somebody? Those are the type of questions that he asked me.
What about any discussion about your demeanor and how you performed in the last proceeding?
He went there.
What about your demeanor? I'm using probably a poor word, perform. How you came across your demeanor in the last proceeding? Gotcha. Did you discuss changing your demeanor in any way, shape, form, or fashion from the last trial to, the last proceeding to this trial, my mistake. From the last proceeding to this trial, was your demeanor ever discussed?
Dude, AJ.
No, I was just told to slow down, answer the question, and answer it to the best of my memory.
Was there any discussion about talking about your background, for instance, your family and your children and being a sports mom, as you talked about?
I said, the thing Brennan is going to tell her is to answer the question that is asked. I don't know if he's going to get far with this because I don't think Brennan told her to do something different. I think she is editing herself based on the internet, but I don't think Brennan told her to do that. And if he starts getting more frustrated with her and she gets calmer, it will bring the jury onto her side. Jurors do not love seeing attorneys beat up on civilians unless they have already turned against that witness and been like, what are you doing? So we'll see.
In your direct examination?
No, I believe I did that in the previous one as well.
I'm going to back up his question. But DAs prep witnesses knowing that the defense attorney will ask, did you talk to the DA about this case? What did they tell you? I would tell my witnesses, the defense will ask you about our conversation. Tell them truthfully what our conversation is. It's not a problem. They will ask you, just be truthful.
And answer the question and, answer it to the best of my memory.
Was there any discussion about talking about your background, for instance, your family and your children and being a sports mom, as you talked about in your direct examination?
No, I believe I did that in the previous one as well.
Was there any discussion about crafting your testimony in any way to suggest a softer approach?
No.
Was there any discussion about how to develop your testimony from beginning to end? Okay.
Sustained.
Did Mr. Brennan ask you
Are you answering
about,
the internet,
or,
AJ?
Let me ask it a different way.
Or
Did Mr. Brennan take you through a series of questions, for instance, as almost a test run of questions that you might be asked either on direct examination or cross-examination?
No.
Did you practice your testimony with any member of the DA's office?
No.
Were there any sessions where you sat and were subjected to a cross-examination, like a fake cross-examination or a fake direct examination?
No, it wasn't.
Like that?
You've already cross-examined her once. So I don't think she needed to sit down and pretend again. she probably relived that in her brain. The DA's office isn't sitting down and doing mock juries. I don't know if he is trying to imply to the jury that this is different, that this is a softer approach. The jury has seen him now trying to go after her, and she's like, no. I don't know if this cross is going to come across at this point the way he wants it to.
No. What were the things that stand out in your mind? You said you had at least 4 meetings. How long was each meeting, by the way, ish?
The first meeting I think was fairly quick. It was just the introduction.
30 minutes, less than 30 minutes?
Right. I don't want to give a time because I'm not sure.
Okay.
But it was fairly quick, yes.
Okay. What about the second meeting?
Again, I don't know specific meetings, but I can tell you that there was a longer one where I did watch some dash cam video, look at different pictures, things like that.
What kind of pictures did you look at? Other than the dash cam video?
The pictures of John's house.
Okay. The same photos that we saw today?
Yes.
How long in total would you say all of those meetings were? Just taking them all together.
I really can't give you a...
Don't guess.
I really can't give you an estimate. I think the first one was fairly quick. The second one, one of them was a little bit longer, maybe a couple hours.
Okay.
Yeah, don't guess.
Then the third one, was that also a couple hours, or was that one fairly quick?
That was fairly quick, yes.
I agree she's being less defensive at this point.
So fair to say between...
We'll see if it shifts.
2, 3, 4 hours total meeting time?
So yes, less defensive, for sure.
Again, I'd have to probably go back and look at the date and the time. I really can't give you a specific amount of time. I apologize.
Did Trooper Tully or Trooper Buchanan ask you any questions during the course?
There's one of her first I apologizes. She said, especially today, there were a lot of like, I apologize, I'm sorry, you're welcome, thank you. It was heavy today. Did you notice that, Julie?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
Laying it
heavy.
on thick.
Well, I was going to show you guys our outline that I made today on the other key kind of moments that we want to cover with the clips. And I made a few memes for you guys for entertainment purposes, but for whatever reason, StreamYard doesn't want to download my Google Deck tonight. I've tried to download it 3 times and it only downloads the first 100 slides, and there's like 135, and most of the new outline just for Jen McCabe is at the very end of the deck. So I'll have to brainstorm that tomorrow and troubleshoot that tomorrow. So we have been on a long time. Should we come up with a plan, Julie? Do we want to try to get together Wednesday night and finish Jen McCabe so we're completely caught up on her? And then that way we have next Friday night to go over anything else we want to talk about from this week. And of course, whatever happens next week.
Yeah, sure. I mean, there's just so much, and I mean, more science is coming in today because after so there was basically 2 full days of Jen McCabe, and then there was Ian Whitman on Tuesday, and today at the end of it there was I think her title is the head chemist of the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab. Who was the one who took the blood sample from, was it Good Samaritan, from Karen Reed to do blood alcohol conversions from there. So we're going to get into science, and David Yannetti did start to do the cross. He did, I think, about 5 minutes of the cross, and we're going to do more of that on Monday. And so I don't know what else is coming in. But there's going to be more science involved. And just one thing that I wanted to say about like the science stuff, because like I already saw Turtle said something about this, and Jessica Hyde said something about, and people have been going after Jessica Hyde too. I mean, somebody has qualifications, and they're and they have a solid background and foundation. Like for example, Jessica Hyde, for all of the stuff that she brought in trial 1, Jessica Hyde is qualified. She has degrees. She's been doing the stuff that she's done for years.
Right.
And she basically told them to, told them like, listen, this is the data set that I had. This is the parameters that I was looking at. And this is what they showed. Then on cross, David Andy looked at her and said, hey, this data set, was it the complete data set? Were you given parameters to look at? Were you given guidelines to look at? And she basically said, after the cross, within these guidelines, this is what we saw. And he basically was like, okay, but you weren't given the full thing. And she said, no. So there you go. That flies out the window. So that has nothing to do with Jessica Hyde's qualifications. That has something to do with what she was given from the state police, Lieutenant Tully, and those guys.
Right.
Same thing's going to happen with this woman from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab. Now, the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab has issues. They've done so many documentaries about them with the crime lab scandal where there were 2 lab techs who were basically smoking the meth standards and screwing everything up, and everything got screwed up. Now she's coming in here saying that, yep, this is what we did with the blood conversion and everything else. She was given a set of parameters, just like we just had given a set of parameters saying, here's the blood conversion. We need this. She did her job to do that. Now, what's going to happen is David Nanny's going to get up there and say, were you told that this person was in custody the full time and that the accident happened at 12:45, given that she was in custody the whole entire time? Therefore, you did not know that she had alcohol. So it's safe to assume that you were under the assumption that she did not have alcohol, because we know that Karen Reed was, scot-free. She most likely, in my opinion, drank when she went home, and that's why her blood level was high. Like, she drank a whole bunch, but her drug was high. She's going to look at that and say, yes, I was told this by the investigators, Lieutenant Tully, Proctor, whoever it was that gave it to her from there, saying, here, look at this number, give it this. It's not her doing that. Like, she's doing her job. She's going to get ripped apart by David and Eddie.
Here's the thing about the blood.
Don't go after the scientists and don't go after the people who are doing this. Again, it has to be qualified by saying, yes, assuming this and that and the other thing. We don't know if she's going to say that. I'm guessing that she's going to say that, and David's going to pull it out of her. But don't go after her. Like, I've already seen people going after her, like, oh, blah, 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 blah. Like, no, please don't.
She's just an expert. She's an expert witness. She doesn't really, she doesn't have any skin in this game other than to give her expert opinion to the best of her ability. And when it comes to blood alcohol, people need to realize is that it takes an entire hour in most average sized people. So this is going to vary a little bit if you're a 99-pound, 5-foot woman, or if you're a 6'2" John O'Keefe, 225 muscle weight guy, right? But on the average, it takes an hour for each shot of alcohol or for each beer or each glass of wine to metabolize through your body. So if Karen did have as many drinks as she accounted for, where she was buying a shot or people were buying her a shot, she was adding it to her drink because she thought it was weak. If she did consume approximately 6 shots over the course of that time there at the bar, that's still quite surprising to me. She must have a very high tolerance, and her having MS, that really surprises me. But if she did go home and then have another couple drinks because she was so mad at John and so upset, then her blood alcohol could have easily still been super high at 5 o'clock in the morning. Because it takes again an hour to metabolize 1 12-ounce beer, 1 6-ounce glass of wine, 1 shot of alcohol. So if she started drinking at roughly 9 o'clock that night, you're talking about, and she was drinking all of that in like a 3 to 4 hour period, she's still metabolizing all that alcohol at 5, 6. That's why it was still so high in her bloodstream.
Well, that amongst other things too, but yeah, I mean, just the parameters. And again, I come from data. I come from, math and science backgrounds. I look at these things, and again, it's like I looked at the mathematical model used to extrapolate by saying, well, if at 9:30 we drew blood and the blood serum is this, therefore you can, extrapolate, go back and use numbers. Yeah, that's fine. However, you cannot do that if you don't know. Like, you're assuming that the last drink was at 12:44. I'm sorry. You're assuming that this is the blood alcohol at the time of the incident. Let's work backwards, assuming that she's in custody. Now, Nurse Kim talked about this with another case, saying that the person was in custody, and I forget what the issue was there, but they couldn't do it because of, I think that they couldn't get HIPAA, they couldn't get the right results. But that person was in custody this whole entire time. Karen Reed was not in custody of anybody. She, left 34 Fairview where the assumed accident was, or the assumed incident was, went back to how she could have, done anything. She could have opened up a bottle of Tito. She could have gone back before she went to the hospital. Who knows what happened? All we know is that that extrapolation for that was inappropriate to use, because you need to assume that when you're doing this, you're assuming that the last drink was or that there was alcohol consumed before the time of the incident. It's bunk if there's anything consumed after the fact. And that's what David Nanny is going to show on Monday. But don't go after the scientists. And again, the reason why I say this, and
I agree,
here, is that I know the person that the person who was on the stand today, went to school with her. I have the same science degree that she does. She has a degree in chemistry. I have a degree in chemistry.
Did you go to college? You went to college with her, Julie?
Yep. Yeah.
That's awesome. That's so
yeah,
cool.
yeah, she's older, and she is very intelligent. So again, I'm not gonna throw another alumna under the bus because of, oh, you're not Karen Reed's side or whatever. Like, no, she's
Right.
good at what she does. It's just that there are limitations. And again, I don't know, like with Scorny Bello, she looked at this and they're trying to, force her hand by saying, oh, rookie move, you should have got, a homicide immediately. Instead, she put undetermined.
Right.
Who knows what she was told, but she has a brain. This is science. It seems
Right.
like there's shenanigans afoot with some of the detectives, in my opinion. And so there we go. So
Yeah, Shauna said, wow, Julie, no, she's doing right. She's doing her job. Exactly.
yeah,
Whenever
exactly.
expert witnesses are they're bipartisan. They don't have a stake in this. They don't choose who they think did it or didn't do it. They're giving you the science of the situation, of the person's autopsy or of the evidence. And in this case, the phone extractions and where did these, what happened to House Long to die in the cold. And so I would have total respect for science and scientists when they are willing to give up time to be an expert witness. I was really offended by all of the hate that came out on Dr. Russell, people saying just hateful things about her. People should be proud of this woman. She did things that were pioneer-like. I mean, women police officers in the 70s were treated like crap. And a lot of them didn't even have rights like their other fellow officers. In Madison, Wisconsin, the female officers weren't even allowed to carry a gun. But they were allowed to work on only like domestic violence and child abuse cases.
Which is some of the worst and most physical.
The worst and most difficult cases, right? So they were putting women in a silo. Obviously back in the 70s, we couldn't even have a credit card in our name. So, but this is hard to believe. It really wasn't that long ago. So when people were coming after Dr. Russell, that really affected me because she was a cop first, then she became a doctor. She's brilliant, and I respect her opinion. And she gave her opinion because that's what they hired the experts to do. So a lot of the haters out there, people like that just depress me mostly because all they want to do is argue. They just want to find fault with everything and argue about everything and not try to even see the other side's point of view. And that's just very destructive behavior, especially for anyone, but especially for adults.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing with Scorty Bello, the medical examiner. Doctor, I forget her name. Is it Banfield? Is it Banfield? The neurologist, the one that didn't wear sleeves and had tattoos and.
Right. She was very interesting. Yeah.
Same thing. Just for hate's sake, it's like, well, you don't agree with me, so you're a piece of shit. Like, no.
Right.
Just like, okay, you don't agree with me. Like, I don't agree with whatever that take is. Like, take something away from. Like, if she went up there and said, like, oh yeah, I don't think that happened because the humors, and we're gonna do phrenology on Dr. John O'Keefe, on Officer John O'Keefe, I'd say, okay, maybe this woman's like a little bit like maybe she's out of her league. Maybe this isn't like the right field. But if you're just gonna look at her and like, I don't like her face, like, okay, you're not a serious person then. So.
Right. Exactly. Well, I don't know about you, but the big takeaways, and I made some memes to share on social media today when I was in my downtime after my lidocaine injections, that, the biggest takeaways was that we did not know about this FBI situation prior to now. I mean, that was not brought up in the first trial, that Jen made these 5 phone calls prior to the FBI coming to her house. I mean, that's very telling and very disturbing. And what else did we say? We went over that she distanced herself from Julie Nagel. We didn't know about the FBI. She's backing down now on actually something I heard in today's testimony. She's now she didn't say, I saw the car move up. I saw the car move up. Today she was just saying, when I looked back out the door, the car had moved up. So now she's completely changing her testimony because last trial, and we just covered that when we showed a little bit of her trial 1.0 in the last couple of weeks, she specifically said, when I looked out the window, I saw the car move up 2 feet.
Yep.
And then when I looked out the next time, I saw the car by the flagpole, and she was giving exact times of when she was texting John. And now she's not doing that. Now she's saying she can't remember what time it was. She's not sure. But last trial, she was absolutely sure what time she was texting John.
Yeah.
That should be a concern for everybody, that she's lying because these are things that she said in the last trial that she'll never forget. I'll never forget this. And then what were you and I saying too? You said, I brought this up and then you made a great quote today and I put it on our slide deck, but the darn StreamYard's not letting me upload slides right now for some reason. But I brought it up to you how she's, how her testimony has changed. And then you and I kind of both said at the same time, but you had the really good quote. You said that she's just in shock now. She's no longer in horror.
Yeah, only shock, no horror.
Only shock, no horror, because she had last year's trial. She was completely. I'm in complete
shock and horror.
And then that became quite a few people's handles. I know quite a few people are using that handle, shock and horror, which is funny. But yeah, she left the horror part out, but she did say quite a few times, I was shocked. But what I really thought was interesting today when I was catching up on the testimony was how many times she kept, Jackson was going after her because she would not commit to, what he really needed her to admit to, but she wasn't willing to admit to it. And she just loved repeating, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. She said that so many freaking times. And just like today, what we were watching with the direct, how she kept repeating, Karen was screaming and Carrie was screaming, and it was just chaos and hysteria. And I'm the only one who was holding, making it out like she's the only one who was holding it together and that the other two women were acting a fool. Someone's missing, then they actually find the body. How can you be so cruel to rip on someone who's having a trauma response to finding their friend dead in the snow like that? So her repetition of, trying to get the jury to believe her and trying to get all of us out here in the world to believe her with this constant repetition was really quite something to behold yesterday and today.
Yeah, she's something else. She knows something's up, but just the way that she's distancing, and let me move this. Just the way that she's distancing herself from everybody.
And remember, the other thing the other thing she changed up too was bursting into the door of Brian and Nicole's room.
Wait, when did she say that?
In last year in trial 1.0, she said, I burst into the room. And today, and then when I watched today and they went over that, there was no bursting into the room. But again, that makes no sense to me. This is your sister. The minute, Karen and Carrie were doing what they were doing, she could have and should have, and most people would have, I believe, run up to the house, pounded on the door, tried to open it and see if it was open. She says it was unlocked. The minute your feet land in that doorway, in that hallway, you're yelling. You're yelling for Brian Jr., Nicole, blah, blah, blah. Whoever in that house at that time, you're yelling, hey, it's me, it's Jen. There's John O'Keefe's out in your front yard. I think he's dead. You're not quietly going up the stairs and then opening their bedroom door when you know he's a cop. He probably has a gun in his room and he has a German Shepherd. That literally makes no sense.
Well, how about today when was it today or was it yesterday? I can't remember when she was screaming about what the hell was it? When Jackson asked her went on the 911 call, what did you say to the 911 operator? And she's like, you said the man and the guy. Why didn't you say my best good friend who you were so close with? And it was like, oh, I loved him so much. I loved him. It was like, well, why did you say the guy and not your friend or say anything about there? And she's like, no,
my friend's in the lawn.
I said the man because that would get people to go sooner because I didn't want to get into, oh, this is my best friend and I did this and they did this. I just wanted to say there's a man passed out in the snow because that would make the cops show up faster. And then he pushed back and was like, oh, so you said all this and was like, well, they're not just going to come because of the man. They respond anyways, but I don't care about my sister. And basically was like, fuck my sister. What about what's going on right here? So we can address what's going on here. That's why I didn't go running in the house because I wanted to give my full attention to the guy, my best friend. I did not buy that. In the snow.
Right. I didn't buy her excuse for why she said what she said at all. If any one of us rolled up on a front yard of a relative of ours and we find a friend of ours in the snow and you're the one making that 911 call, you are naturally going to say, my friend is hurt. He's in the snow. You'd be somewhat panicked. You wouldn't be that together. Nobody's going to be that together when they pull up on the scene like that. So for her to say there's a guy in the snow is so telling. It, like I said, it's her distancing herself from the person that was John O'Keefe, because now they're not about John O'Keefe. They're not giving a crap about John O'Keefe. They're trying to save their own asses.
I mean, there's just so much. I mean, at that point when it was like, well, don't you care about what's going on there? And like, she basically outed herself, saying like, well, of course I didn't need to go in the house because John O'Keefe was here and he was so clearly hit by a car, and that's the whole reason why I didn't go in the house, because everybody was safe inside because he was out here and the man never went in the house.
But there's no way she could possibly know that, right? There's no way anyone could possibly know. That's why it's called a crime investigation. That's why it's called a death investigation. Nobody can know for sure.
Not according to Jed McCabe.
Even in unalivings, there have been, look at what happened to Sandra Birchmore. She was framed for her own unaliving. Ellen Greenberg was framed for her own unaliving. You can never assume that something is an unaliving by the hand of that person. You always have to consider that they were framed or set up by the person who truly killed them. There was a very disturbing homicide of a young woman in Florida back when I first moved here back in 2009. And it really caught the attention. And I meant to look it up because at the time I was actually Facebook private messaging with the mother for a while, because the mother had started this group in Florida, Justice for Her Daughter. And I feel bad, I don't remember her name, but she had the two cutest little dogs, and she was dating this much older man who, from what I could tell in all the evidence, was definitely, it wasn't cool. I mean, this guy was a narcissist for sure, and he was definitely abusing her in some way, shape, or form, and domestic violence prior to her dying. And it was New Year's Eve, and they were at a party on Anna Maria Island where I used to go, and they had rented a cabana, and he supposedly found her, that she had hung herself in the shower. But when the parents hired an independent medical examiner, the independent medical examiner said, no way, there's no way she could have done that the way that, with the way that her body was placed and where it was found. And he was, as far as I know, he was never arrested because there wasn't any evidence, and he got away with it. I mean, domestic violence abusers get away with killing their girlfriends and their wives all the time. It's unbelievable what happens. And either they hide the body and nobody can find it, so they don't have enough evidence to arrest. That's what happened with Suzanne Morphew as well. But her body was accidentally found because they were looking for another missing woman in a domestic violence situation, and they accidentally found Suzanne Morphew. Otherwise, Barry Morphew, who I do believe did this to his wife, he's still out free and clear, because when they arrested him the first time, they didn't have her body, and then they came to the point where the prosecutor's like, you don't have enough, we're never going to get a conviction. And then if a jury says he's not guilty, and then we find her body and we find all this evidence, then what? Then he can't be retried. So they released him, but they still haven't rearrested him after all this time. They still haven't arrested Ellen Greenberg's fiance, who everybody I know who follows that case 100% believes that he did it and framed her for her own death. And now Matthew Farwell, right? So these people become nefarious. They turn into evil people who can't be trusted. And you're seeing that unfold, right there in Canton and Stoughton, right in your own backyard, Julie.
Well, that's South Shore. I'm a little removed from that. And I mean, that's not me distancing. That's the whole, like, people from that part of Boston going to the South Shore, distancing themselves from my part of Boston just because of the shit that went on in the 60s and whatnot. But
right,
yeah, it's right here. And I mean, the same type of shit goes on, like you could throw a stone and like see shit, like stuff around here. Like, it seems like it's a lot worse there, but I mean, stuff like this in Boston too. Like, there was just a case, like they keep popping up. Like, I keep seeing them in the Boston Globe, where I guess the feds are pushing hard on doing what's the word for pimping that they use now? They don't use pimping anymore. They use
trafficking.
Yeah, trafficking. That there were people trafficking, young people, and it seems like no matter what, there's always, I think they found like 4 cops in like the last 2 months, all over.
I swear to God, we could put up
Town.
Right. I could get our creative director to put up an interactive map and we could throw a pin at it, and wherever it landed, there's going to be some type of corruption or police, dirty cops, or something going down with somebody's case and they have no justice for their family member. It's despicable. And it makes it hard almost to take a breath on Saturday morning and take a few days off, because you feel so helpless and you don't know if what you're doing is helping, if our advocating channel is doing any good. Are we helping at all? Because it's so frustrating how many people keep getting away with these crimes, and these families have like the O'Keefes, they chose to believe what they chose to believe. And this Paul thing, we were going to talk about it, but we didn't. But Paul glaring like he does at Karen, and the uncomfortable that you could cut the tension with the knife. And you texted me and told me what happened, and Shauna did too. And I think Kathy Coppins did. I was driving at the time, but I was surprised because they let him get away with that the whole first trial. And that was just despicable. I mean, that had to be off-putting to the first jury. And I'm curious, I wish we knew more about exactly what happened. Now, you told me, Julie, that both families were being snippy and whispery, and that the judge called both families on the carpet. But it seems to me from all that we've watched that it's mostly been, on the O'Keefe side where all the dirty looks and the whispers and all the crap has been taking place.
Well, I mean, we also get views of the O'Keefes because of just where the defendant's bench is and that side. So I mean, like, unless you're at the podium, you can't really see what's going on. But yeah, there were a lot of credible reports that it was both sides. And I mean, even on Wednesday morning, like they were before Jackson got on stage and even during the stuff that we just watched. When they would go to sidebar, because they kept going to sidebar because of the stuff that they were bringing in, you could see them giggling. And kind of like making faces and talking amongst themselves, and then they would pan and you would see I think it's Law and Crime has the defendant cam, and you could see behind them, so at least you get if you're watching two feeds, you could see what the O'Keefes are doing, and then what the Reed what the Reed side's doing. And I mean, who's making faces? Like, I think Nick Rocco was in court the other day, and when Hank Brennan got up, you could see him. He's in the shot, he's rolling his eyes. Like, okay, I understand this is a big deal, and I understand you don't like this one, but can again, on both sides, can we stop with the glares and the who's doing this because they're on camera and who's doing that, and then you have what came out during the first trial with Paul O'Keefe. Enough already. So yeah, so they were doing stuff, I guess.
So did she kick everybody? She kicked everybody out of the courtroom except the families.
So it was during the morning break. Bev usually does. I mean, she says 20 minutes, but it's turned into a half an hour. And during that time, everybody is in the courtroom. They just go on break. You don't have to go out on break, and the media's there. And so what happened was she went in her chambers. I guess people were going in and out of her chambers, and she told the court officers, clear the courtroom, everybody out except for the O'Keefe family, the Reed defense team, and I believe the prosecution was there. And they all basically got called into Principal Bev's office and said, knock it the fuck off. You stop, enough. So,
but what do you think was the reason why they made Paul change seats? Somebody must have said something.
So that's a report too. So I guess they got reports from I guess somebody on the jury. Again, allegedly. Again, I only saw one source from this. I guess somebody on the jury made a comment like, "Hey, why is this guy staring at us? He's glaring at, he's just it's very off-putting to us. Can we do something about it?" So they mentioned it to the court officers that got back to Bev, and so they basically were like, "Hey, can you knock it off?" And I think Brennan talked to him and was like, "Just cool it."
Yeah, he should have been told to knock it off last case. So before we depart tonight, I just want to read you guys a couple of the crazy things that I saw today in social media. I saved them on my phone, so give me a second to pull it up, and then we're going to close out our long Friday Night Lives tonight, and we will come back on Wednesday and we'll finish up Jen McCabe. We'll get right into it and go over her cross and some of the other things that we want to point out. But I don't know. This is anonymous participant, and this is in This was on Facebook today, and they just wrote it as anonymous participant. Now, again, this could be someone paid by the Alberts or the McCabe's to write this, or it could be just a lie, somebody trying to get off. I'm married to one of the jurors. She has already made her mind up that Karen is guilty as hell. She despises Jackson.
Oh, I've heard similar from people
interesting.
saying like, oh, they already hate you. They already hate you, Jackson. They already hate you. Oh, your client's guilty.
And then another anonymous participant, and this one had a different logo. So I believe it was a different anonymous participant, or it could be somebody being paid to put these up on social media to freak everyone out. I was on the first jury. I can tell you right now, this jury loves Jen McCabe and loathes Alan Jackson. He fucked up.
Yeah, see, that's why I don't like.
Right. Here's another one. I'm a court. These
yeah.
were all on Facebook today. I'm a court officer. They're all from anonymous accounts. I'm a court officer at Dedham Court. The jury was frowning whenever Jackson badgered Jen. So those were just kind of all over today, by being put up by these anonymous, whoever the frick they are. And then Aiden wrote a comment. The McAlberts were already discussing Karen Reed taking a plea deal on the day she was arrested. They wanted all this to go away quickly. Yeah. And there's no doubt in my mind that that's true. And I also believe that they never thought she wouldn't take a plea deal. I'm positive that their little rehearsing that went on that morning with all those people in that house for 4 hours, being allowed to meet and chat and plan, that they thought that she would just take a plea deal and this would all go away for everyone.
No, that's true. That came out today, or that came out. Was it yesterday or today? I'm getting them all confused. That came out where that was part of like the secret cabal meeting. That's new. We didn't see that the last time.
Right.
I don't know if Bev put the kibosh on it or whatever happened, but yeah, that came out today. Because that came out through Jen McCabe reading the text messages. That came out. I think. Was it Jen that said that, or Nicole Albert? One of them said it in the four of them, either Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Jen McCabe, or Matt McCabe. One of them said it, saying like, oh, she'll plead, either that or we're going to get an episode.
Exactly. Yeah, we're going to have an episode.
So
yeah,
that absolutely came out today. That's fact.
Right. We'll talk about that Wednesday night, because that's that big. Yeah. The big chat that they had going on amongst them, keeping each other informed. Yep. So this person wrote, also, Matt McCabe said this before Karen Reed was even arrested. So how were they able to foresee this playing out? I think the constant contact with law enforcement kept them well informed. And yeah, she's not wrong on that. That was Kristen on YouTube, on Twitter.
I think that.
Right. And then this person, Sandra, wrote.
Guilt. That's what it is. Consciousness of guilt.
Right. And then Sandra wrote, why is Paul O'Keefe staring Karen Reed down all the time? It kind of gives me the willies. And I'm with you, Sandra. I agree. I think it's creepy as all heck. And then, so I'll put up a couple of these memes that I made that I couldn't show you tonight, because sometimes Google has issues with StreamYard and you can't get your full deck to come up. So I'll put these memes up on my Facebook page and on my Twitter X page. And I saw something else that says, Special Prosecutor Hank Brennan could make $225,000 trying this case. That's approximate what he's going to get paid for trying the Karen Reed case.
Yeah, I think he's already up there. It was originally, I think, 75, and then he added all this other billing that came out.
That's a heck of a lot of yep, that's a heck of a lot of change for one person, I'll tell you. So all right, so we are going to take this back up on Wednesday, where we'll finish off the direct and go over all of our discrepancies and issues. And thank you so much to all of you that joined us in the live chat friend zone tonight. Love your comments, appreciate them. And for all of you on replay, thank you. We appreciate your support. I hope that you'll subscribe to our channel. We're getting close to 1,000 now and close to 100 videos. So we're our advocacy channel that started out so grassroots. We're still grassroots, but we're growing a little bit by little bit. And please check out the other cases that I'm working with and working with their families. You'll see all of those live streams in our library, Social Change Warriors. Just click on the live tab and go down and look for the different cases. Justice for Jason Veach, Where is Sarah Ebersol, Ellen Greenberg, Suzanne Morphew, Sandra Birchmore, our newest case, Daniel Reed Smith out of South Carolina, and bring Betty home. She is a missing 67-year-old out of Missouri who's been missing for many years. They have not been able, it's like she disappeared into thin air, similar to Sarah Ebersol. It's just very sad. And Suzanne Clark Simpson, her body is still missing, presumed dead. Ashley Lachey Elkins, again, body missing, presumed dead, but the boyfriend was arrested. They had enough evidence at his house to arrest him. And Suzanne Clark Simpson's husband has been arrested, but we don't know where she is. So, and then of course, one of the things that really brought me into following true crime was Jennifer Farber-Dulos, who went missing, a mother of 6, and her husband unalived himself before they could take him to trial. He knew he was going down. They had a good amount of evidence on him, and then they ended up convicting his girlfriend, Michelle Triconis, of being a party to a crime and hiding a corpse. But she has never admitted that she knows where he put her, and he did not tell anyone. He's just a horrible human being. So poor Jennifer Farber-Dulos has never been found by her family. So we'll always advocate for all of the missing victims of domestic violence until they hopefully can be found at some point, we hope and pray. So thanks, everyone. We appreciate your support here on Social Change Warriors. Thanks to Angry, Heavenly Angry Lawyer. I call him Heavenly Angry Lawyer because I love the outlook he has on everything, but he is happily Angry Lawyer. And thank you so much for joining us, Jim. We really appreciate your insight. I know that you're still relatively new to the true crime scene, but we're glad to have you. And of course, Julie, thank you so much for being my partner in non-crime on Friday Night Lies. And we will keep bringing you the updates and going over the testimony. Did they lie? Did they tell the truth, or were they evasive, or were they a combination of all three? And we look forward to seeing you all again next Friday Night Lives, but we will have a special edition this week on my Angry Bitch Club. We're going to turn it into a Karen Reed night on Wednesday and finish the Jen McCabe testimony. So I'll play us out with our theme song by my creative department. And I am working on a short documentary right now with the creative director on justice for Jason Veach. So I think it's going to be really good. We've spent a lot of hours listening to all the audio interviews from the bartender down to the Detective Wheeler from Volusia County Sheriff, the mistakes that were made. And I think we're putting it all into like a 30-minute short documentary that I think you'll all find very touching, emotionally draining, and just a travesty for Kara. And we love you, Kara Veach. And she's actually into the Karen Reed trial now after meeting me and her and I advocating and working together on her husband's case. She's now a Karen Reed supporter as well. So, and we'll get an update from Michelle on where is Sarah Ebersol. Many people were writing to Nancy Grace, me included, and Hannah. Thank you, Hannah, and all of Sarah's soldiers that wrote to Nancy Grace. Thank you, because Michelle was able to get a contact high up the food chain, and Michelle is going to be on Nancy Grace for where is Sarah Ebersol. And that is absolutely just really going to be helpful. We hope to get the Marion County sheriffs to where they need to be to get this case resolved and to try to help. We know the 2 people involved that are not cooperating with the police know where she is. And so, but they just don't have enough to arrest either one of them. So maybe Nancy Grace is going to be able to open some doors and get some insight. Hi, puppy. And so I'll let you know the day that Michelle's, that the show will air on Nancy Grace. And I was also got to contact with the producer as well, and he was impressed with our channel. So I guess Nancy is a fan of Social Change Warriors and our grassroots advocacy. So maybe I'll get invited on the show someday to give my expert commentary. We will see. But what's most important is that Michelle's going on the show because she knew her sister better than anyone, and she knows her sister's case inside and out. So I'll let you know the date that that's going to air. And so keep all of the families that we are advocating for and the victims in your prayers and thoughts that they will get justice someday soon. So free Karen Reed, justice for John O'Keefe, and thank you to everybody who cares about justice for all victims that have been unalived by someone else's hand. My life mattered, just us.
Night, everybody.
Good night, everyone. Thanks to everyone again. Thanks to everyone in the chat. Appreciate you guys in the friend zone. And thank you always to the replay and to everyone that supports us. It means a lot to us and to all the families as well.
They try to silence the truth we shout, but we're still here, we're still calling out. Corruption hides behind a badge of name. We light the fire, expose the shame. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. The stories echo, the pain runs deep. For stolen lives we can't just weep. Elected power, but their hearts are cold. We'll bring the truth, let it be told. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight. The heroes undo the harm. Calling out corruption, we'll stand tall for justice and truth, we'll risk it all. My life mattered is the cry we sing. Together we rise, let freedom ring.
Good night, everyone. Take care. See you next week.